N'ouvrez les portes. Let the doors be opened. It being 11:03 a.m., the House will now proceed with the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business, resuming consideration and second reading of Bill C-311, an act to amend the Holidays Act, Remembrance Day, standing in the name of Mr. Fraser, West Nova.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith, has 6.5 minutes left in her speech.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To honour veterans, fallen soldiers and peacekeepers who stood up for Canada, on Remembrance Day we gathered to honour the service of the men and women who put their lives on the line for our country. Nanaimo Ladysmith's Legions, number 256 Mount Benson and number 10 Harewood in Nanaimo, number 257 Lanceville, number 171 Nanaimo, the Gabriola Island Veterans Association, and Cedar Memorial Gardens all held powerful services to recognize Remembrance Day in Nanaimo Ladysmith, and I'm very grateful for their work. They are all keeping veteran stories alive, and we're grateful to them. Now, veterans need parliamentarians to do our part to recognize and support those who have sacrificed for our country. There's clearly a debt owed, there's clearly money in the till, and sincere and vital promises have been made. 3,000 vets pass away every year, so let's get on with it and act to show that we truly support veterans. Here are 8 things that parliamentarians can do to live up to that responsibility. Now, last year, this House unanimously passed a motion brought forward by my colleague, the Member of Parliament for Port Moody Coquitlam, recognizing Canada's covenant of moral, social, legal, and financial obligations to veterans. So here are 8 ways that we could actually act on that unanimous commitment of this House. Number 1, instead of spending hundreds of thousands of dollars fighting veterans in court, the Liberal government should halt the court proceedings against wounded veterans and spend that money instead to bring back veterans' pensions. Second, because 1 in 6 vets experience mental health or alcohol-related disorders, or did in this past year, and because half who served in Afghanistan have suffered PTSD, depression, and anxiety, I call on this Parliament to prioritize and support the mental health of military servicemen and women, veterans, first responders, retired and volunteer first responders, and their families. Third, to make real change for vets and their families, we can defeat paternalistic legislation that blocks pension benefits for 2 groups. One is spouses of vets, RCMP members, judges, and public sector workers who choose to marry after the age of 60. The second group is retired and disabled Canadian Forces and RCMP veterans. The fix for this bill and the mental health one referred to previously are Bills C-260, 261, and Motion 661, all from Member of Parliament for London Fanshawe and the New Democrat critic for Veterans Affairs. Our fourth action, to our shame, homelessness rates in Canada are shocking, with estimates that there might be as many as 1,300 vets living on Canada's streets. Canada's National Housing Strategy must take action on veteran homelessness. Fifth, the government should act on detox treatments for veterans exposed to chemical defoliants like Agent Orange. Medical treatment can cut dioxin levels such that veterans can return to work. And it won't repair the damage, but it can help people function. Number 6, we should relax the regulations on access to veterans' hospitals, ensure that vets from World War II and the Korean War are able to access these beds when they require long-term care. Number 7, and I'm very glad to say this has already been done, the government will start covering the cost of medically prescribed cannabis extract products for police and military veterans being treated for PTSD. This is the subject of a petition that I sponsored, and I'm very glad that the government listened to the many Canadians who supported this change. 8th, and finally, we can pass this bill to make Remembrance Day a holiday. In earlier versions of this bill, to make Remembrance Day a holiday across the country, were introduced by former New Democrat MPs Dan Harris, Chris Charlton, Nelson Rees, and veterans advocate Peter Stauffer. In my home province of British Columbia, November 11 is a holiday already, and as a result, we see families coming together to recognize and celebrate Remembrance Day together. When families remember together, they are able to teach their children about the sacrifices that men and women who have fought and continue to fight for Canada have made. Ladysmith's Legion, for example, hosts an afternoon ceremony in the community of Cedar at the Cedar Memorial Gardens, where there are cadets, guides, scouts, beavers. It's lovely to see and a great example of what happens when families honor and celebrate together. Last month on Remembrance Day, we recommitted to stand up for veterans and their families so that every veteran has the care our country owes them. Bureaucratic delays and disingenuous platitudes cannot define Canada's response to vets, and just 2.5 of the 23 Liberal promises have been fully implemented. So let's use our power as leaders and voters and support real change for veterans and their families. On Remembrance Day and on all days, we never forget, we forever honor.
Reprise de débat, resuming debate, l'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Gatineau. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm very pleased and very proud to be here to second this bill presented by my colleague for West Nova. This would effectively elevate Remembrance Day to the status of a legally recognized holiday in our laws. We recently finished the month of November, and November 11th was celebrated in all of our communities. And I know that all across this House, we all know that we are proud of our veterans, proud of our military. And we are also proud of our students, who sometimes learn for the first time on November 11th about what happened in the First World War, in the Second World War, in the Korean War, and, yes, the war in Afghanistan, where so many sacrifices were made, so many lives were disrupted, so many lives were lost. This affected our communities and our country. For me, recognizing these tragic events, recognizing these events that we mark every year on November 11th, really should be elevated with a nationally recognized holiday, like Canada Day or Victoria Day. And that is why I am proud to be here today, supporting this bill that was brought forward by my honourable colleague.
Sure. This year I was particularly pleased to attend something that happens every year in the only English school in my riding, and it was an incredibly happy event where students were proud to get up and deliver their interpretation of the events that we commemorate every year. They were proud to be part of underlining and underscoring our history, proud to learn of the stories of the many Canadians who gave themselves over to the defense of our values, to the defense of our freedoms, to the defense of our liberties, and proud to look at the military members who are serving today. And I had everyone from CF-18 pilots to bylaw officers, all of those who wake up every day and put on a uniform and defend the laws of Canada, defend the freedoms of Canada, and defend the values of Canada and Canadians. And so when my colleague approached me and asked if I was able and disposed to support his private member's bill, I was particularly pleased to think of the many people in Gatineau and the many people I know that reside in his riding and reside all over this country who want to stand up every day and recognize the events, the tragic events that we underscore and underline every year. Donc, Madame la Présidente, c'est avec...
So, Madam Speaker, it is with great pride that I've learned that the government will be supporting the main text of this bill in order to give a legal status to the holiday. It's important to note that this in no way obliges provinces or municipalities to do anything in particular. This is really a symbolic gesture, and yet a powerful one, because Parliament is elevating Remembrance Day to a legal holiday with the same standing as Canada Day or Victoria Day. So I won't spend any more time discussing this now, but I do invite all of my colleagues from all parties in this House to support the bill brought forward by my honourable colleague. And I invite all Canadians to continue dedicating the same effort and the same pride to marking Remembrance Day every year as my fellow citizens and my constituents in Gatineau do. I hope that we will quickly be able to pass this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, l'honorable député de Mégantic.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I thank my colleague for his speech. Indeed, if there is one thing that we all agree with in this House, it's the importance of recognizing our veterans, those who fought for our country over the years. And I'm particularly proud today to be able to speak about Bill C-311, presented by our colleague, the member for West Nova. I'd like to recognize the work done by my colleague, the official opposition critic for veterans, the member for Barrie Innisfield, Mr. John Brassard. And I'd like to thank him not only for his excellent work as critic, but also for his excellent French. He spent the weekend in Quebec City meeting with associations and citizens from the region of Quebec City, and he did all of that in French, Madam Speaker, and I think that it's worthwhile underscoring how much effort he put in to working in both official languages, so thank you very much for that. Madam Speaker, Bill C-311 is what we're studying today. It's a very interesting bill. It's now actually in its 7th iteration since 2011. So this is not the first time that MPs in this House have had the opportunity to debate a bill of this nature. And although it's an interesting bill, we believe that there are a few points that need to be improved or at least clarified, and that's what I'll be speaking about today. But as I said at the beginning, it's important to acknowledge the work of our veterans. There are more than 110,000 soldiers who have died since the First World War for Canada. And if Canada today is a free country that we are so proud of, it is very much due to the sacrifices of those soldiers and their families who saw their children leave for war in foreign fields. That is where Canada's freedom was fought for. Madam Speaker, this bill aims to make Remembrance Day a holiday with legal status and all that that entails. So why should we be discussing this bill in committee? Well, it seems to me that despite the fact that this bill is intended to honor veterans, it's not really the subject of consensus right now. For example, there are legions that have concerns about the bill because of the importance that will be given to Remembrance Day. And this is what I'm going to be speaking to you about today. If we celebrate Remembrance Day on November 11th, well, there's a good reason for that. And that is Now, let me just find my paper here. Every year, at the 11th hour of the 11th day of the 11th month, people gather to mark Remembrance Day. And they do so to pay homage to all of those who died for their country. This gives meaning to the sacrifice of those who died for our freedom. And this day of commemoration is not a holiday. It's not a day off for all Canadians. In some provinces, Canadians have the day off. In some provinces, they don't. For example, in Quebec, Remembrance Day is not a day off for all workers, which means that in Quebec, we most often celebrate Remembrance Day not actually on the 11th, but actually the weekend before or the weekend after. So at the cenotaph and at the monuments in Quebec, people will come out on those weekends. And there are a lot of activities there. People come because they want to come and commemorate the work of our soldiers and our veterans. Now, what have our veterans and soldiers done? Why do we have these ceremonies in all of our regions, even if there aren't military bases in all regions, for example? Well, we do this because of the efforts of the Canadian Legion. I would remind you that the Legion was founded in 1926 after 15 or so veterans groups came together, and there were also some regiment groups that represented veterans. And despite all of their efforts, these people didn't really have a lot of weight individually. There was no single association that represented all veterans. And that's why they came together. And in 1926, the Canadian Legion was founded.
And this is information that comes directly from the website of the Legion. And if you want to learn more about the Legion and veterans, go to their website. It's very good, and it explains the history of the Legion very well. In the beginning, the main objective of the Legion was to be the voice for veterans and to advise the government on all issues affecting veterans. Now, it was created after the First World War. Now, as you know, the Second World War followed a few years after that, and the Legion was very, very busy dealing with a huge increase in demand because, of course, the Second World War was a very, very tough war, and so the Legion needed to redouble its efforts to help veterans who came back from that war, without forgetting, of course, those who had served in previous wars. Since that time, there have been many changes that the Legion, for example, created the 2-minute silence in the year 2000, the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier in 2005. It was Veterans Year, and those are just a few of the things that the veterans at the Legion have put together over the years. So the Legion, for almost 100 years now, has been defending the rights of veterans and ensuring that they are paid. And this is one element that shows why there are different veterans associations who aren't necessarily on the same wavelength as the Legion when it comes to the objectives of the bill before us today, Madam Speaker, because the Canadian Legion today is represented largely by civilians. It's not made up exclusively of veterans, but of a lot of civilians. So, for example, family members, parents, brothers, and sons of veterans who, and they've decided to give of their time to help veterans. So, you know, and I'll talk a little bit about an experience that's very local. In Thetford Mines this year, we were almost unable to mark Remembrance Day. Why? Well, because, unfortunately, the Royal Canadian Legion was forced to dissolve its activities in Thetford Mines after over 70 years. Why? Well, simply because there weren't enough volunteers. Mr. Claude Nadeau, who's the president of the Legion, worked very, very hard to be able to continue to host the ceremony year after year. We put a lot of efforts into bringing together the soldiers and veterans in our region. But, in Thetford Mines, there aren't a lot of veterans. There aren't a lot of active soldiers. And so when it came time to bring these people together to hold the ceremony, well, it was becoming harder and harder. Our veterans from the last Great War are almost all deceased. There are one or two left. And, well, they've had... it was very hard for them to know that their Remembrance Day was maybe going to disappear. So, despite the fact that Legion 201 was dissolved, Mr. Nadeau and a few volunteers managed to organize a ceremony. And so, in Thetford Mines, given the lack of volunteers, well, there have been challenges, but there have been similar challenges in Lac-Mégantic, another town in my riding. And what that means is that if we want to have associations in place that will continue to perpetuate the memory of our veterans, well, then we absolutely need to understand the essential role that's played by civilians within the Royal Canadian Legion. And so we need to listen to what the Legion is saying about Bill C-311. So I think it's very important to listen to what they have to say about the importance of Bill C-311. Why they feel that this... what effect they feel this bill will have. And so taking this bill to committee will allow us to hear from not only veterans, but also those who serve veterans. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm honoured to rise to speak to Bill C-311 today. We know that this is a bill that has been debated several times in the House already. However, after studying the bill, it's clear that this bill, which would make Remembrance Day a national holiday. Well, it would make it a national holiday, but not a legal holiday. This bill doesn't affect provincial legislation, and that's unfortunate because given that the provinces will be in charge of, will remain in charge of legal holidays, this bill doesn't necessarily change the situation in the provinces. So we could wonder, what is the goal of this bill? However, I'm very happy to be able to speak today on this subject because my grandfather served in the Second World War. He was in the Marines, or the Royal, in the Navy rather, I should say. And my great uncle was in the Army, and I remember hearing his stories when I was a teenager. And when you're a teenager, you don't necessarily understand all of the details. And now, as I stand here today, I think of him, and I realize that I had a really unique opportunity to spend time with my great uncle and to hear his stories. And my grandfather, who was in the Navy, passed away when I was 3 years old, so I wasn't able to learn much from. I wasn't able to learn from him what his experiences were, but my great uncle did share his experience with me, and those memories come back to me today as I speak here today. And so when I speak in the House, I also think of my father, who also served his country. And I know that we have had some great discussions about the work that he's done. Now, today, we're talking about the men and women who risk their lives every day to protect our country, who give their all to protect the safety and security of our country and also to protect those outside of our borders. And so, for me, it's very important to celebrate Remembrance Day for those reasons. And I also find it very important to speak in schools. That's a tradition that has been sort of disappearing, but for the last 2-3 years, at least in my riding of Jonquière, there are teachers who have their students make poppies. They explain the importance of poppies and the importance of remembering what happened. And I say this often, but it's very important to know what's happened in the past, to remember the past, so that we don't repeat the mistakes of the past, so that we can go forward and do better maybe than we did in the past. I would also like to talk about the Royal Canadian Legion in my riding. These are people that I've worked with since I was elected, and I've discovered, well, they've become like a second family to me. There's an incredible network in Arvida at the Royal Canadian Legion. It's Legion 209. It was founded in 1947, but the building was built in 1962. And the veterans themselves built that building, and still today, when there are repairs that are done, the veterans, continue to participate in repairing and renovating the building. There are 150 members at the Legion, and one thing I'm really proud of is that there are 130 members who are members of the Ladies Auxiliary, and they're just as involved as the veterans themselves, because as you know, if you're the spouse of a soldier or an RCMP member, well, you know that you're part of the family, and the concerns are shared. We all share those concerns when our spouses or our parents or our family members go off on a mission. So they're very involved in the mission, in the Legion at Arvida. And they're very involved in the community. There are veterans in my community who work with, for example, the fund for our hospital to help get new equipment or to help with research. Or help get the money to buy the specialized equipment they need. They also do a lot of work for putting scholarships and bursaries in place to help children and grandchildren of veterans, and I think that that's just extraordinary. Now, to come back to Remembrance Day, commemoration is very important, and I participated in a ceremony with them, a poppy ceremony on Sunday before Remembrance Day. And that's an event that's part of Poppy Week, because throughout the entire week, all veterans participate. As I was saying, they're out in the malls, in the schools, to collect money to help veterans, whether they be veterans who are retired or active, and there are certainly veterans who need help at different times in their lives. And it's also important, it's very important for them to simply remember. I had the opportunity to give last spring a medal to a veteran. He was 80 years old, Mr. Boivin. This was a man who had participated in the Normandy landings, and it was incredible. I gave him his medal, and I was very emotional. I felt really blessed, lucky to be able to give him that distinction. And he said, "No, I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything special. I did my duty." And it was really, I was so proud to be able to give him that medal, because this is somebody who served our country and who ensured our safety and who helps us remember what happened. Many of his colleagues didn't come back with him. And Mr. Boivin was saying he lost family as well. So it's a sad moment for him, but these moments of remembrance are also very important moments for him. And Mr. Boivin and his spouse have gone through such a wide range of emotions over the years, and for veterans at the Legion Arvida, well, there are those who have emotional scars and those who have physical scars, and they came back wounded, and that's had a major impact on their lives. So that's why it's so important that we have that Legion there, so that they can help each other and help our community, and that support is very, very important for the members. So, Madam Speaker, November 11th must be a moment where we come together in remembrance. And I'll come back to the importance of educating children in schools. I think that as members of Parliament, that's part of our role as well, to explain the importance of that day, to give information to young people. And unfortunately, some of that collective memory is disappearing as the years go by. So I feel that as MPs, we really have a great opportunity to go into schools, to speak to children about Remembrance Day and explain why it's so important. I'm a little bit disappointed in the bill. I'll close on this. Because as I was saying in the beginning, it simply would make Remembrance Day a legal holiday. And I'm not entirely sure how we would apply that rule because the provinces are in charge of legal holidays. But myself, personally, as an MP, I have a CFB Beggett bill in my riding, and there are many veterans who are still there who worked at that military base, and I see them regularly, and for them it's very, very important, for me as well, that we continue to remember. And so it's with great pride that I was able to speak on Bill C-311 today. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Sackville-Preston-Chesapeake.
Merci beaucoup, Madame.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And it's a great pleasure for me to rise today in the House to speak to this proposed bill.
A member from Nova West for his initiative in bringing forward this very important private member's bill. This bill will make Remembrance Day a national legal holiday. I would like to begin my comments and remarks concerning the importance of remembering and honoring the contribution of our veterans, and also about what it means to me personally. Madam Speaker, I'd like to say that once again, as I've said many times in the House, that Nova Scotia has the largest number of veteran population per capita in the country, and that my riding of Sackville-Preston-Chesapeake has up to 23% that are either veterans who have served or are in the military today. So as you can understand, Madam Speaker, the people in my riding are extremely proud of the distinguished record and service to our country. I hear about the service many times, Madam Speaker. Let it be at the Legions, let it be at town halls, or even at the grocery store. They share many stories with me, and these are compassionate, caring, and humble men and women who continue to serve their communities. They serve their communities as volunteers, as hockey coach, or just lending a helping hand. And I must say, Madam Speaker, I'm extremely impressed when I see how they are out there and they have each other's back. That's extremely impressive, and that is a learning curve that I've had the opportunity to observe that much more in the last year. I believe that the utmost importance that their service continue to be honored for generations to come. And, Madam Speaker, this bill will ensure that Canadians from coast to coast to coast will have more opportunities to participate in Remembrance Day by celebrating that special day across the country with this bill. As a former educator, I can tell you that the schools in Nova Scotia have done an exemplary job year after year in raising awareness, if you want, through sharing some of the sacrifices that the generations past have done. This is something that's extremely important to keep in their memory, remember the services for the decades past, but also today and also in the future. I believe this bill will complement all the good work that is being done in schools across this country. Madam Speaker, when I talk about Remembrance Day, it's important to remind ourselves of the people we are honoring. These are veterans. I'll give you some example. Retired Master Corporal from my riding named John. John bravely served our country abroad, completing 2 tours in Afghanistan in 2006 and 2009, each for 6 months. He served in the Canadian Armed Forces from 2002 to 2012, 10 years, and was given medical release in 2012 due to injuries sustained in the line of duty. We owe him a sincere debt of gratitude. I also think about a sergeant I've had the opportunity to meet and spend time with in the last year. His name is Rowley. Rowley served in the Canadian Armed Forces from 1982 to 2002. He did tours in Germany and the former Yugoslavia in 1994 and 95. Unfortunately, Rowley was diagnosed in 2000 with PTSD. This is a difficult condition which many veterans face when they return home from abroad. These occupational stress injuries make it especially difficult, if you want, for veterans when they to return to normal civilian life. I am amazed by the contributions that veterans are making in our community every day. Rowley is one of many that has come back to become an advocate for veterans community. He has been part of our group in Sackville, Preston, Chesapeake, and is working closely with others as we advocate for a clinic, walking clinic, that would provide and support these veterans that would have, if we want, the unique needs that would be offered to them. Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, by looking at the work and the accomplishments of veterans in terms of what they did when they were in active service and afterwards as civilians, it's clear that they made a huge difference in our communities, and that's another reason why we should make Remembrance Day a national legal holiday. I also hope to share with you a personal story. Well, some personal stories of people who I think of on November 11th. I'll start with my father, who wasn't able to participate as a soldier because of his health, but who passed away on November 11th.
I think of members of my extended family that have contributed directly to Canadian Armed Forces. My Uncle Dan, who spent 26 years. My Uncle Wilfred in World War II spent 25 years. My Uncle Lubin spent 12 years. And there's also my godfather, Gerard Thériault, who was a sergeant in World War II. Furthermore, there is now my cousin, Mark Thériault, who is with the Joint Task Force Atlantic, and another cousin, if you want, Brad Thériault, who is now with the infantry unit in Gagetown and who previously served in Poland and Afghanistan. And recently, Madam Speaker, I have seen things come full circle where the godson of my godfather, the late Gerard Thériault, and my godchild is a member of the Canadian Armed Forces, and at 17 years old, his name is Private Zachary Thériault. What brings all these stories together is the fact that our men and women have served our country with distinction, with honor, and that must never be forgotten. Making Remembrance Day a national legal holiday will ensure that the generations of Canadians have the opportunity to learn about the realities of war, about the distinguished service of our veterans, and to better understand for their children and their children's children. I would also like, once again, to thank the member from Nova West for his hard work in bringing forward this piece of legislation. Madam Speaker, we must continue to remember the fallen who have made the ultimate sacrifice so that we may continue to hold the values and the institution we hold so dearly. Least we forget. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a privilege for me to stand today and speak to this particular bill C-311, an act to amend the Holidays Act in regards to Remembrance Day. Serving on the Veterans Affairs Committee and serving as Deputy Critic for Veterans Affairs has been a real honor for me, especially as a first-time Member of Parliament, to be able to be part of standing up for our veterans and making sure that their needs are being understood and met by this House and being understood by the general Canadian population as a whole. And of course, this is basically a symbolic gesture that I think is important, that we do whatever we can to make sure that Remembrance Day is recognized and continue to be recognized throughout the years forward, even though so many of the veterans that originally were part of World War I and now World War II are at an age where it's very, very difficult for them to even attend a lot of times and to be part of their ceremonies. For myself in Yorkton this year, it just is so overwhelming to see them make the huge effort that it takes to be there and to be part of that ceremony, to stand, even though it's so difficult to stand, and wanting to make sure that this is not forgotten. And so regardless of what approach that we take, the important thing here is that we do remember. And the fact that it is on the 11th day at the 11th hour of the 11th month, I think is a very fitting thing. I know from our veterans and being part of different ceremonies, you start to realize how important these special traditions are to our veterans and to our armed forces as well. I recently attended the 64th Field Battery, 10th Field Regiment, St. Barbara celebration in my home city of Yorkton with our reservists there. And it was quite something to listen and to learn about why they take each of the steps they do during that celebration. And it's all part of building up that community and making sure that we value each other as reservists. And so that's one example where I say we need to make sure that whatever approach we take as a legislature in our communities, we make sure that the total focus is on valuing our veterans and keeping that in front of other generations as they're coming forward. I know my grandson was born on November 11th, and it's a very, very special day to him, and he always says, "Grandma, the first half of the day is very, very sad." And he talks about Remembrance Day, and they always go and be part of the service, he says. And then the second half of the day is very, very happy. And I thought, isn't that something that he's being taught the value of these individuals who have stood up for Canada to keep it to be the free country that it is today. And it's very much part of his psyche. So I thought that that was very special. I also had the opportunity as a new member of Parliament to attend the Battle of the Atlantic Gala and to attend their ceremonies on Parliament Hill. And again, you know, the regiments, the cadets, the reservists, the Navy, they were all there on time, ready to start this event. And it was so bitter cold outside. And I'm sitting there out on the lawn, waiting and waiting for this to start. And I am beyond cold. I think I'm as cold as I've ever been in my life, and thinking, oh my goodness, I don't think I'm going to make it. And then I look across the grounds, and there are these 80, 90-something-year-old veterans sitting there waiting for this event to happen. And it is pouring rain, but they are sitting there with their jackets on. They are not putting on their caps or carrying their umbrellas until the very last moment. They were choosing to sit there and just persevere through that cold. And when I put that together with the Battle Gala and saw the pictures, that these are the same elderly men who were so young on those ships getting those supplies across the Atlantic, and to see the pictures of them just caked in ice, that's what got me through the event, and just made me so proud in my heart to be part of that particular celebration. And then, of course, our Army Cadet reviews and opportunities when we go home to our riding to be part of those celebrations as well. So it is really important that we do whatever we can to make sure that we are recognizing everything that our veterans have done for us and make sure that within our school systems they're learning about all the different battles and the amazing things that Canadians have done. I just learned with the Battle of Vimy Ridge, our soldiers had to take it on after France had lost 200,000 men on that hill and Britain had lost 100,000. And our troops came together for the first time as Canadians from across the country and put their heads together and devised what they would do and ended up laying out the whole battlefield behind them to practice on for what was ahead of them. And how did they do this? It was because of our Aboriginal soldiers, young soldiers, who went out in the dead of night and basically mapped out the whole area for us. And then we were able to go forward and win that battle starting at 5 in the morning and ended at noon. We have so much to be proud of as Canadians with our veterans and our armed forces. And all over the world, I know in Afghanistan it was stated, the question was asked of the Taliban, do you fear Western forces? And of course they said, no, except the Canadians. And I think that just says so much about our armed forces. That being said, it's very important that we do these things to celebrate, commemorate, and remember. But I think that falls short if we don't do everything that we can as legislators in this House, and I'm on the committee, to make sure that we are truly caring for our armed forces when they transition into veterans' life, and do whatever we can to make sure that transition is as painless as possible and that they are recognized for what they have done, sacrificing their family, sacrificing their own choices, their own decision-making, becoming part of the armed forces, standing side by side and serving for us, and then coming back to a very difficult circumstance of transitioning into civilian life. And I know with our committee, I'm very pleased to say it's a pleasure to serve on that committee, and there are many things that we are working towards with our report, and I am certainly hopeful that this government will do everything that it can to look at those recommendations from ourselves as well as the two ombudsmen and make sure that we are doing everything we can to close that seam, and especially to deal with circumstances that have been left hanging for a very, very long time. And of course, one of those is the issue of mefloquine and how it impacted our soldiers in Somalia, Rwanda, Afghanistan, other battlefields as well, with the number of heartbreaking stories that are coming forward from veterans who have lived with the results of this and are not being recognized with what this actually is that they're suffering from, and that it is not just PTSD but a brain injury as well, and that our government needs to recognize that this particular anti-malaria drug is not being used by the rest of the world, and we are again falling behind in making some of these decisions that really say to our vets, yes, you are important to us, and we will do whatever it takes to ensure that you are cared for in the way that you should be. And Madam Speaker, these are issues that we're facing, and we talk about caring about our veterans and how much we want to recognize them, but then don't do what needs to be done, often that don't mean huge changes, but simply put things in place to ensure that they don't end up more ill after coming home because of the stresses of trying to get settled in their new civilian life. One of those things that we heard over and over again was about family life and how difficult it is for individuals, parents, the other parent, and the children to deal with the challenges of being an armed forces family, a veteran family. And we need to be there to support them in taking care of that particular soldier that has come home. So that's a very deep concern for me in regards to what we need to say to our veterans. Yes, you really matter to us, and you matter to us every day of the year, from the moment you sign up with our forces right through until you retire or you are have to quit because of an injury. We need to do the things that put real meat on these things that we do to simply, not that I'm making light of that at all, but to commemorate what they have done for us. I know that there's another issue that we're all facing right now in regards to medical marijuana. And I know that veterans were concerned because they said to me that the fact that it is now being considered to be legalized for recreational use, they were concerned about how this is going to play into, I guess, dumbing down the importance of dealing with it as a medical prescription. The stories that you can find, and I hear regularly because they're coming into my office, about how this is replacing pharmaceuticals for so many of them in a way that is meaning far less side effects and improvements in dealing with their pain so that they can get on with their lives, and it's not costing us anywhere near what it costs to have them on pharmaceuticals. So those are just some issues that come to my mind, Madam Speaker, when I'm thinking of commemorating our veterans, and we certainly want to do this. I'm so proud to have a role as Deputy Critic and to be involved in those specific instances in my riding, but also even more so to be part of making decisions that are good for them. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reprise de débat, resuming debate. The honourable member for Central Nova.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I'm so pleased to have an opportunity to speak, even though I expect it'll only be 1 or 2 moments before the person who put this bill forward, the honourable member from West Nova, gets to speak. So very quickly, I'm pleased to support this bill, which would raise the profile of Remembrance Day to make it a national legal holiday, so it's on par with Canada Day and Victoria Day. I think that's absolutely the least that we can do when I think about the immense sacrifice that those we celebrate on Remembrance Day have made. Madam Speaker, very quickly, I'd like to draw attention to 2 quick items. First is the mental health crisis that our emergency services and military are going through right now. We know that at least 70 veterans have ended their life by suicide since the end of the Afghan mission, and if this bill will help draw attention to that crisis, I think we'll be better for having supported it. In addition, Madam Speaker, I know that the veterans who fought so bravely overseas did fight for the freedom of the most vulnerable people, but also fought to protect certain key values: equality, democracy, and liberty. I'd say that we should take this opportunity to promote those values every day when we lead our life, and when the last child in our community goes to bed without being hungry, when the last person is discriminated against for the color of their skin, their religion, or the person that they love, then we will have lived up to the sacrifice that these soldiers have made by protecting the values that they fought so bravely for on our home ground. If this bill helps raise the profile of Remembrance Day 1 iota, and draws attention to either the mental health crisis our military faces or the freedoms that we need to live and breathe every day at home, and encourages young people to come out and take part in the Remembrance Day ceremonies in their community, I'm very pleased to support it, and I urge all members of this honourable House to do the same. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Good job.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for West Nova.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's certainly a privilege for me to give my right of reply with regard to the debate that's taken place on my private member's bill C-311. I truly want to thank all of the members who participated in the debate on my private member's bill, and certainly want to acknowledge the members of the Standing Committee on Veterans Affairs that I serve with on that committee that have presented their points of view on this bill, and I'm so pleased to work with them on that committee to make sure that we're continuing to honor the service of those brave men and women who serve our country, past and present, and make sure that we're doing the right things to honor their service. I think we can all agree on the importance of Remembrance Day in Canada. We also share the desire to ensure that we are appropriately honoring those brave Canadians in uniform who paid the ultimate sacrifice for our country. My bill is a modest measure that seeks to change the language in the Holidays Act to make Remembrance Day a legal holiday and ensure consistency of language is reflected in the Act. This ensures consistency with both Canada Day and Victoria Day in the Holidays Act, and in my view, elevates the status of Remembrance Day to put it on an equal footing with those other days. Some have expressed that this provision does more than that, however, but let's be clear that my bill, by adding the words legal, does not impact the Canada Labour Code, which establishes the policy on non-working days for holidays. Federally speaking, the day is already and will remain a federal paid non-working day. Furthermore, and I want to be very clear on this point, it is up to each province and territory to determine whether Remembrance Day on November 11th is a statutory holiday or a day off in their jurisdiction. This is what determines whether there is no school and whether it is a public paid non-working day. This bill does not and cannot make Remembrance Day a national holiday because it is not within the purview of Parliament to do so. I'm hoping that this bill may provide an occasion to the provinces and territories who do not already do so determine whether or not Remembrance Day should indeed be a statutory holiday. And I know some of my colleagues in the debate have mentioned that this does not make a statutory holiday, but it cannot. But what it can do is elevate it and put it on an equal footing and hopefully provide an occasion to those jurisdictions who do not already do so to allow it to be a statutory day. There are examples also from of other jurisdictions that do not mark it as a so-called statutory holiday, but mark the solemn occasion in other ways. For example, in my home province of Nova Scotia, it is separate from other statutory holidays, but it's kept in force in what is called the Remembrance Day Act to ensure people have time off to attend ceremonies. I would like to see this across the country, but of course our Constitution requires that we respect the jurisdiction of the provinces in this regard. I want to address one issue that has been brought up by some who oppose the bill, and that is that they argue that they believe it is that students should be in school on November 11th to ensure they are marking the day and reflecting on what November 11th at 11 a.m. means for our country. I respect their point of view. However, in my experience in Nova Scotia, and I believe in most places in Canada, it is far more meaningful for the students to learn the importance of Remembrance Day and the sacrifice of our forces in the days leading up to November 11th. Veterans come into the schools during Veterans Week, and in addition to the teachings, there is also a remembrance service in schools with veterans attending. Of course, if these were marked on November 11th at 11, veterans marking the occasion with the community could not attend those school services. If they do have time off, then students can mark November 11th in the community and with other veterans at their public ceremony. We have seen increasing attendances, including children and their families in Nova Scotia. I believe that all Canadians should be able to have the same experience and that all veterans should have the opportunity to be publicly appreciated for their service and remembered on November 11th as a collective experience with the whole community. As mentioned in my speech to begin this debate on the first hour of debate, provisions 2 and 3 are not at all essential to my intent of raising the profile of Remembrance Day, and since I now recognize that those are problematic provisions, I support their removal at committee, and I will ask the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage for their removal if my bill is sent to them following a debate at second reading. We should therefore turn our minds just to Section 1 of this bill. As my final words in this debate on Bill C-311, of course this bill is about November 11th, but I am sure we all agree that we must show respect to our veterans and members of Canadian Forces all throughout the year and honor them in our words and in our deeds. As we come into the holiday season, let us keep them and their families top of mind and always show them extra kindness and warmth for all that they do for our country. Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much.
Is the House ready for the question? The question is as follows. Mr. Fraser, West Nova, seconded by Mr. Sampson, move that Bill C-311, an act to amend the Holidays Act, Remembrance Day, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage.
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
Adopté.
Of this bill, deuxième lecture de ce projet de loi.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour. So sorry. Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage. Orders of the day, ordre du jour. The honourable minister, the honourable leader, government House leader has a point of order.
Yes. Good morning, Madam Speaker. I move, seconded by the Minister of Finance, that in relation to Bill C-29, a second act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 22, 2016, and other measures, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration of the report stage, and one sitting day shall be allotted to the third reading stage of the said bill. And Madam Speaker, that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration of the report stage and on the day allotted to the third reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn every question necessary for the disposal of the stage of the bill then under consideration shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Pete Dragon. That's all we had in the last 10 years.
I just want to remind members that the House is in session and that the going back and forth of conversations should be kept on the sidelines. Madame Chagger, seconded by the Minister of Finance, by Mr. Morneau, moves that in relation to Bill C-29, a second act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 22nd, 2016, and other measures, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration of the report stage, and one sitting day shall be allotted to the third reading stage of the said bill, and that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration of the report stage and on the day allotted to the third reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted, if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn every question necessary for the disposal of the stage of the bill then under consideration shall be put forth with and successively without further debate or amendment. Conformément à l'article
Pursuant to Standing Order 67-1, there will now be a question period of 30 minutes. I would invite honourable members who wish to ask questions to please rise so that the Speaker can have an idea of the number of members who wish to participate in this question period.
The honourable member,
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, once again, it's with great disappointment that we are rising here on this side of the House, faced with the systemic obstruction of the government that said that it was going to respect the right of parliamentarians to speak. With this motion, Madam Speaker, the government has everything wrong. First of all, they're cutting off the right to speak when at this time of the bill, we've only had 1 hour of debate already. That's completely disrespectful to the official opposition. But, Madam Speaker, it's even worse than that because this bill, Bill C-29, implements the budget, a budget which, as we know, leads to a spiral of inflation, of inflating deficits from this government. We're heading towards a deficit of $30 billion, 3 times higher than what the Liberal Party promised in their election campaign. So, Madam Speaker, I have a lot to say, but I'd like to give the Minister the opportunity to explain himself. And for the 13th time, I would like to ask him how we are going to get back to a balanced budget for all Canadians. The Honourable Minister of Finance. Thank you, Madam Speaker. We know that it's very important to have an economy that will have better growth than what we saw over the last decade. That is why we have decided to make investments, major investments, to increase our level of growth. We have already started with investments in infrastructure. We've already started with ideas as to how we can help the middle class with their current situation. And with our measures, we are certain that we are going to have a higher level of growth in the future. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Victoria.
Madam Speaker, I rise and find myself in substantial agreement with the honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. It is really quite disturbing that after merely 1 hour of debate at report stage, a bill as important as C-29, after all, the budget implementation bill, will suddenly be subject to this guillotine motion. I think it's the 10th time, if I'm not mistaken. Who can keep count that the government has done that? I know it's only a tenth as much as the Conservatives did, but nevertheless, any Canadian watching who thinks this is real change will have to conclude that it is not. It's a very sad day, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd just like to point out that including the 2 days provided with the adoption of this motion, we will have provided 9 days of debate on this bill, not including the time the bill spent in committee. On Bill C-29, this has allowed more than 60 members of Parliament so far to participate in debate. We know that it's important, and we will continue to work collaboratively with all parties to try to come to a consensus on how much time is needed for debate, but we also need to be mindful that decisions on important financial legislation need to be taken. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Cariboo, Prince George.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we've talked about this before. The government has just invoked closure on this important bill. 338 members of Parliament have been elected to be the voices of the riding. And indeed, on this side, members have not had the opportunity to talk to this. And indeed, on the opposite side, members have not had the opportunity to talk to it. We just had a member from the official government actually get on record, I think, but it unfortunately might be the first time in a year that I've actually heard him speak. It came across as a heckle, but it indeed, Madam Speaker, members on all sides are being muzzled. So I ask through you, Madam Speaker, why is the government so keen and quick to vote or call closure on this bill when 338 members of Parliament, all of us should have a voice, all of us should be able to be the voice of our constituents. Indeed, the honourable colleague from the government across the way, you know, he's got something he'd like to say, Madam Speaker, and rather than a heckle, why doesn't he stand and speak to this debate? But we can't with this, with the closure. So, Madam Speaker, through you, why is it so important? Why is it so necessary that we invoke closure and shut these voices down, Madam Speaker?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, we know that it's important in this House to get things done on behalf of Canadians. We know that we need to move forward in a way that will make a real difference. I'd like to just give some statistics on our debate and our sittings. There are 55 sitting days in the September to December period, 7 supply days in this period, which the opposition can use as they see fit. There were 3 days of debate on the Paris Agreement, 1 day mandated by standing order to debate the standing orders of the House. That leaves only 44 days for the rest of government business. So with 9 days of debate, including today and tomorrow, that means we will have provided 20% of available time for government business on this bill alone. Madam Speaker, we think that that's appropriate.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And it's funny that the Minister of Finance says that it's 20% of the time available for debate because it's 100% of government spending that we're talking about in this budget implementation bill. I think about the member for Winnipeg North, who's always very indignant about opposition tactics and who, in the past, on the issue before us today, proposed an amendment to a bill to delete the short title of the bill. Madam Speaker, I don't understand why they're accusing the opposition of using tactics which prevent work from being done, but at the same time, we're losing time with motions like that. And last week we saw the government House Leader came in and she prevented us from tabling petitions for the second time in 2 weeks. Why? Well, because they're afraid of opposition tactics. But all they're doing is muzzling parliamentarians after just 1 hour of debate at report stage. That's absolutely unacceptable. Is this something that the Minister of Finance campaigned on when he promised real change? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Well, Madam Speaker, as I said, with 9 days of debate, we feel that that is enough. 20% of the available time for government orders devoted to this bill. But the important thing for us is that we have things to do for Canadians. We must make investments in our economy, and by doing so, we'll have a better future, and we need to start right now. That's our plan, Madam Speaker.
Then comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Chilliwack Hope.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I guess I can understand why the government wants to shut down debate on this finance bill to implement their budget. It's because they're embarrassed about their record, Mr. Speaker. The latest numbers, Statistics Canada said on Friday, for the second month in a row, all gains in jobs were in part-time positions. Some 8,700 full-time jobs were lost in November. Glusson Chef Chief Economist David Rosenberg said that the latest numbers were clearly a case of nice headlines, shame about the details. In fact, full-time employment in Canada has not risen in almost a year and a half. He said, that is, in a word, pathetic, and attests to an unusually high level of uncertainty among the business community writ large. So isn't the real reason the government is cutting off debate is because they are so embarrassed of their horrible economic performance?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Madam President, I think the thing that we want to make very clear is that we need to move forward on the measures that we have to improve the economy. What we're trying to do is ensure that we actually can improve full-time employment. So our job is to move forward on that basis. What we saw in the third quarter was we saw growth that was 3.5% in third quarter, which did exceed economists' expectations. We saw a level of employment that did decline in the third quarter. Yes, we know that we need to do more, and that is what we're moving forward on. That's why we're moving forward in this House to make sure that we can make the investments that will make a long-term future for Canadians, for people to get jobs so they can have successful lives.
And comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm looking on the Liberal website. This is the 2015 version of the Liberals, though, so maybe things have changed. We're under the topic of openness, transparency, and fairness, where they said the Conservative government has broken Canadians' trust, and they have a solution to this. One of the problems the Liberals had was this use of this tactic that we're seeing here today. After just 1 hour, notice was given that debate was going to be shut off. Liberals decried this in opposition, and they said it's no wonder that Canadians are ready for real change, and that they were going to send resolutions to Ottawa that would make sure, and I'm quoting from their own site here, Madam Speaker, that we need to make sure that Parliament is a place where all Canadians can serve their country. A Liberal government will restore Parliament as a place where accountable people with real mandates do serious work. That's the 2015 version of the Liberal Party when they're campaigning for the job. Now that they're doing the job, don't they find it so convenient to use the very same tactics that they decried? After just 1 hour of debate, they gave notice that the debate had to be shut down on the implementation of the budget. A significant and sweeping and broad bill that has many issues within it that members of Parliament would like to speak to, which is our job. Which is why we're here, and I include the backbenchers from the Liberal Party of Canada who sit in those seats and pretend to speak on behalf of their constituents as well. Is that not what this job is? Is that not why we come together? Why do we hear no complaints from the Liberals in the backbench who say, this is fine. We didn't like it when Mr. Harper did it, but we like when our guy does it. It's okay. It's the same tactic regardless of the party stripe. It's time to be consistent for once and allow this place to do its job on behalf of all Canadians.
I want to remind the member from Cambridge that if he has something to say, that he should get up during questions and comments and not yell it across the way. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Madam President.
Order. Again, I ask the member from Cambridge to refrain from yelling out. The Honourable Minister has the floor.
Madam President, I just want to be clear. This is not about tactics. This is about doing work for Canadians that we know needs to be done. This is about moving forward on consumer protection so that Canadians are protected. This is about moving forward on tax fairness so that we know that we've got a system that will work for all Canadians. I just want to repeat that including today and tomorrow, we will have had 9 days of debate on Bill C-29. On this has allowed more than 60 members of Parliament so far to participate in debate. And again, with 9 days of debate, including today and tomorrow, that means that we will have provided 20% of the available time for government business on this bill and this bill alone. It's important that we move forward. It's important that we make a measurable difference for Canadians, and that's what we intend on doing, Madam President.
And comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do have a question. Yes. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I do appreciate what it is that the Minister of Finance is saying, and would ask the Minister of Finance to, when we talk about a budget implementation bill, we're talking about the budget in general. And there are many things within this budget that Canadians will benefit by. We can talk about the Canada Child Benefit Program. We can talk about the Guaranteed Income Supplement Program. We can talk about the money spent on infrastructure. And when I hear from the opposition benches concerns regarding time and the time allocation, that there have been many days not only of debate, actual debate, but questions and answers. The minister made reference to the fact of how members have been able to get engaged up to 20% of all government business, which is a significant amount of time. I'm wondering if the Minister of Finance can just highlight how important it is that we just get, at some point, we need to get the job done in terms of getting the legislation passed. That is something in which this minister, as Minister of Finance, is ultimately responsible to do.
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Well, Madam President, I'd like to thank the honourable member for his question and point out that, yes, in fact, we've moved forward on important measures, and we want to get to closure on these important measures that are making a real difference for Canadians. We talked about some important things that we've moved forward on. We've moved forward to help single seniors, vulnerable seniors in our society, to get a 10% increase in the Guaranteed Income Supplement. We've moved forward on the Canada Child Benefit, which is helping literally hundreds of thousands of families. 300,000 children will be moved out of poverty. What we're starting to see, Madam Speaker, is we're starting to see that there's real impact on our economy. We saw in the third quarter that we started to have a turnaround in our economy. We know that that's as a result of the important work in Fort McMurray, but it's also because so many Canadian families that are struggling to get by now have access to the Canada Child Benefit, making a real difference for their families and also helping our economy. So that has a positive impact today and tomorrow, and it's something we need to move forward on so that we can actually continue to make a difference for the Canadian families.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. During the worst economic recession since the Great Recession, our government had the best job creation and economic growth record among G7 countries. We had the lowest tax rate in 50 years. During that same time, 200,000 jobs were created. We kept our promise to balance the budget and left the Liberals with a surplus during the worst recession since the Great Recession. So my question is there time allocation being in place here? Because in the arena of public opinion, the government can no longer afford to have revelations and affirmations of the facts on this side of the House that their tax hikes are not working and their deficit expenditures are not working to create jobs.
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, I think that it's important to consider the record that we came in on. We came in after 10 years. We were left a significant amount of additional debt by the previous government, over $100 billion of additional debt that was built up. We were left with the lowest growth rate in a period since the Great Depression. So we actually found ourselves in a situation where something had to be done to help Canadian families. And Madam Speaker, we moved forward on some things that are making a real and measurable difference already for Canadian families, helping those that are challenged, improving. Now the unemployment rate has declined. What we need to do is move forward on how we can create good long-term, full-time jobs for Canadians. We know that making investments in infrastructure, finding ways to ensure that our economy is innovative and successful, that will make a difference over the long term. That's what we're moving forward on. That's why we need to get this bill passed, so that we can move forward for the business of this House to help Canadians.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. We hear often from this government, well, we certainly heard a commitment that they wanted to hear from Canadians, and they wanted to hear from parliamentarians, whatever side of the House they were on. And time allocation on debate is obviously antithetical to that, Madam Speaker. And we hear often from Liberals in conversation that, they haven't used as many time allocation motions as the Harper Conservatives did. But, Madam Speaker, that's partly because they don't have anywhere near as much legislation on the order paper as the last government did. And so the variable we need to control for is the laziness of the government. If you look at the number of bills that received royal assent in the last Parliament, there were 122 of them. And there were 102 time allocation motions. That's 0.84 time allocation motions per bill that received royal assent. Up to today in this Parliament, there have been 9 bills that have received royal assent and 8 time allocation motions on those bills that received royal assent. That means a rate of 0.89. So how does this government justify using time allocation at a higher rate than the Harper government for the bills that they're getting through Parliament, Madam Speaker?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, I want to be clear. The way we measure success has everything to do with how much of a difference we are making for Canadians. The kinds of measurement that we make are measurements like how many single seniors that were in a vulnerable position before the Guaranteed Income Supplement top-up are now in a better position. That's an important measurement. How many children have been lifted above the low-income cutoff because we've increased the Canada Child Benefit? That matters, Madam Speaker. These are the kind of measures that matter. We're going to move forward on measures that are actually going to improve our growth rate. Madam Speaker, that's going to matter, and we're going to do it in a way that's inclusive, that ensures that Canadians actually from all incomes are actually doing better. Those are the kinds of measurements that matter. We are absolutely going to move forward to make a real difference for Canadians. That's what they expect us to do.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, I think what Canadians are seeing over and over and over again with this Liberal government is that they have a facade. So they say one thing. They say that they are going to respect Parliament, for example, and then as soon as Canadians, or in this case parliamentarians, kind of scratch away at the surface, we realize there is absolutely nothing behind the facade. They say one thing and then they do something completely different. Whether it's on deficit, whether it's on policy in the Middle East, whether it's on fighting ISIS, whether it's on fiscal policy, or whether it's on respecting Parliament, it's all a facade. The new House Leader came in saying that she was going to set a new tone, and I can tell you that on the opposition side of the House, we have been working in good faith with the government.
Yeah. Right.
We only asked for what the previous House Leader implemented as far as the ability to debate. He allowed 5 days at this report stage, at this stage of the previous Budget Implementation Act. We've had 1 hour, Madam Speaker, on this. So Canadians are seeing the complete charade that the Liberals are showing them, and they're not buying it. So I want to ask this Finance Minister. I don't want to hear the talking points that the House Leader gave him. I don't want to hear any talking points. I want to hear when they will start doing what's right for Canadians. When will they be authentic and real with Canadians and quit this act and this facade in everything that they do?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Well, Madam Speaker, I think that we have been pretty clear. We have said that we want to grow the economy for the middle class and for those people that are striving to get into the middle class. It's been a consistent message from the day we came into office. The very first thing we did, Madam Speaker, was we lowered taxes on middle class Canadians, entirely consistent with what we said we were going to do, helping the middle class. Then we move forward on helping those struggling to get in the middle class. The Canada Child Benefit is helping the poorest of Canadians to have a better outcome for their children. It's also helping middle-class Canadians to buy the things that they want for their families. We then moved forward and said, we're going to help single seniors who are in a vulnerable situation. Again, Madam Speaker, entirely consistent with what we said we were going to do. What we're doing now is we're moving forward on a long-term agenda to make investments that are going to help all Canadians with a more productive economy over the long term. This is what Canadians expect. They expect us to do things that are on their behalf and their children's behalf for today and for tomorrow, and that's exactly what we're going to do.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Just last year, the Liberals told us that they would be doing politics differently, that they would restore citizens' trust in institutions, that they would put the MPs back at the heart of our parliamentary system, that they would fight against cynicism, that they would turn the page to have a more healthy, open, and transparent approach that really listened to people. But today, Madam Speaker, what we see is that they're using the same tactics that used to be used before. They're muzzling MPs and preventing them from doing their work. It doesn't make any sense. There are 338 of us in this House, and the Liberal government has just limited the debate at this stage to 1 hour. 1 hour. Is that how you fight cynicism? Is that how you put MPs back at the heart of democracy? Is that how you restore trust in institutions? And what will it be next time? 5 minutes of debate and then that's it? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Madam Speaker, as I said, today and tomorrow, and in the future rather, we will be having 9 days of debate on C-29. And we know that 60 MPs have had the opportunity to participate in this debate, which is very important. But we also know that this is 20% of the time available for government orders in this session. So it's very important to have the time, and we have given the time to this, and that will allow us to do things for Canadians. That's our objective. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Red Deer Mountain View.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And certainly we had an opportunity today, just earlier, to talk about the percentage of bills that have seen time allocation, and I know that how frustrating that is for members on this side. With 1 hour of debate, I think that they should really be looking at some of the issues that have taken place, and of course they speak about real differences for Canadians. When you take a look at on page 240 of their budget, the chart where it has even less than 3%, the floor that the Conservatives had set after negotiations, and that's what we see in their budget for health care transfers. I think that this is something that people should recognize, and for the sham that it really is. And I wonder if perhaps the minister can talk about how that particular part got into the budget.
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, I think I'd like to just use some statistics from the previous government that might be helpful. In Bill C-4, which happened a number of years ago, which had 322 pages, there were 5 days at second reading under time allocation, 2 days at report stage under time allocation, and 1 day at third reading under time allocation. On Bill C-31, that was 380 pages, there were 5 days at second reading under time allocation, 2 days at report stage under time allocation, and 2 days at third reading under time allocation. For Bill C-29, on the other hand, which is only 244 pages, there were 6 days at second reading, there are 2 days at report stage, and 1 day at third reading. Madam Speaker, we are doing things in a way that will allow us to get our work done. We are doing it in a way that is appropriate so that Canadians can understand what we're trying to achieve for them and their families. That's the way we plan on moving forward to make a real difference to our economy and for Canadians over the long run.
In comments, questions et commentaires, the Honourable Member for Regina Louvain.
Madam Speaker, it's ironic that the government is using time allocation to ram through this budget, because the budget itself imposes a far more brutal type of time allocation on unemployed workers in Regina by depriving laid-off workers in our city of the additional weeks of employment insurance benefits that the budget provides everywhere else in Saskatchewan and across Alberta. On Friday, Statistics Canada reported that for the first time since 1989, Saskatchewan did not stay below the national unemployment rate. Last month and the month before were the only 2 months in the entire history of Statistics Canada's Labour Force Survey since 1976 that Saskatchewan had a higher unemployment rate than Quebec. In light of these figures, will the Finance Minister finally include Regina in the budget's extension of employment insurance?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, since the member opposite is talking about irony, I want to point out the irony that he is trying to slow down something that we know that will have an impact on our economy. We want to make investments that will help us to have long-term jobs in our country. That means making investments in infrastructure that will have an impact across the country, but importantly in Saskatchewan. It means moving forward in the kinds of things that we know we can do to actually make a difference for people. We've made some difference on employment insurance, and now we need to think about how we can make a long-term difference, especially for those parts of our country like Alberta, Saskatchewan, Newfoundland and Labrador that are actually in struggling situation. We need to make the kind of long-term investments that will make a difference there. That's what we intend on moving forward on, and we hope to have the approval of the other side of the House in order to do that.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to add my voice to the chorus of people who are so disappointed that after 1 hour
The Prime Minister is shutting down debate on something that's very important to our economy, economic policy that we're developing, and we're shutting down debate after 1 hour. But, Madam Speaker, I have a specific question for the Minister. Why would a government member move motion number 1, which actually deletes a clause of a government bill? Could the Minister explain to Canadians, explain to parliamentarians, why a government member would move to delete a clause of a government bill? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, we're focusing on what we can really do to help Canadians and not on questions that aren't really going to move forward the important work that we need to do for them. And that's why we want to move forward on this as rapidly as we can. We know that at a time where many families are struggling, we've seen significant increases in unemployment in Alberta. We've seen challenges in Saskatchewan. We've seen challenges in Newfoundland and Labrador. The time to move is now. Canadians don't expect us to be bantying about over tactics. They don't expect us to be talking about small little clauses. They want us to make a difference for them and their families. That's what we want to do by moving forward to make the kind of investments that will make a difference. That's what we hope will make a difference in the future for Canadians.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's often been said that if the only tool you have is a hammer, every problem begins to look like a nail. And I remember my partner from Skinny-Bulky Valley reading out the 2015 edition of the Liberals. Well, let's not forget the 2012 edition of the Liberals, when the member for Winnipeg North often criticized the Conservative government for ramming through legislation, not working with the opposition, and the moral outrage. My question to the Minister of Finance is, what happened? Where's the moral outrage today? What's changed your stripes? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Well, Madam Speaker, I want to come back to the situation that we find ourselves in. We are saying that with 9 days of debate, including today and tomorrow, we will have provided 20% of the available time for government business this fall on this bill and this bill alone. We know this is an important bill. We know that we need to move forward in order to make a difference for Canadians. That's what we're working to do, and we look forward to the support of the other side of the House.
We have time for a very brief question. Réponse bref. The honourable member for Saint-Boniface-Saint-Vital.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm wondering if the honourable member of the Minister of Finance could knows that Budget 2016 has been very positive for Manitoba in terms of infrastructure. In the riding of Provencher, the village of St. Pierre has received $1.5 million for lagoon expansion. In the riding of Selkirk Interlake, the city of Selkirk has received $3 million for water supply. In the riding of Selkirk,
I just have to, I did indicate that just a very brief question, so if we want the Minister to answer, we have to get the Minister to answer right now. So the Honourable Finance Minister.
Well, I want to thank the member for his question and comment, and it's exactly the case that we have moved forward on these sort of projects to make a real difference in Manitoba and other parts of the country where those investments will help Canadian families today and tomorrow.
It is my duty to interrupt the proceedings at this time and put forthwith the question on the motion now before the House. Madame Chagger, appuyée par Monsieur Morneau.
Mrs. Chagger, seconded by Mr. Morneau, moves that concerning Bill C-29, a second act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 22, 2016, and other measures, that no further days of debate be added at this stage, and that 1 day be allocated for third reading.
The expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration at report stage and on the day allotted to the consideration at third reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn every question necessary for the disposal of the stages of the bill then under consideration shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes. All those in favour of the motion, please say yea. Que tous ceux qui s'y opposent.
All those opposed to the motion will please say nay.
À mon avis, les oui l'ont.
In my opinion, the yeas have it.
Call in the members.
The question is the following one.
Madame Chagger, appuyé par...
Ms. Chagger, seconded by Mr. Morneau, moved that in relation to Bill C-29, a second act to implement certain provisions of the budget, tabled in Parliament on March 22nd, 2016, and other measures, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration at report stage of the bill, and one sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration at third reading stage of the said bill, and
15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration at report stage, and on the day allotted to the consideration at third reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn every question necessary for the disposal of the stage of the bill then under consideration shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment.
All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Sajjan.
Mr. Sajjan.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Chagger.
Ms. Chagger.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil La Petite Nation.
Ms. Kara.
Ms. Kara.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Picard.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Cuzner.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Monsieur Lametti.
Mr. Lametti.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Mr. Cesar Chauvin.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Alislav.
Ms. Alislav.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Monsieur Schiffke.
Monsieur Schiffke.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Pesky-Salido.
Mr. Pesky-Salido.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Ananda Sangri.
Mr. Ananda Sangri.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Monsieur Bayless.
Monsieur Bayless.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Ms. de Bruson.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. DeMoff.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. de Courcy.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Diorio.
Mr. Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Grewal.
Mr. Grewal.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Yakuno.
Mr. Yakuno.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Kung.
Mr. Kung.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Monsieur McKinnon Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon Gatineau.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massey Avignon Lamitis Matan
Monsieur
Matapédia.
Massé Avignon, Lamitis, Matan, Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
McLeod, Northwest Territory.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Monsieur Miller Ville-Marie du Sud-Ouest Île des Sœurs.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île des Sœurs.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsui Fraser Canyon.
Sidhu, Mission Matsui Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Tan.
Tan.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mrs. McLeod Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Monsieur Lebel.
Monsieur Lebel.
Ms. Watts.
Ms. Watts.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Monsieur Reyes.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Monsieur Lauzon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Monsieur Lauzon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Law.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Urdega.
Mr. Urdega.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Jenis.
Mr. Jenis.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mrs. Wagentall.
Mrs. Wagentall.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Saganash.
Monsieur Saganash.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands. Yeas pour 163, 163. Nays contre 105, 105.
I declare the motion adopted. The Honourable Opposition House Leader has a point of order, I believe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And while I want to ensure that I don't comment on the current or past presence of any member of Parliament, which I know is out of order, my point of order does have to do with the future. We noticed that today the Prime Minister has a meeting scheduled right at 2:15. The event is one of the meetings he has, I believe one of the only meetings he has today, and we know the meeting is here in Ottawa. We want to be able to help the Prime Minister accommodate his open and accountable government, the message that he gave to his ministers, and he quoted in that, he said in that he thought it was important to be in Parliament to answer honestly and accurately. So in order to help the Prime Minister do that, I would ask for unanimous consent of the House to move question period for today as follows. That notwithstanding any standing orders or usual practice of the House on Monday, December 5th, 2016, members may make statements pursuant to Standing Order 31 at 4 p.m. instead of 2 p.m. An oral question shall be taken up not later than 4:15 p.m. instead of 2:15 p.m. in order to help the Prime Minister. And the House shall proceed to the ordinary daily routine of business at 5 p.m. instead of 3 p.m., followed by government orders.
Does the Honourable Opposition House Leader have the unanimous consent of the House to move the motion? There is no consent. Orders of the day.
Government Orders, Government Bills, Commons, resuming debate at report stage and on motions in group number 1 of Bill C-29, Budget Implementation Act 2016. Number 2.
I wish to inform the House that due to debate on the time allocation motion, government orders will be extended by 30 minutes.
Order. I encourage members to have their discussions out in the lobbies, and let's have a round of shh. I thank honourable colleagues. Resuming debate. I'll just wait a moment before we do that. And resuming debate, the honourable member for Chilliwack Hope.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it is always a pleasure to speak in this House, even if it is after the government has decided that not very many members of Parliament should actually get that opportunity, and that's what we're facing here again today. We're seeing the government they're very proud of the fact that 60 members of Parliament have spoken to this. Mr. Speaker, last time I checked, there's 336 members in this House of Commons currently, 2 vacancies. So that's less than 20% of members of Parliament being afforded an opportunity to speak on the Budget Implementation Act, and this government has brought down the hammer. They've shut off the debate, and they don't want members of Parliament to be able to speak in this House. And Mr. Speaker, it's kind of funny. I've just done the Liberals' mydemocracy.ca survey, where they ask things about, do you think members of Parliament should better represent their constituents, or should they toe the party line? Well, Mr. Speaker, we've seen their preference here today. Instead of representing their constituents, instead of getting up and defending their own budget, they get up and defend cutting off the debate in this House. Mr. Speaker, it's shameful, but it's becoming a part of their routine business. They said, Mr. Speaker, trust us, we will do things so much differently. Real change, Mr. Speaker. Well, the only real change is after Friday, a single hour of debate on the Budget Implementation Act at this stage, they've brought in time allocation, which for the people at home means they no longer want members of Parliament to be able to debate this. And Mr. Speaker, it's no wonder they don't want Canadians to and the members of Parliament to be debating this bill, because it's about their economic performance. The Budget Implementation Act speaks to their ineptitude, quite frankly, on the economy. And that's what we're seeing day after day and time after time, is that their economic plan, if you could even call it that, is not working. Just this Friday, Mr. Speaker, we had Statistics Canada said on Friday that for the second month in a row, all job gains were in part-time positions, and notice the jobless rate only fell because fewer people were seeking work. Some 8,700 full-time jobs were lost in November. Gluskin's chief economist David Rosenberg said that the latest numbers were clearly a case of nice headline, shame about the details. In fact, full-time employment in Canada has not risen in almost a year and a half. Mr. Speaker, what else happened just a little over a year ago? Oh, it's right, Mr. Speaker. This government took office, and since they've taken office, they have not created a single net full-time new job, Mr. Speaker.
Not one.
It is outrageous. This government's record, they have not created a single net new job. And they talk about how this is, we need to get this passed so that we can deliver on our economic platform. Mr. Speaker, we need to prevent that from happening as much as possible, because it's been an unmitigated disaster. They have misled Canadians time after time, and their budget is the primary example of where they have done that. Mr. Speaker, I want to continue to quote from David Rosenberg, who said that the Liberal economic performance is, in a word, pathetic, and attests to a usually high level of uncertainty among the business community writ large. 8,700 jobs lost just in November, Mr. Speaker, and that in addition to the 100,000 jobs that have been lost in the energy sector since this government took office. Their plan, if you can call it that, is simply failing Canadians. And it's, Madam Speaker, it's a litany of broken promises. That's what this budget is, and the Budget Implementation Act is as well. They promised in the last campaign, they promised that they would have a $10 billion deficit and that it would be gone within the time of their mandate. Within 4 years, there would be no deficit. We'd be back to a balanced budget, Mr. Speaker. 1 year later, it's now a $30 billion deficit, and there is no plan to ever get back to a balanced budget. That is the Liberal record. They no longer even pretend that they're going to get back to a balanced budget after our Conservative government left them with $2.9 billion in surplus, Mr. Speaker. Yes, over 1.3 million net new jobs. That was our record. And in 1 year, they've blown through the entire contingency fund that they'd set aside in their first budget, and they're 3 times more money in debt, Mr. Speaker. And what does that mean? It means that future generations, our children and grandchildren, will pay higher taxes to pay that money back. Canadians know when they borrow money, they have to pay it back. And this government has said, well, we were just going to borrow a little bit. It was going to spur the economy on to create all kinds of jobs. Hasn't happened, Madam Speaker. It's a record of broken promises. They said as well they would be cutting the small business tax rate for communities like mine in Chilliwack and Hope. Small and medium-sized enterprises in Chilliwack and Hope are the backbone of my community. And every major party in this place promised in the last election that we would cut the small business tax rate to 9%, from 11 to 9%. Every single one of us here in the major parties and the recognized parties campaign on cutting the small business tax rate to 9%. Well, Mr. Speaker, what do we see? The Liberals got into power and, well, sorry, small business owners who create all of the employment in this country, who create the jobs. We don't have the money for you. We've got to spend it on other things. We are running a $30 billion deficit, but we can't afford to keep our promises to you. Instead, we're going to raise your payroll taxes. We're going to make it more expensive for you to hire people. We're not only going to not give you the break we promised, we're going to make it more expensive. And it's no surprise, Mr. Speaker, given the comments of the Prime Minister during the campaign, when he said that small businesses were simply a way for rich Canadians to avoid paying their fair share of taxes. That's what the Liberal Party believes about small businesses in Canada, that they're simply avoiding taxes and avoiding their obligations to Canadians. They're making life more expensive for the people in my riding by raising their taxes, and they talk as well about how they're raising taxes on the wealthiest Canadians and cutting them for lowest income Canadians. Except, Mr. Speaker, they're doing nothing of the sort. In my riding, the average income is $34,787 per year. Guess how much the average income earner in Chilliwack Hope got from the Liberal tax cuts? Zero, Madam Speaker, zero. They don't make enough money to qualify for the Liberal tax cuts because they kicked in at $45,000 a year. So the person who actually makes the most money off of the Liberal income tax cuts is someone making $199,000 a year. Mr. Speaker, that might be who the Liberals represent. In my riding, that's not who I represent. I represent middle and low-income Canadians who were looking for a break. They were promised a tax break from this government, and they got nothing. Another group that has gotten nothing from this government is the natural resource sector. I was honoured to be named the Natural Resources Critic, and it's a tough time for our natural resource industries, Mr. Speaker. And right now in committee, we've been studying the mining industry. And mining company after mining company has come before the committee to say that a carbon tax will put more people out of work, and it may prevent projects from even starting, Madam Speaker. That is how serious this is. And when we see this government as well, they have not adjusted their plan at all, given the surprising outcome in the United States, where we now have President-elect Trump who says he's going to cut corporate taxes. He's going to cut business taxes. He has no intention of bringing in a carbon tax. And yet these Liberals continue on as though nothing has changed, as if it's still Barack Obama it's going to be in the White House in another month or so. And Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, things have changed. The landscape has dramatically shifted. And if we do not adjust, we will continue to see massive outflows of capital from the natural resource sector to other jurisdictions. Businesses are going to leave this country. Jobs are going to be leaving this country, and yet this government has done nothing except make it more expensive for businesses to operate in Canada. It is shameful, Mr. Speaker. It's the 100,000 lost jobs that have in the energy sector as a result that have happened since this government took office will seem like the good old days if they continue down this path where people continue to look for lower-cost jurisdictions in which to operate. So, Mr. Speaker, this is not a plan to get Canadians back to work. It's not a plan to make life more affordable for Canadians. It is a failed plan. It is a litany of broken promises, and we on this side of the House will not support it.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
I thank my colleague and I listen to him with great interest. Madam Speaker, I'm surprised, and I'm sure the member can help me understand. The first thing this government, the member said that few people in his riding would be impacted. Let me remind him what we've done for people in his own riding. So when we cut taxes for 9 million Canadians, is he saying to this House that there's no one in his riding that's going to benefit? When we introduced the Canada Child Benefit, 9 families out of 10 in this same country, Madam Speaker, are going to be better off. Is he saying to people watching at home that there's nobody in his riding who's going to benefit from the Canada Child Benefit? We've increased the GIS top-up, Madam Speaker. 900,000 seniors are going to be better in Canada because of that. Is he pretending that there's no seniors in his riding is going to benefit? We've improved also for youth in our country, Madam Speaker, increasing the grant for students. I'm sure their student is running. So my question to him is, why we did not support measure that's going to help the same people who send him to Ottawa?
The honourable member for Chilliwack Hope.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Madam Speaker, my apologies. Of course, if he had been listening to my speech, he would note that the average income in my riding does not qualify for the so-called middle-class tax cut of this government. They get nothing from it.
They don't listen.
And so he wants to walk past that. They also don't get, there has not been a single net new job created, Madam Speaker. The small businesses, as I said, who are counting on that tax cut that he promised when he was going door to door, have got nothing from this government. They have broken that promise. Mr. Speaker, my constituents know that when a government comes in, they are expected to keep their promises, not break every single milestone that they promised that they would deliver on within a few short months, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and to my Conservative colleague, fellow British Columbian down the way, a question for him about perhaps not what's in this Budget Implementation Act, which is, of course, under this guillotine of a time allocation, which the Liberals said they wouldn't use. But that was the 2015 Liberals. I guess these are the different ones. The notion, though, of because we have a lot of fundamental challenges in our economy. We can see the economic numbers that my friend points out and that are universally accepted, that the economy is sputtering at best, and I'm being complimentary. Yet we've seen a government go out and borrow an extraordinary amount of money, much more so than they promised to, and we're wondering where the results are. And I'm wondering, a question about this is that there's a lot of incentives in our tax system for manufacturing and some other businesses, but not a lot for adding value to our natural resources. There seems to be remaining in forestry and oil and other industries the raw resource extraction model still in place. Wondering if there's any suggestions that he might have to improve the state of the Canadian economy to change that particular conundrum.
The honourable member for Chilliwack Hope.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley for his question. I think under a Conservative government, we certainly took steps to improve the tax regime for manufacturers, for natural resource industries, to make sure that the accelerated capital cost allowance for LNG, for instance, in my province of British Columbia, will be a big advantage. I think there are always opportunities to to incentivize the behaviours that we want to see in Canada. But you don't do that by raising taxes on small businesses. You don't do that by raising payroll taxes on small businesses, which is exactly what this government has done, which they promised they wouldn't do. I think Canadians are waking up to the fact that this government is a government that breaks its promises.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Saint-Boniface-Saint-Vital.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, the honourable member. Completely disagree with his assumptions. Budget 2016 has been very positive for my province. The riding that's benefited the most, amongst the most, is Selkirk-Interlake. $3.5 million for a new water treatment system in Gimli, $3 million for a new wastewater treatment facility in Selkirk. Why does the opposition continue to vote against a budget that is so beneficial to the province of Manitoba, especially the rural municipalities?
From the member for Chilliwack Hope, please.
Well, of course, Madam Speaker, we thank Stephen Harper for that infrastructure plan that was the biggest and broadest in Canadian history. And we also thank the Member of Parliament for Selkirk-Interlake, one of the finest members of Parliament in this House and certainly in Manitoba, for getting the job done for his constituents.
Reprise au débat, resuming debate. L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to speak today about Bill C-29 and to invite colleagues on both sides of the House to support this bill, which represents a step forward for Canadian society. And as I said earlier, Madam Speaker, it's a bill that will help families, that will help all Canadians. So I invite our colleagues to support it. Our government made a solemn promise to Canadians. We promised to support the middle class who are working hard every day and those who are working just as hard to join the middle class. This is why the government presented the 2016 budget, which I am proud to defend here today in this House, particularly the Second Budget Implementation Act, of which we are seized today. Our government presented a bold budget, which is designed thinking of those who are working hard to feed their families and who feel that they are losing ground. We've included measures that will ensure growth for the middle class. We will stimulate economic growth in the country, because when the economy works for the middle class, Madam Speaker, the entire country benefits from a cycle of growth. We listened to Canadians from coast to coast before tabling this budget, and we heard their needs. They told us they needed to breathe a little bit when it comes to their finances. So one of the first things we did was to cut taxes. Nearly 9 million Canadians have more money in their pockets thanks to one of our government's very first actions. That was the first thing we did, was cutting taxes for the middle class. This allows them to save more and to invest more in their own priorities. Within the middle class, we find many families, Madam Speaker. And in our bold budget, there is social innovation that directly helps families. Families, Madam Speaker, who live in each and every one of the ridings represented here in this House. This is innovation. We have an innovative program called the Canada Child Benefit that came into force last July 1st. I will give you some figures because they speak for themselves. And for all those who are listening today, I'd like them to understand that for every child under the age of 6 years, a family can have up to $6,400 per year or $533 per month per child. For children from 6 to 18 years of age, there is $5,400 per year maximum for each child. This is a true innovation because it represents a direct investment in the middle class here in the country. The Canada Child Benefit is leading to real results, Madam Speaker, results that are felt all across the country in each one of our ridings. First of all, the Canada Child Benefit is much more generous than the previous program. For families getting the benefit, it's nearly $2,300 more per year for the 2016-17 fiscal year. It's also a simpler program because families receive a single payment every month. It's also tax-free, so the money received does not have to be partly paid back at the time that families file their taxes. It is also better targeted, Madam Speaker. Middle-income and low-income families receive a higher benefit, while families with high income received lower benefits compared to those that they received under the previous government. I'm pleased to tell you that the bill that we are debating today will only improve this benefit. And of course, Madam Speaker, it will also improve the lives of children and families in this country. Benefits will also be indexed to inflation starting in 2020, which means that benefits will increase in line with the cost of living. In addition to helping Canadians, the bill will also protect Canadian consumers, providing them with appropriate protection. So this bill will strengthen and modernize the consumer protection framework for financial products and services in Canada. We also need to ensure that the financial system is able to adapt. The financial system has already dealt with the 2008 financial crisis and emerged from that. There are many technological changes shaking the entire world due to new consumer demands and new types of consumption. The banking sector, thus, needs to adapt to the new reality. So the bill proposes the following: simplifying and consolidating current consumer protection provisions by gathering them together under a single part of the law that deals with banks. We've presented amendments to the Banking Act to improve consumer protections, and this means, Madam Speaker, that we will be guaranteeing better access to basic banking services, limiting certain commercial practices, ensuring that consumers have access to all the information they need to make enlightened decisions, better organizing the complaints system, and improving governance and corporate social responsibility. The Canadian government is taking a leadership role with these measures to improve the financial protection of Canadian consumers in all parts of the country, Madam Speaker. This is a question of trust, and it is important to support these measures. I have just a little bit of time to speak to you about another important measure included in this bill.
The legislation which targets tax avoidance and tax evasion. We are including measures that will help to deal with tax avoidance and evasion in cooperation and conjunction with other countries and international organizations. This bill puts forth the adoption of tools flowing from the G20 and the OECD. First of all, we have the country-by-country declaration. This is an instrument that will require large corporations to declare their activities and the nature of their activities in each jurisdiction where they operate. That will enable Revenue Canada to have an overall view of the multinational activities underway. This tool will tax benefits or revenues for these companies in the jurisdiction where they occur. And this will help to deal with the tax avoidance. Another part of the bill deals with tax evasion. It was a tool developed by the OECD. It is an automatic tool for exchange of information. It will require Canadian financial institutions to put in place mechanisms to identify all accounts held by non-residents, Canadian non-residents. This information will have to be sent on to Revenue Canada, and the some 100 countries that have identified the standard, adopted the standard rather, will identify the accounts held by Canadians. There are also a number of mechanisms for security to ensure the exchange of information between the signatories, or among the signatories rather, and this will ensure tax fairness for all companies located in Canada. I would encourage all members to vote in favor of this bill. It's a bill, Madam Speaker, that will help each family in this country. There are people, Madam Speaker, who are waiting for this Parliament to enact the legislation for families who so dearly need the assistance. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the speech from the Parliamentary Secretary. When the Liberals refused to move on their promise to lower the small business tax rate, I know a lot of small business owners across Canada felt a little bit of a betrayal because they really are the lifeblood of the Canadian economy. And furthermore, we know a lot of small business owners, in order to make sure that their business succeeds, pay themselves quite a low salary just to make sure that they can keep up with the costs, make sure that their employers have a standard of living. So under the Liberals' tax measures, they are not only going to get a benefit of the small business tax rate, but they're also going to miss out because they may not pay themselves enough to qualify for the middle income tax bracket. So I just would like to hear the Parliamentary Secretary's comments in response to those people who feel a double betrayal, who work in small business, and we're really hoping for a lot more.
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his important question. Madam Speaker, what we did is very simple. When we went across Canada, and I went from Moncton to Yellowknife in budget 2016, met thousands of Canadians, and met a number of small businesses, and what they've told us, Madam Speaker, and they say, invest in the economy. That's what small business want across this country, Madam Speaker, is an economy that's going to work for the middle class, because when it works for the middle class, it works for the entirety of this country. That's what small business wanted. And in addition, Madam Speaker, the first thing we did was to reduce taxes for the middle class, giving more money in the pockets of people who can go in these small businesses and buy the goods and services. That's the same thing with the Canada Child Benefit, Madam Speaker. We put money in the pockets of Canadian families so they can invest, they can save, and make sure that their children are going to be better off. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his remarks. Madam Speaker, during the campaign, the Liberals were very clear that they would run a deficit, a modest deficit, they said, of about $10 billion. And we know that's ballooned to well over $30 billion. And in this House, Madam Speaker, many times my colleague has asked the Minister, when will the government return to balanced budgets? Now, the Minister wasn't able to answer, so I'm wondering if my Parliamentary Secretary colleague would answer the question when Canadians can expect this government to return our spending to a balanced budget. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire au ministre.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I'm happy to respond to the member because actually that's a question they raised. And we've repeated our priority is about growth, Madam Speaker, is about investing in Canadian families because you know what? Confident economies today invest in their people and their economy. That's exactly the choice we've made, is to invest in our economy, to grow our economy, inclusive growth that's going to benefit families across the nation and middle-class families. So the members knows well that our policy have not only been applauded in our country, Madam Speaker, but they've been applauded around the world. We have the lowest debt-to-GDP ratio in the G7 and G20 countries, Madam Speaker, which allow us, obviously, to invest in the economy. That's what we're going to continue to do.
Remind members that when a member has the floor, he deserves the respect that the other people get when they ask questions. Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. L'honorable député de Bécancour.
The Honourable Member for Bécancour, Nicolet Sorel. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to ask my colleague opposite something simple. Bill C-29. The National Assembly, all four parties, adopted a unanimous motion denouncing the bill because there is a Consumer Protection Act that exists in Quebec. For example, with a credit card, if it's stolen, the largest amount that an individual who's lost his or her card is on the hook for is $50. With this, it's up to the bank. The bank has discretion, and the bank could claim the credit card holder reimburse the full amount that was stolen or charged up by the thief. So how can the government take such an attack on a measure that has been adopted by the Quebec government? It's been in place for 40 years. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Well, I'd like to thank the Honourable Member. We meet on a regular basis, and I would say to him, The answer is as simple as his question was. We are working in the best interest of Canadians, Madam Speaker. What the Marcotte decision called upon us to do is to clarify our position for consumer protection. So not only are we clarifying it, we've simplified the legislation, Madam Speaker, to protect Canadian consumers because that's what they asked us to do, and that is what we did in this bill.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It was only 13 months ago when I attended an orientation session for new members of Parliament here in Ottawa. And we had a cameo appearance from the Prime Minister, which was very much appreciated by all of us. During that cameo appearance, he said, "The role of opposition is to make government better." I fail to see how bringing time limitations to debate works towards that objective of making government better, but I will do my best in the time I have to make some suggestions on how we can make this a better bill. I want to start with small businesses and, of course, with the tax break for the middle class. And, of course, in my riding of Kootenay, Columbia, when I tell people about the tax break for the middle class, which goes from $45,000 up to potentially, let's say, $190,000, quite frankly, Madam Speaker, my constituents just shake their heads. We did put forward an amendment to that to try and bring it down to $20,000 to $45,000, and that amendment was defeated in this House. But I can assure you that middle class in my riding of Kootenay, Columbia is not $45,000 to $190,000. In terms of small businesses, I'm holding a series of sessions around the riding, meeting with small businesses and bringing together a representative of the provincial government, municipal government, along with myself representing federal government, to talk to small businesses about how we can really help them get ahead. And interesting enough, what they had on their list, and this was from a meeting I held recently in Fernie, in terms of how to help small businesses, you won't find too much of congruity between that and what's in the current bill from our friends across the floor. I'll just read you their list of how to help small businesses. Payroll taxes. Businesses want a clearer understanding of how they're being used. Temporary foreign workers program. Program is cumbersome and needs fixing. $1,000 fee is too high. No clear path to citizenship. So turnover is high. They thought there should be an increase in minimum wage. There's a need for subsidized, affordable housing units. This is from small businesses, Madam Speaker. Redesign programs to be suitable for small businesses rather than just targeting medium-sized businesses and manufacturing. There's a real lack of support for small business programs. Expand youth employment programs. Introduce a scientific development tax credit, currently not available for sole proprietorships. Adopt digital technology. The digital technology adoption program should be redeveloped for use by small businesses. And recognize and rectify the reality of the digital divide in rural areas and small communities, which is a barrier to cloud-based systems. And redefine broadband to bring to the level of modern requirements. Right now, the definition of broadband is too low in terms of speed. Canada Post needs to reinstate more affordable shipping options, such as particularly for books. We have a book publisher in my riding. It can cost him more to ship a book via Canada Post than it does in terms of the profit he makes on that particular book. And credit card fees are too high for small local businesses. So these are things coming right from small businesses that, had they been included in this budget, would have made this a much better budget for small businesses. I want to turn now to helping people in need and in real need. You know, 15% of Canadian children live in poverty, and for Aboriginal children, that number is 27%. And in my home province of BC, the rate of child poverty is even worse than the Canadian average at 19.8%. And the majority of these children have parents in paid work. So you think about that for a moment. 1 in every 5 children in British Columbia are living in poverty. My colleague from St. Hyacinthe Bagot had a recommendation for Bill C-245 that would help fix some of that by bringing in the Office of the Commissioner for Poverty Reduction. and proposing a national council for the promotion of social inclusion and elimination of poverty. Mr. Speaker, approximately 35,000 Canadians are homeless on any given night in the year, and 1 in 5 households are at risk of homelessness because they spend over 50% of their income just to secure shelter. Yet over the past 25 years, while the population of Canada has increased by 30%, national housing investment has decreased by 46%. We need a national housing strategy, and I know the government has one on the books, but we really need to see the details to see whether that is really going to help the groups that need it. And this morning I met with a group called Inclusion BC, and number 1 on their list is also affordable housing for people who are living with challenges. And they want that housing to be integrated so that people with challenges are part of a regular community and not set aside in special housing. So affordable housing for all Canadians is really important moving forward. But we do need to see and hear a little bit more about what's in the budget around that particular initiative. Infrastructure. As a former mayor, I can tell you how important, of course, having access to dollars for infrastructure is, particularly for smaller communities. I was mayor of a community that had about 20,000 people. And when you look at the current formula that was in place for many years, which was a one-third formula, where the municipality had to come up with the first one-third, provincial government the second one-third, federal government the one-third, their one-third. For small communities, coming up with that first one-third is a real challenge. And I'll just give you a quick example. In Cranbrook, if we wanted to raise $1 million through property taxes, every 1% increase in property tax equals $200,000. So to raise $1 million to meet our one-third, that's a 5% increase in property taxes. Madam Speaker, you're not very popular as a mayor with a 5% increase in property taxes just to cover one project. So as the infrastructure project rolls out, we need to make sure that the federal government continues to provide at least 50% of that infrastructure dollars, and that the provinces continue to provide their 33 1/3%, reducing municipalities' input to a little over 16%. Infrastructure funding needs to be long-term so that municipalities can plan. It shouldn't be just 1 year at a time. We need to change the definition of infrastructure. Again, those of you who have worked for municipalities know that infrastructure is generally considered to be sewer, water, roads, and storm drains. We need to add dark fiber and high-speed internet as a basic, fundamental piece of infrastructure in all communities moving forward. So great to see some money in infrastructure, but how that money rolls out is really important. And I can tell you in 2014, the Conservatives announced a multi-billion-dollar infrastructure program, and none of it made it to us in the municipalities that year, at least out in rural areas. And in the end, my Conservative colleague at the time, who was our Member of Parliament, blamed the province for not getting on board and getting the money out. But we need to make sure that the infrastructure dollars actually make it out into communities. I want to talk a little bit about the private sector and involvement in infrastructure. We had one project in Cranbrook, and this was prior to when I became mayor, which was our recreational complex, which was a private-public partnership. That partnership went bad, and the city had to buy out the private partner. We ended up with about 15 years worth of 8% loans, locked in at 8% and higher, that we could not get out of, even though as a municipality we could borrow money at about 2%. From a special fund in British Columbia. So from Cranbrook's perspective, privatization of infrastructure does not work. And to me, the thought of selling airports or bridges just to reduce the deficit, this $30 to $40 billion deficit, is absolutely the wrong way to try and get a deficit under control. You don't sell your assets in order to pay down debt. So, Madam Speaker, those are just a few of the ways I think that this budget could be improved. There are some good things in that budget, but there are many ways to make it better, and I do hope that we can see a better future for poverty, for small businesses, and the way infrastructure is handled in Canada and, of course, in Kootenay, Columbia. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I suspect that the member across the way, as many of the New Democratic members of Parliament, are having a difficult time with this piece of legislation for the simple reason is, Madam Speaker, is that it implements the budget. A good news budget that addresses so many of the needs of Canada's middle class and those aspiring to be a part of it. It addresses the issue of poverty, whether it's poverty with seniors, poverty with children, literally lifting thousands of Canadians out of poverty, Mr. Speaker, or Madam Speaker. This is all good news. The member made reference to infrastructure. We have a record amount of billions of dollars going into Canada's infrastructure. Every region of this country is going to benefit by this budget, Madam Speaker, in a profoundly positive way. My question to the member is, why does he believe that the NDP are going to be voting against what is likely the most progressive budget we've seen in decades?
The Honourable Member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As with many things in life, of course, the devil's in the detail. And what we would like to have seen is a better budget. For example, indexing that Canada Child Benefit rather than waiting for 5 years to increase it. So as inflation goes up over the next 5 years, of course, the value of that contribution is going to decrease, bringing more people back down into poverty. On infrastructure, as I said, it'll depend on how the money rolls out and whether or not you make it easy for municipalities to actually access the money. So I think you potentially had a start that will benefit some Canadians, but I do think in the end there are a number of improvements that would have made this budget much better.
Before we go to statements, I just want to remind the member that he will have about 3 minutes left for questions and comments when the debate continues. Statements by members, déclaration de députés, l'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Sackville, Preston, Chesapeake.
It's a pleasure for me to stand today and speak about the youth in my riding of Sackville, Preston, Chesapeake. That'll be the inaugural meeting we had with the Youth Constituency Council that we had last month. Let it be the visits I did in the classroom since the election, or let it be my 30 years of experience in education. I can tell you that the young people of today are very engaged and involved and contributing to our communities.
Madam Speaker, today's youth take important societal issues to heart. Whether it be, well, in my discussions with them, they talk about how they want a price on carbon. They've talked about how they want to ensure that public transit gets new investment. They've spoken about the importance of ensuring that post-secondary education is more accessible, and they want additional resources for mental health research and treatment.
The Honourable Member for Markham Unionville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week I attended 2 wonderful Christmas parades in my riding of Markham Unionville. Thousands of families with children lined the streets up to greet the jolly old man himself, Santa Claus. The annual Markham Santa Claus Parade is organized every year by Rotary Club of Markham. I want to thank Peter Sillis and his team for doing an outstanding job. In Unionville, the old-time Christmas parade is organized every year by Unionville BIA. It is an uplifting parade lit up with candle lights along beautiful Main Street, Unionville. I want to thank Judy McIntyre and her team of volunteers for once again organizing this parade. May the true meaning of Christmas fill your heart and homes with many blessings. I want to wish you, Mr. Speaker, and my colleagues in the House, and to Canadians from coast to coast, Merry Christmas. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Laurentide-Labelle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last Friday, along with 2 of my assistants, I participated in Operation Red Nose for the Maison des Jeunes in Saint-Adèle. Last week, we did the same for the Maison des Jeunes in Mont-Laurier. Next week, we'll be with the organizers of the Foundation de l'École de Méandre in Rivière-Rouge, and on the 23rd with the Maison des Jeunes in Mont-Tremblant. I've participated in Operation Red Nose for 4 years because I believe in it. Since 1984, across the country, devoted volunteers are out to the wee hours of the morning to make sure that drivers and their vehicles get home safely from holiday festivities. I'm proud, Mr. Speaker, that my team of assistants and myself are among the 50,000 volunteers who help save lives by getting people home. Hats off to those who contribute to making Operation Red Nose possible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Mr. Speaker, on November 30th, I tabled a motion to highlight the exceptional work being done by Ms. Cécile Pellerin, a citizen of my riding of Jonquière. For many years now, she has been promoting the benefits of laughter. This extraordinary woman founded Club Soleil. Among other things, she visits hospitals 2 to 3 times a week to help patients find their smile. I was honored to meet her in Ottawa last spring, and she'll be traveling to Paris in 2017 to promote her ideas and her practices. If Ms. Pellerin speaks to the importance of laughter, well, it's because it's known that it's an antidote to stress and to anxiety. I'd like to congratulate Ms. Pellerin for her commitment, and as she says, the best gift in the world is a smile.
Honourable Member for Steveston, Richmond East.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in the House to congratulate Mr. Len Rigg from Richmond for receiving the Légion d'honneur, the highest honour awarded by the Government of France. It recognizes his contribution to the liberation of France during World War II.
Len Rigg was just 22 years of age when he joined the British Army Corps of Royal Engineers. He landed on the beaches of Normandy on D-Day and fought his way through to Germany, where he marched to the victory parade through the streets of Berlin. On December 13th, Mr. Rigg will celebrate his 100th birthday and will officially receive this prestigious medal from the Ambassador of France to Canada. Len, thank you for your bravery, service, and sacrifice for the cause of freedom and democracy. We wish you a very happy 100th birthday. Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Speaker, Christmas is on the way. This past weekend, I had the wonderful privilege of participating in 3 Christmas parades. In Elmira, Baden, and New Hamburg, thousands of children, teens, parents, and grandparents lined the sidewalks as the parade made its way down the street. Shouts of Merry Christmas filled the air as children sat on their father's shoulders or huddled under blankets in little red wagons. Before Christmas, I'll have the fun of 4 more parades in St. Agatha, St. Clements, New Dundee, and Wellesley. This weekend, I also participated in the Christkindle Market in Kitchener, the Lioness Christmas tree lighting in New Hamburg, and the Christmas turkey and food hamper drive for the House of Friendship. Dozens of volunteers are finding the joy of giving at Christmas. On Saturday, at a Christmas concert at Koinonia Fellowship in Bloomingdale, we were reminded again that Christmas is a celebration of the birth of Jesus, the one who was promised hundreds of years earlier, bringing light and hope to our world, the one who would be called Wonderful Counselor, Mighty God, Everlasting Father, Prince of Peace. Merry Christmas, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Mr. Speaker, Kelowna Lake Country is home to a dynamic local and regional economy, supported by world-class tourism, tech, aerospace, agriculture, and academia. This past week, the Government of Canada invested in our community's university and its new teaching and learning centre. This new facility at the University of British Columbia, Okanagan, will enhance the student learning experience as well as enable innovative research and partnerships with industry. Mr. Speaker, UBC is one of North America's largest public research and teaching institutions, and one of only 2 Canadian institutions consistently ranked among the world's 40 best universities. The Okanagan campus is earning a reputation as an important and respected centre of learning and research. On behalf of the constituents of Kelowna Lake Country, I'd like to thank the Government of Canada for its support and confidence in our fine post-secondary institution, the University of British Columbia, Okanagan.
The Honourable Member for York Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to highlight an organization at the heart of the York Centre community, Ephraim's Place. Named in memory of 11-year-old Ephraim Brown, who was tragically caught in the crossfire of a gang shooting and killed in 2007, Ephraim's Place Community Centre was started 7 years ago to provide programs and services for children, youth, and families to give them the tools they need for a successful future. Through programs like Role Model Moms, which equip single mothers with the knowledge, confidence, and skills to attain their high school equivalency, Ephraim's Place helps families find and fulfill their potential. Through the leadership and hard work of Bill Sundberg, Kevin Motiram, Donna Fancy Lyle, and all the volunteers, and their dedication to accessibility, collaboration, and a recognition of diversity, Ephraim's Place goes above and beyond in helping to make York Centre a safer, happier, and more peaceful place to live. Thank you.
Honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, Canada needs to be a leader when it comes to promoting universal human rights around the world. We have an opportunity to share our domestic experience of human rights and to give voice to those who are voiceless. Mr. Speaker, the Wall Street Journal reported last week that Burma is edging towards ethnic cleansing in its treatment of Muslim Rohingya people. The New York Times reports villages being burned to the ground, allegations of the slaughter of children by the military, the denial of access to aid workers, and thousands of people fleeing to Bangladesh. Despite praise heaped on Aung San Suu Kyi over the years, the treatment of the Muslim Rohingya have continued to get worse under her government. In recent weeks alone, hundreds of Rohingya people have been killed and tens of thousands displaced. Successive Canadian governments have provided significant development assistance to Burma, and we have a moral obligation to use our position to respond to this crisis. It is time this government sounded the alarm and spoke out clearly and forcefully about this troubling and worsening situation.
The honourable member for Newmarket Aurora.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to rise today to pay tribute to some of the outstanding members of Central York Fire Services in Newmarket Aurora. On November 3rd, I was pleased to attend the annual recognition ceremony where firefighters were honoured for their service. I was particularly pleased to present the Federal Exemplary and Long Service Medals and Bars to Tom Hunter, Jason Shepstone, Jonathan Healy, Mike Jacques, Bill Lorimer, Kevin Saunders, Kevin Saxton, Les Chason, Rick Roylance, Jim Allen, Jim Davis, and the 40-year Federal and Provincial Long Service Bar to Chief Ian Lang. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, the night did have a somber tone, as Greg Tremblay, a firefighter with over 30 years of service, suddenly passed away the day before the ceremony. His medal was presented to Jim Allen, a lifelong friend. Congratulations to all for their dedication, to all men and women of Central York Fire Services and all first responders in Newmarket Aurora and across Canada. Thank you for your service to all of us.
The honourable member for Pierrefonds-Dollard.
Mr. Speaker, today I will be presenting a petition that condemns Islamophobia. In a powerful statement of support, this petition has garnered the most signatures in the history of e-petitions in Canada. Though I stand as a Liberal, this petition was supported across party lines. I'm proud to say that a motion condemning Islamophobia based on this petition was passed in the House of Commons with unanimous consent. To my colleagues across the aisle, thank you for your enduring commitment to the Canadian ideal of religious freedom. At times like these, we are a house united, stronger for our differences. So let it be known that while the clouds of hatred and intolerance darken parts of our world, here in Canada, the light shines bright. In our country, we value diversity, and we, as a people, stand together to condemn all forms of religious discrimination. Bravo.
The member for Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Mr. Speaker, last week I had the honour of joining Commodore Baines, Commander LaFrance, and the men and women of the Royal Canadian Navy aboard the HMCS Ville de Quebec on a voyage from Halifax to Boston. It was an incredible experience for a prairie girl, not only to be at sea, but to see our officers and sailors in action. The professionalism that each member of the crew displayed is a credit to both their character and their training. I would like to thank the RCN for this tremendous opportunity and for the work they do each and every day on behalf of all Canadians. To you, Mr. Speaker, and every member of this place, if you haven't already done so, say yes to the Royal Canadian Navy the next time they offer parliamentarians the opportunity to join them on a voyage. To the crew of the HMCS Ville de Quebec, Godspeed on your journey home.
The Honourable Member for Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Mr. Speaker, I'm a young, brown, Muslim Canadian woman. When I moved to Canada in the 90s, a young girl trying to make this nation my home, some kids in school would yell as they pushed me, "Go home, you Muslim." But I was home. I'm among thousands of Muslims who have been victimized because of hate and fear. I'm a proud Canadian, a Canadian among hundreds and thousands of others who will not tolerate hate based on religion or skin color. I rise today with my fellow Canadians to reject and condemn Islamophobia. On this historic day, when petition E411 is tabled, I'm honored to bring forward motion 103, calling on our government to condemn Islamophobia and work towards eliminating all forms of systemic racism and religious discrimination. I look forward to the support of all members of this House. Mr. Speaker, we are all Canadian.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil, Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, climate change is a reality, and it's time that we require that elected officials from all levels of government take concrete measures to accelerate the electrification of our transit and transportation methods. And Longueuil could be part of the solution. The Sustainable and Intelligent Transport Hub, EVEO, is the answer that our entrepreneurs have for this industrial revolution. We can be proud. Longueuil has become a leader in Quebec with TM4 motors, Blue Solutions batteries, and the spectacular Sora electric motorcycle. In our community, we should require that all our elected officials commit to making a collective effort to make our region the champion of green transportation. Because with 37% of our young people living under the poverty line, Longueuil needs jobs, the long-term jobs that will come from this ecosystem of innovation. So I commit with enthusiasm and the support of my fellow citizens to do everything I can as an MP to create this coalition of elected officials so that we work together to make sure that we have in Longueuil these major projects of the future.
Or Thornhill. Mr. Speaker, most Canadians recognize that at its extremist core, the boycott, divest, and sanctions movement seeks to eliminate Israel by destroying its economy. That's why in August, Canadian Jewish community groups were supported by citizens across the religious spectrum in condemning a Green Party resolution to embed BDS as official party policy. This weekend, the Green Party passed a rewritten so-called compromise resolution that is, in fact, its most anti-Israel position yet. CIJA, the Center for Israel and Jewish Affairs, says the resolution confirms that the Green Party has been co-opted by extreme activists who, in an obsessive campaign of prejudice against Israelis, threaten the party's own credibility and relevance in Canadian politics. Mr. Speaker, earlier this year, by a large majority, this House formally condemned the demonization of the State of Israel. Mr. Speaker, I hope MPs will reaffirm that powerful statement today.
The Honourable Member for Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, November 25th was the International Day for Elimination of Violence Against Women. And to raise awareness on this issue, our Minister of Status of Women initiated the 16th Day of Activism Against Gender Balanced Violence 2016 campaign. Through this initiative, she is inviting Canadians to think about the link between casual sexism and gender-based violence. To partake in this conversation, I must recognize Yellow Brick House, a non-for-profit charitable organization in Richmond Hill that has been working with abused women and children in York Region over 38 years. Last year alone, they assisted over 5,500 women and children suffering from violence and abuse. Mr. Speaker, the hashtag for this 16-day period is Actions Matter. Well, Mr. Speaker, I attest today in this House that the actions of Yellow Brick House matters for changing lives in my riding of Richmond Hill. Thank you.
Oral questions, questions orales, Honorable Chef de l'Opposition.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, Canada has now lost 30,500 full-time jobs since the Prime Minister took office, and it's about to get a lot worse. While the Prime Minister continues to hike taxes and drive up the cost of doing business in Canada, the U.S. is going in the other direction. They're committed to cutting corporate taxes in half and lowering the price of energy. So, Mr. Speaker, how many more Canadian jobs need to be lost before the Prime Minister wakes up to this new reality?
The Honourable Minister of Economic Development.
Mr. Speaker, since we formed government along with industry, we've helped create 183,200 jobs, Mr. Speaker, from coast to coast to coast. For example, GM Canada is investing up to 1,000 new engineering and high-tech software positions, Mr. Speaker. You know what the GM Executive VP of Global Product Development said? He said, we selected Canada for this expansion because of its clear capacity for innovation, proven talent, and strong ecosystem of great universities, startups, and innovative suppliers, Mr. Speaker. That is why companies are investing in Canada.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Industry knows full well that the measure that people look at is the full-time jobs created. We've lost 30,500 full-time jobs, and this government and he and the Prime Minister have not created one additional full-time job since coming into office. Now we hear he also wants to tax the health and dental benefits provided by employers, which will mean working Canadians will have to pay even more income tax. Mr. Speaker, can the Prime Minister now promise in this House that he's not going to tax the health and dental benefits that 13.5 million Canadians rely on?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, we are making Canada's tax system fairer and more progressive. We raised taxes on the top 1% so that we could cut taxes for the middle class. And beyond that, we introduced the Canada Child Benefit, which will mean that the average family will receive $2,300 more tax-free. That will raise 300,000 Canadian kids out of poverty. Mr. Speaker, we are, as a government, acting to make Canada's system fairer, more progressive, and to help Canada's middle class and those working so hard to join it.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
So hard, that's for sure. Monsieur le Président de la
Mr. Speaker, in their last budget, the government didn't cut taxes for the corporate tax rate, and they're imposing a carbon tax that is going to cost thousands to families every year. Now they want to tax Medicare plans and medical and dental plans. Can the Prime Minister tell Canadians what else he wants to tax to pay for his ridiculous spending? The Honourable President of the Treasury Board. Mr. Speaker, our government has made significant changes to make our tax system more progressive for the middle class, and we will continue to make significant decisions to improve conditions for the middle class.
Speaker, because we understand that you can't have a strong economy without a strong middle class. The previous government didn't get that. For 10 years, Canada's middle class fell behind. We are standing with them to build an economy that grows.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Speaker, the more we learn about the Prime Minister's Cash for Access fundraising practices, the worse it gets. We were all shocked when the Prime Minister first confessed he was discussing business at these fundraisers. That is not only unethical, it's illegal. The Prime Minister discussed various issues at his events with Chinese billionaires, including changing Canadian investment rules to directly benefit them. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's job is to defend Canadians' interests, not to put them up for sale. When is he going to realize that this is wrong?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, as I've said in this House many times, that when it comes to fundraising, Canada has some of the most strict rules, and even the Chief Electoral Officer has stated that Canada's political financing laws are the most advanced and constrained and transparent in the world. This government has taken unprecedented levels of consultation with Canadians. We will continue to engage with Canadians to do the good work that they expect us to do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, we may have some of the strictest fundraising rules in Canada, but the Prime Minister is breaking them every time he holds one of these events when he's talking about government business. Mr. Speaker, he's actually selling access to himself, the most powerful person in government, discussing government business to fill Liberal Party coffers. It's wrong, it's unethical, and it's actually illegal. When will the Prime Minister come to his senses and end this cash for access fundraising?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pretty sure that the member opposite is not implying that the Prime Minister would be breaking the law. And if the Prime Member is salty to say it, there is a better place, which would be outside this chamber, to make such an accusation. When it comes to the fundraising rules,
Order. I know that members have very strong feelings on some subjects in question period, but we know that each side gets their turn. So I'd ask members to listen to the answer from the Honourable Government House Leader, who has a few more seconds. Order. I'd ask members for Grand Prairie, Mackenzie, and Chilliwack Hope to include themselves in this listening process. The Honourable Government House Leader.
And the member knows very well that when it comes to fundraising, yes, we have some of the most strict rules across this country. This government will continue to follow the laws so that we can continue to do the good work that we are doing for Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Outremont.
Let me read a statement dated November 24th, just 2 weeks ago, from the Minister for Fishy Fundraisers. Quote, "At events like this, government business is not discussed." He was talking about a Cash for Access event involving the Prime Minister. Well, we are now told that the Prime Minister did indeed discuss government business. And how do we know this? Because the host of the fundraiser himself said that it was discussed. So, does the Minister wish to correct the record with regards to his November 24th statement, which we now know to be false?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the member knows very well that when it comes to fundraising, we have some of the most strict laws across this country. And even the Chief Electoral Officer has said that they are the most advanced, constrained, and transparent in the world. This government will continue to follow the laws, and we will continue to do the good work that Canadians expect us to do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Outremont.
Well, I guess he doesn't wish to correct those false statements. That's reassuring. Nous avons eu...
We have a government that sets rules and then breaks them without a second thought. They claim to set new standards, but then they defend themselves by saying that they haven't technically done anything wrong. They tell Parliament that during these exclusive dinners, there is no discussion of government business. Is the minister saying that there is going to be an investigation into the organizer of this event, saying that the organizer lied? Or did someone else lie, Mr. Speaker? The honourable member for Outremont. The honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, what I've said many times in this House is that fundraising rules are among the strictest rules in Canada. And the Chief Electoral Officer also said that Canadian political fundraising laws are some of the open and most transparent ones in the world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for Outremont. She just forgot to say that you also need to follow the rules, Mr. Speaker. Many Canadians believed that with the arrival of a Liberal government, we would see the end of criminal records for simple possession of marijuana. They've now been in government for over a year, and the Liberals continue to issue thousands of criminal records, particularly to young people. The Prime Minister has just urged police to continue to enforce these archaic laws. Why won't the government stop harming young Canadians by decriminalizing marijuana right away?
Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To reiterate, our government is committed to the legalization, strict regulation, and restricting access of marijuana, to keep it out of the hands of children and the profits out of the hands of criminals. As the member opposite actually once said, it would be a mistake simply to decriminalize. We are entering into and going to undertake a comprehensive review, taking recommendations from the task force in order to introduce legislation in the spring of 2017.
The honourable member for Outremont.
Led many Canadians to believe that under a Liberal government, the recreational use of marijuana would no longer be a crime. He used to say very clearly that the current war on marijuana is not working. Well, a year after forming government, he's not only refused to decriminalize possession, but he is now urging police to enforce all marijuana laws. He's urging police to crack down on recreational users. So how did the guy who once thought the war on pot wasn't working become its most enthusiastic general?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the opportunity to get up and speak again about our commitment to legalize marijuana, restrict access, and strictly regulate. I'm looking forward to receiving the report from the task force, which will contain recommendations about how we can move forward on this, understanding that it's our government that will decide. The ultimate objective of legalization of marijuana and restricting access and regulations are to keep it out of the hands of children and the profits out of the hands of criminals.
Député de Lac-Saint-Jean.
The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The only plan that seems to work for the Liberals is the marijuana plan, because their economic plan certainly isn't working at all. Over 30,000 jobs lost in Canada. They're creating debts for future generations, Mr. Speaker. They're promising money that they don't have, and they're creating illusions. When will they wake up? Now, the U.S. wants to lower tax for businesses. When will they wake up and see that their plan is not working, Mr. Speaker? The Honourable Minister for Economic Development. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to be part of a strong team with 40 members working in Quebec. Thanks to measures that we've taken, we have invested in reducing the debt. We have supported many companies in their development through DEC, and our government is working to promote the growth of companies and to develop a clean economy that will benefit all people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, he should tell that to the regions of Quebec who continue to come into our offices to complain because there's no more lieutenant for Quebec, there's no more Minister for Economic Development for Quebec. He should say that to people in my region. But let's get back to the softwood lumber issue, Mr. Speaker. Once again, last week we were told that in 2006 it was thanks to former Prime Minister Harper's leadership that advances were made. But there's no leadership now. And this was not even mentioned in the letter from the Minister of Trade. So, will they be able to finally deal with this file, Mr. Speaker? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, I would remind the Honourable Member that the softwood lumber agreement expired under the former government. And they did nothing to restart negotiations with our American partners. Mr. Speaker, Canada is ready for all possibilities, and we will vigorously defend Canadian workers' interests. In the past, the courts have always ruled in our favor, and we are confident that they will continue to do so. The minister pursued negotiations this weekend with Ambassador Froman, and we are continuing to work to find a good agreement for Canada.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals are at it again. Apparently they don't think Canadians are paying enough taxes. Now they're introducing a healthcare tax. News reports have revealed the Liberals are now looking to raise $2.9 billion by taxing Canadians' healthcare and dental plans. Don't the Liberals have any shame, Mr. Speaker? They're now forcing Canadians to pay more for dental care and essential healthcare services. When will the Liberals stop attacking hardworking Canadian families and stop charging them more for essential health and dental care?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, let me remind the member the first thing this government did was to reduce taxes for the middle class, and these people voted against, Mr. Speaker. Finance Canada is in the process of reviewing our tax system as a whole, Mr. Speaker, and specifically at tax expenditure to ensure tax fairness for the middle class and simplify the tax code. We are not looking at any tax expenditure or measure in isolation. We are looking at the tax system as a whole to ensure fairness, simplicity, and efficiency across the board. No decision have been made since we're still very early in the budget process, and we're still consulting Canadians, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Oshawa.
Mr. Speaker, there isn't a tax that the Liberals don't like. What don't they understand? Taxing 13.5 million Canadians on their health benefits is yet another financial burden. The Liberals are attacking hardworking Canadian families. First, they took away the Canadian or the children's tax credit. Then they took the children's art tax credit. Then the textbook tax credit. And now they want to charge Canadian families and seniors another tax. The Liberals continue to exploit the middle class to solve their own financial problems. When will the Liberals stop attacking hardworking Canadians and stop their plans for this new health care tax?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, the members knows very well the only government who stood up for the middle class is this government, Mr. Speaker. The people on the other side voted against every measure we presented to defend the middle class in our country. They voted against cutting taxes for the middle class. They voted against the Canada Child Benefit. They voted against CPP enhancement in this country. They voted against the GIS top-up for a senior. They voted against our measure for students in this country. Mr. Speaker, Canadians know who's working for them. It's on this side of government. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Mr. Speaker, Canadians know very well that this is a government that is known for creating new taxes, and that's the Liberal government. This government invented the Liberal carbon tax. They invented the increase in the CPP contributions. And now they want to invent a tax on health and dental care plans. That's totally unacceptable. Mr. Speaker, does anyone in this government, will anyone in this government stand up and tell Canadians clearly, no, there will not be any new tax on health and dental care plans? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, there's one thing that we don't make up here. We take action on this side of the House, and Canadians know it. Why, Mr. Speaker? Because we cut taxes for 9 million Canadians. That is tangible results for Canadians. We created the Canada Child Benefit, and 9 families out of 10 will be benefiting from that. We improved the fate of our seniors, of First Nations, of young people in this country. Canadians know that, Mr. Speaker. They know who's working for the middle class, and it's us. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Canadians clearly heard this government. The government is unable to say whether yes or no there will be a new tax on health and dental care plans. Mr. Speaker, we're talking about 13.5 million Canadians who would be affected by this poor Liberal policy. $3 billion less in taxpayers' pockets. The Liberals are going to be taking this money from them. Once again, I'll ask the government the question, will anyone in this House stand up and clearly say, no, there will be no Liberal tax on these two issues that directly affect 13 million Canadians? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, what I said earlier to my colleague is that we will be looking at the Income Tax Act in its entirety, Mr. Speaker, to make it more fiscally acceptable for Canadians, to make it fairer for Canadians. But, Mr. Speaker, my colleague didn't talk about the millions of Canadians that we helped. He voted against a measure that will benefit 9 million Canadians when we cut taxes for the middle class. He voted against the Canada Child Benefit, which will help 9 families out of 10. He voted against all of the measures that we put forward. He voted against measures that help seniors. Canadians know who's working for them. The Honourable Member for La Petite Patrie. Sometimes it's better to laugh than cry. The new online questionnaire from the Minister of Democratic Reform is so ridiculous, so biased, so crude that no one can take it seriously. They managed to create a questionnaire about election reform that doesn't even talk about the voting system. They just threw the question aside. And they're trying to scare people by talking about extremist parties. Can the minister stand up and finally admit that they're not going to change anything?
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for allowing me the opportunity to rise on this traditional Algonquin territory and to talk about a new initiative we launched this morning. MyDemocracy.ca is a new, engaging initiative that will allow all Canadians to have an opportunity to have a say in this conversation. Mr. Speaker, as of just a few hours ago, over 8,000 unique users have participated in this conversation about the values they find most dear to them. We look forward to hearing from many more over the course of this month.
Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
20,000 tweets mocking this minister's survey. The first rule of engagement the Liberals should learn is not to treat Canadians like they're stupid. Last week, the Minister for Democratic Institutions insulted our committee and the thousands of Canadians who participated with us in this process because we weren't specific enough for her. Yet today we see a pop psych survey from this minister, and there's no mention of electoral systems whatsoever. Almost 90% of everyone who spoke to the committee recommended a proportional voting system, yet the minister can't even bring herself to put the word proportional in her survey. If the minister truly wants a clear answer, why won't she simply ask the obvious questions?
The Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his question and for his hard work on the Special Committee on Electoral Reform. Mr. Speaker, research around the world shows, as does the report from the committee, that the best way to have a conversation that is inclusive, that is accessible about electoral reform with the citizenry is through a value-based approach. Should there be more diversity in this House? Should there be smaller parties representing a diverse range of voices, or should we have larger parties representing a broad set of perspectives? Should voting be mandatory and online? These are the questions we're asking.
Honourable Opposition House Leader. Honourable Member for Lanark, Carleton, Kingston. Frontenac, Kingston.
Mr. Speaker, being on mydemocracy.ca doesn't feel like a value-based approach. It feels like being on a dating website designed by Fidel Castro. No matter how hard you try to be against the Prime Minister's preferred electoral system, the survey tells you that you really do support it. It's like magic. Also with this website, the government has finally found a way of resolving the problem that Canadians keep on giving Liberals the answers they don't want. Just don't ask those questions. For example, the questionnaire doesn't ask whether Canadians want a referendum. And I wonder why that might be. Would it be because the Liberals don't want to know the answer to that particular question?
Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his question, and I imagine he's taken the survey. And I encourage all Canadians to participate in the survey. I think all members of this House who have been participating, who've been sharing it on social media. Mr. Speaker, an issue as important as electoral reform deserves to include all Canadians from all walks of life. That's why Canadians can not only fill this questionnaire out online, but, Mr. Speaker, for those in rural and remote regions, for seniors, for those who are not comfortable online, they're invited to take part by using the telephone.
The Honourable Member for Richmond-Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, on October 19th, someone in this House said, what we did was we set up a committee that will make well-thought-out recommendations, responsible recommendations, and we will listen to the results of the committee's work. Who said that? The Prime Minister himself. Mr. Speaker, experts, Canadians, and the committee were very clear. A referendum is needed before there's any change made to our voting system. Will the minister finally understand and require that we need a referendum to change the voting system, or will she simply listen to herself?
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his question and for his hard work on the Special Committee on Electoral Reform. Mr. Speaker, the committee tabled a report in this House on December 1st. We're going to reflect on the report and the government will respond. But we all agree in this House, Mr. Speaker, that not enough Canadians are engaged in this conversation. There is an opportunity here for every Canadian. 15 million households, Mr. Speaker, have received an invitation in the mail asking them to be part of this historic conversation. We're counting on all members of this House to encourage their constituents to take part.
Honourable Member for Barrie, Springwater, Oro-Medonte.
Mr. Speaker, last week the Justice Minister denied there had been a leak of the marijuana report to Liberal friends. But after Rosie Mondin, a Liberal cannabis crony, donated the maximum allowed by law, she tweeted, quote, "Task Force report being presented to government today. Report won't be made public, but hope to hear snippets." Is the Liberal Party selling insider information to people willing to pay cash for access?
Honourable Minister of Justice.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise again to answer these allegations. To be clear, I have not seen the task force report. I will receive the task force report in the middle of December, along with my ministerial colleagues, along with every member of this House, along with the public. And then we will review those recommendations, and the government will put forward its legislation with respect to the legalization of marijuana.
The honourable member for Barrie, Springwater, Oro-Medonte.
Well, Mr. Speaker, on Thursday, the Justice Minister claimed her marijuana report had not been leaked. But 2 hours later, details of the leaked report were already appearing in the media. Both the National Post and Globe and Mail quoted, quote, "sources familiar with the report." The report has been leaked. Is the minister in on the deal or just incompetent?
Mike Bill. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, this gives me an opportunity to rise to recognize that we have received, the task force submitted the report on November the 30th. That report is being translated. I have not seen this report, nor has anybody else among my ministerial colleagues. This report will be presented in the middle of December. I'm very thankful for the work of the task force, who, in a concentrated manner over the course of 6 months, have put together the report that will provide recommendations that will assist us in terms of moving forward with legislation.
Mr.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-Sirois. Mr. Speaker, in 2015, the Prime Minister announced that he wanted to give young people good jobs. In 2016, he agreed with the Minister of Finance, who said that young people had to get used to unstable jobs. In 2015, he announced that to young people that the Kinder Morgan environmental assessment process needs to be redone. But in 2016, he approves a pipeline with the same process used by Harper. And after the Prime Minister is surprised that young people are protesting in Ottawa or Toronto, instead of being condescending, when will the Prime Minister, the Minister of Young People, finally meet and listen to young people and keep his promises?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. By approving these pipelines, Canada took a step forward in supporting thousands of good, middle-class, good-paying jobs. Unlike the previous government, who failed to get any real action over the past decade, we're protecting oceans, we're pricing carbon pollution, all while we're finding new markets for our resources. The party opposite has taken almost every possible position, indeed in both official languages, on pipelines. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Well, the problem, Mr. Speaker, is the Prime Minister's arrogance vis-a-vis the demonstrators. And let's talk about that, because last week the Minister of Natural Resources stated that the government would go to the police and the army in order to deal with demonstrations against Kinder Morgan pipeline. This is shameful.
Against the right to peaceful protest guaranteed by the Charter, and specifically against First Nations activists. And this comes after we've learned that the RCMP has previously spied on Indigenous activists. Will that minister apologize and reassure this House that the government will protect the right to peaceful protests?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The right to peaceful protest is a foundation of our rights and freedoms in Canada. And as a government, we respect that right. Indeed, we confirm that in our election platform. As the Prime Minister has said, we would not have approved these projects if they did not meet the highest standards of environmental protection and did not carry the support of Canadians. Our goal right now is to make sure that the projects move forward in order to create jobs and build a cleaner, brighter future for Canadians. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Scarborough North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In October, I had the pleasure of engaging with constituents in my riding of Scarborough North on the topic of electoral reform, building on the work of MPs who led town halls, the cross-country tour of the Minister and her Parliamentary Secretary, and the work of the Special Committee on Electoral Reform. Can the Minister of Democratic Institutions please inform this House on the way forward for our national conversation on electoral reform?
Good, Minister. Order. Order. The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from Scarborough North for all his hard work and for hosting a conversation with his constituents and all the members of this House who did the same. Mr. Speaker, today we launched mydemocracy.ca. It will empower all Canadians to take part in a value-based conversation about their democracy, about the way they'd like to be governed, Mr. Speaker. The online engagement tool will complement the work of MPs like the Honourable Member, as well as the members of the Special Committee. We encourage all Canadians to spend time this December taking part in this survey.
House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we know the Prime Minister doesn't care one iota about his own ethical guidelines. They are a prop for him and a joke. Everyone knows that. The Prime Minister openly and blatantly takes donations for the Liberals, and in return he does favours for wealthy individuals so that they can make more money. Everybody gets some grease and the Liberal gravy train rolls on. What is it going to take for the Prime Minister to have any respect for any laws in this country that may curb his out-of-control behaviour? A knock on the door from the Ethics Commission or maybe the RCMP?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the opportunity to rise in this House and to remind members that when it comes to fundraising, we have some of the most strict rules across the country. And this government will continue to follow the rules. And when you work with the Conflict of Interest Commissioner and you follow the rules, no conflict of interest can exist. And the member knows that very well. And what is clear is that the methods the previous government took and the ones that we are taking are very different because we follow the rules. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Opposition House Leader.
They are very
no different. There was no Prime Minister Harper talking business to Chinese communists and conservative fundraisers. Section 17 and 16, which the House Leader may want to familiarize herself with, of the Conflict of Interest Act. The host of this fundraiser said that he did discuss government business with the Prime Minister, and he told the Prime Minister what he wanted. So again, is the Prime Minister waiting for the RCMP to come knocking on his door before he stops this unethical behaviour?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Once again the opportunity to rise in this House and to remind all members of Parliament and Canadians that when it comes to fundraising, we have some of the most strict rules. And even the Chief Electoral Officer said to Canadians, and he stated very clearly, that when it comes to fundraising, they are the most strict, constrained and transparent in the world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Mr. Speaker, a participant at the Liberal Party fundraising event on November 7th confirms that he directly discussed government business with the Prime Minister in exchange for a $1,500 contribution. However, here are the Liberal Party's ethical rules. People wishing to discuss government business at fundraising events cannot do it the night of the event. They must make an appointment. Can the Prime Minister confirm that he never discussed government business at that evening event?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, our government is working very hard for Canadians, and we have undertaken unprecedented public consultations in order to rise to the real challenges facing Canadians. As the member opposite knows, when it comes to fundraising, our rules are the strictest in the world, and our party is following the rules. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, Chinese Onbang Insurance Group is trying to buy up the biggest retirement home chain in BC. This deal will have to be approved by the Prime Minister and the Cabinet. The Prime Minister has been caught being lobbied to approve this type of deal at, you guessed it, $1,500 cash for access fundraisers attended by wealthy Chinese investors. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister can no longer stand behind his tired rhetoric of following rules when it's clear to everyone that every rule has been broken. When will the Prime Minister start following the rules?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister always follows the rules. And as the member knows very well, when it comes to fundraising, we have some of the most strict rules across the country. And the member knows very well that the rules clearly state that only Canadians can donate to Canadian political parties. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this week marks the 6th anniversary of the unanimous vote by the House of Commons for a Convention on Nuclear Weapons. But unfortunately, a few weeks ago, the Liberal government changed its position and voted against negotiations for a convention. Soon there will be another vote at the UN. Will the Liberal government work with the international community and vote yes to a convention on nuclear weapons?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
That have nuclear weapons to be at the table as part of disarmament discussions. We did that when we recently led a UN resolution supported by 177 states. Our resolution has a goal to stop the production of materials used to make nuclear weapons and rallied nuclear and non-nuclear states alike toward the realization of the Fissile Material Cutoff Treaty. This is the realistic, pragmatic approach to nuclear disarmament and a major accomplishment.
Well done. Member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the government recently put into legislation C-33, which the Minister of Democratic Institutions said would break down barriers to voting. This is extremely important, but the legislation left out important aspects for people living with disabilities. They still face significant barriers when it comes to participating in elections, including access to qualified assistance during the act of voting itself. Will the minister keep her word to people living with disabilities and commit to addressing these issues?
Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the honourable member for the opportunity to talk about Bill C-33, but also about the passion I have for making sure that more persons with disabilities and exceptionalities have an opportunity to participate in their democratic processes. Mr. Speaker, the Chief Electoral Officer, in his report following the 2015 election, made excellent recommendations. I met with his advisory body on persons with disability, with our own Minister for Persons with Disabilities, and I've connected with advocates across the country. I'm committed to making sure that we address this, and I look forward to working with the committee members of PROC to address this too.
Honourable Député de Beauport-Limoilou.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, last week, the Procurement Minister stated she had no intention of informing Canadians of the financial details relating to the purchase of the Super Hornet fighter jets. She said she wanted to talk to Boeing first and with the U.S. government. So the minister is suggesting that her government still hasn't undertaken discussions with Boeing. That's incredible. And what's worse, that Canadians in this transaction are second-class third parties. The minister is accountable to Canadians and only to Canadians, Mr. Speaker. When is she going to rectify the situation and tell what the unit costs for these Super Hornet aircraft are?
Public Services and Procurement.
Mr. Speaker, we're going to do what is in the best interest of Canadians from coast to coast to coast. We're going to have an interim fleet that's going to make sure that our men and women have the equipment they need to do the job expected of them so that we can fill the capability gap. And when we're in a position to talk about the cost, we'll do that. We have an idea what the cost is going to be, but nobody shows their hand. Nobody shows their hand before negotiations actually are completed.
Order. Order. The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Procurement Minister should actually talk to the Royal Canadian Air Force before she talks to Boeing. The Liberal government is relentlessly undermining our military leadership. This weekend, the Procurement Minister continued to contradict the commander of the Royal Canadian Air Force. She attacked General Hood and torqued up the Liberals' rhetoric on the fake capability gap. As a matter of fact, reports and experts agree that a capability gap would only occur if the Liberals try to extend the life of our CF-18s past 2025. Instead of playing politics, why won't the Procurement Minister listen to the Royal Canadian Air Force since they are the experts?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, I do talk to my Chief Military Advisor, General Vance. I do talk to the Air Forces as well. Our government has commitments to NORAD and to NATO. And to satisfy these commitments, we cannot do this simultaneously. That's that capability gap that we talk about. And, Mr. Speaker, the previous government knew about this gap, but they never told Canadians about it, and you did nothing about it. And this is something, Mr. Speaker, we intend to fix.
The honourable member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll give the Minister of Defence some help. We're going to give him some facts. On April 14, 2016, General Hood said there were enough CF-18s to fulfill our commitments until 2025. November 15, 2016, the Chief of the Defence Staff, Vance, said that, stating that there was a capability gap is an inaccurate conclusion. But that was before the Liberals changed the rules 5 minutes before confirming they were going to be buying outdated Super Hornets and, scandalously, taking down a report countering their reasoning. Mr. Speaker, when will the Liberals stop hiding the truth from Canadians?
National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, let's talk about the truth here. With the NORAD commitments and NATO commitments, these were commitments made as a nation. And every government that comes into power, we are obligated to meet up to those expectations, Mr. Speaker. What we are not willing to do is risk manage that gap. We are not willing to risk manage both our NORAD and NATO commitments simultaneously. We're going to making sure that we have aircraft available for any unforeseen situations, Mr. Speaker. And if anybody thinks we can't have any unforeseen situations, 9/11 was that time, Mr. Speaker. And we're going to make sure we're going to fix this gap.
Honourable member for Fundy Royal.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud to share with this House that last Friday I had the pleasure of announcing over $13 million for the Fundy Trail Connector Roads, a transformational tourism project in my riding, which I've been championing since being elected. Can the Minister of Infrastructure and Communities please explain why projects like the Fundy Trail are so important to New Brunswick and to Atlantic Canada?
Wow. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague from Fundy Royal for her question and for her ongoing efforts on this project. Our government is proud to support projects that connect communities, promote tourism, and support economic growth. Along with this project, we also announced 47 water projects, 5 transit projects in New Brunswick. We will continue to work with communities from coast to coast to coast to ensure that our new infrastructure meets their needs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, Wynn's law would require prosecutors to disclose the criminal history of bail applicants, closing a loophole that cost Constable David Wynn his life. The Minister of Justice opposes this common-sense legislation. So, will the Minister tell Shelley Wynn, the widow of Constable Wynn, why she thinks it's okay for someone to be let out on bail without their criminal history being disclosed? Why is the Minister opposed to closing the loophole that cost Constable Wynn his life?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I certainly recognize the tragic circumstances with respect to Constable Wynn, and sympathies go out to the family. But in terms of what we're doing in the criminal justice system, we are doing a review of the criminal justice system. We are working in a comprehensive and concerted way with the provinces and territories. I am familiar with the private member or the public members bill, but having discussions with the provinces and territories, we are proceeding in a way that recognizes that we need to work and coordinate together. That's what we're committed to doing, and the measures that are articulated in this bill are measures that are in place at this time.
Honourable Member for Windsor West.
The Auditor General exposed that the government spent nearly $1 billion on their border programs with no known results. Meanwhile, at the Blue Water Bridge, the government won't even come to the table after creating the first significant labour dispute in nearly 80 years of operation. And now they were even hiring scabs and replacement workers, cracking down on families in Sarnia. Job well done. The result? Traffic is redirected, the roads are less safe, and lost revenue to a private American billionaire. Why is the government stiff-arming workers and families, putting public safety at risk and increasing border conflict instead of getting back to the table for the workers and their families?
Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, I can confirm that traffic is moving on the Blue Water Bridge, and I can also inform the member, of course, that the Blue Water Bridge is under the responsibility of the Federal Bridge Commission. They are responsible for the operation of the bridge, and that includes also their labour relations. We are certainly following the situation very carefully. What we want to ensure is that traffic continues to move safely, which is the case at the moment.
The Honourable Member for Steveston, Richmond East.
Mr. Speaker, on November the 5th, a private fishing vessel sank off the dock in Steveston Harbour in my riding of Steveston, Richmond East. Could the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans please tell this House about the response from the Coast Guard to limit pollution and remove the vessel from the water?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague from Richmond for that question and for his important work in promoting the safe use of Steveston Harbour and the investments that he announced on behalf of our government last summer. I can confirm to the member, Mr. Speaker, that events like this often represent a significant environmental threat to local communities. When the Coast Guard staff had received the report of this sunken vessel, it took immediate action to protect the marine environment from pollution. The vessel's owner was identified but could not respond to the incident, and therefore the Coast Guard assumed command, and within 24 hours the ship was safely out of the water.
The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister's first legislation dealing with gender equality for First Nations is seriously flawed, and the Minister must go back to the drawing board. It's really been misfiled, quite frankly, from the beginning. In drafting the bill, she didn't talk to the litigants, and she didn't do proper consultation. She was forced to apologize, publicly admitting she was embarrassed at how her staff handled the file. So will the Minister end her paternalistic approach and withdraw this piece of legislation?
Minister of Indigenous and Northern Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, issues of registration, membership, and citizenship go to the heart of identity and community. S3 will correct known sex-based discrimination in Indian registration We know that a real conversation needs to happen on these issues. That's why I've committed to launching a formal consultation on registration, membership and citizenship early next year to deal with the other issues that aren't in this bill. And I look forward to hearing from communities from coast to coast to coast and committed to finding a real reform forward. But right now, 35,000 people can get their rights if this bill goes through it.
The Honourable Member for Bécancour, Nicolet Sorel. Mr. Speaker, in Quebec, if a credit card is stolen, consumers are on the hook for a maximum of $50. That's the law. At the federal level, the credit card issuer sets the amount in the contract. So that means that if C-29 is adopted, there won't be anything to prevent the banks from requiring people or cardholders to reimburse every nickel of the amount charged to the card by the thief. Does the Minister of High Finance see the difference between protected under the law or being at the whim of the banks? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. We're going to speak on the part of consumers, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to remind the Honourable colleague opposite what the principles of C-29 are to protect consumers. I'm sure that he will agree with them. The first principle regarding bank services is they should be accessible to all. Disclosure should enable a member of the public to make informed decisions. The general public should be treated fairly. And there needs to be transparency. That is what protecting consumers is all about. The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Mr. Speaker, Toronto-based banks want C-29 to be adopted because the Minister of High Finance is muzzling us. He wants to authorize misleading advertisements and enable banks to change the contracts without our consent, without sanctions. Just how far are they allowed to go to abolish the rights for consumers in Quebec? Quebecers won't have rights. What will they have to do? Send a check to the Chinese billionaire? Do like the Chinese billionaires did and send a check to the government? Well, I'm speaking for people from the regions. Quebecers, like the 40 members from Quebec here, Mr. Speaker, what the Marcotte decision told us to do or requested we do was to establish or to clarify consumer protection. That is exactly what we've done, Mr. Speaker. We are modernizing and simplifying this act for consumers in Quebec and across the country. I'd like to invite him to read through the legislation and perhaps he might learn something. The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, through her reaction to the special committee's report, the Minister of Democratic Institutions showed very clearly that liberal interests take precedence over the interest of democracy. Liberal interests also take precedence over party fundraising with these $1,500 cash for access cocktails. Instead of repeating the same old song and fueling cynicism, will the minister restore funding for political parties based on the number of votes they received? Yes or no?
Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions.
I thank the honourable member for his work on the Special Committee on Electoral Reform, and I can assure him that our government is working hard to strengthen the fairness and the openness of our democratic institutions. To this end, Mr. Speaker, we recently introduced legislation in this House to engage more Canadians in the voting process and to enhance the integrity of our system. Our ultimate goal with reform is to foster a more inclusive and engaged Canada, and we're looking forward to addressing all the recommendations that the Chief Electoral Officer shared with us with the committee PROC, and we'll be introducing legislation in this House soon.
I would like to remind the members that they must address ministers in the House by their proper title.
Or elsewhere, they should be using the correct titles for ministers. Tabling of documents. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, is rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to raise a point of order about a breach in the rules of the House. Now, we recognize that you have a challenging job, and it's made particularly challenging when a member breaks the rules of the House in a way that is designed to play to the camera and escape the Speaker's notice. And this is something that I don't think came to the attention of members until it appeared in the news. The rules of the House clearly forbid the use of props. And in fact, the chair recently reminded members specifically of this rule. But what happened within the House last week is a minister of the government during questions was holding up, as if pretending to use her notes, but intentionally, by all indications intentionally, on the back side of those was a very large icon. The minister was positioned such that the icon was clearly visible to the cameras, even though it wasn't visible to the chair. We know that this is a flagrant violation of the rules of the House. It involves the use of props. Now, Mr. Speaker, this was taken by the Minister for Democratic Institutions, who's supposed to be defending our institutions, but in fact is in a way designed to escape notice. Now, I don't know if this was her idea, Mr. Speaker, or if this was something she was asked to do by the Prime Minister's office, but this is clearly unacceptable, clearly a violation of the rules of the House, and this member needs to be brought to order.
The honourable member is correct. I draw the attention of members to page 612 of House of Commons Procedure and Practice, which says speakers have consistently ruled out of order displays or demonstrations of any kind used by members to illustrate their remarks or emphasize their positions. And so I've indicated that props are not appropriate. I did not see the writing on the paper on Thursday. I did see it in the paper on Friday and was surprised. And I wonder if the honourable minister wishes to say a word, because it was inappropriate. The minister came to see me before question period, and I explained that to her. I see the honourable government House leader rising.
I think we recognize that every member in this House can always do better. And I listened to the words that the member opposite has shared. We are all here to follow the rules. We know that last week we had the opposition House leader whip up a piece of paper. So I think we can all raise the bar. And
I thank the honourable minister. I think we're now hear from the honourable. First of all, I want to correct the honourable government House leader. Point out that I actually interrupted the opposition leader that day. And had I seen the offending paper on the day in question with the writing on it, I would have done the same thing. But now I see the honourable minister of Democratic Institutions is rising.
Speaker, I thank the honourable member for the close attention he pays to the rules, and I can assure him that I'm going to work very hard on my sunny ways, and I will promise to do better.
I appreciate the honourable comment from the honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions.
I didn't realize. Okay, Mr. Speaker, it is with a great deal of sincerity that I repeat what I said in this House on Friday. That on Thursday I used words that I didn't intend to use, Mr. Speaker, and also the member addresses a valid point. I apologize, and I can promise you, for as long as I can remember, I'll be sure to do better every day in this House.
I thank the members for raising this issue, and thank the minister for the apology. Tabling of documents. Order. I encourage members to take their conversations into the lobbies. Tabling of documents, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister. I'll just wait a moment until your colleague is able to go by there. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Minister of Foreign Affairs and pursuant to Standing Order 7, I have the honor of tabling in both official languages a copy of the regulations adopted November 28, 2016, under the Special Economic Measures Act. Regulations amending the Special Economic Measures Regulations, Ukraine. Thank you.
To the Government House Leader.
To Standing Order 36(8), I have the honor to table in both official languages the government's response to 10 petitions today.
Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Mount Royal. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to table in both official languages the 7th report of the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights concerning Bill S-201, an act to prohibit and prevent genetic discrimination. The committee
and has decided to report the bill back to the House with an amendment.
For Humber River Black Creek.
Mr. Speaker, I have again the honor to present in both official languages the 7th report of the Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure and Communities regarding the Bill 227, an act to amend the Department of Public Works and Government Services Act, Community Benefits, with amendments. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
That's a bill.
Introduction of private members' bills. Ms. Blaney, North Island Powell River, seconded by Mr. Dubé, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Canadian Bill of Rights, Right to Housing. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for North Island Powell River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government must make housing a priority. In the communities that I represent and across Canada, we see a staggering need for proper housing at a reasonable cost. In Canada, people do not have the housing they need. For this reason, I wish to table today an act to amend the Canadian Bill of Rights. This will ensure the right to housing is firmly recognized as law. This would redefine the way we frame a national housing strategy and finally allow us to adopt our international responsibilities regarding human rights. When housing needs are met, we as a society can grow much stronger and more prosperous. I would like to thank the member of Hochelaga for working so hard on the issue of housing. I look forward to the debate, and I hope to see all the members in this House support this bill. Thank you. Congratulations.
Ms. Blaney, North Island Powell River, seconded by Mr. Dubé, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Monsieur Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia, seconded by Mr. Aldag, requests permission to table a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Department of Health Act, Drinking Water Guidelines. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Lac Saint Louis.
It gives me great pleasure to rise today in this House to table this bill, which would require the Minister of Health to conduct a review of drinking water standards in member countries of the OECD, and if appropriate, to make recommendations for amendments to our national guidelines here in Canada with respect to drinking water. This bill is aimed to ensure that our drinking water standards are the best in the developed world, and it's a way for the federal government to have some greater influence in the body that establishes provincial or national but provincially implemented drinking water standards in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Monsieur Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia, seconded by Mr. Aldag, moves that this bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
Première lecture de ce projet de loi, first reading of this bill.
When shall this bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Presenting petitions.
President. I table petition 492 that calls upon the Minister of Health and the Minister of Transportation for the enforcement of the Canada Health Act with our provincial partners to ensure adequate, affordable parking for patients and caregivers at medical facilities. I'm proud to support Colin Kennedy's call for action to allow free parking for people undergoing serious medical treatment. Requiring people who undergo chronic treatment for a range of illnesses is unfair, especially when they may already be unable to work. Our other countries and jurisdictions have already figured out ways to do this. This petition has over 12,355 signatures and is currently the 10th most signed e-petition of this 42nd Parliament. And I'm happy to see so many Canadians across this country have come together to ask this government for action. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise again to table a petition with respect to the Algoma Central Passenger Service. The petitioners are from Richards Landing, Echo Bay, Awares Township, Prince Township, Goulet River, and Sault Ste. Marie. Mr. Speaker, the train hasn't been running for some time, and it's caused a major hardship, especially for the businesses and for the property owners. The annual economic impact has been estimated at about $40 to $50 million loss in Northern Ontario, and for a mere $2.2 million a year subsidy. So you can see the impact is quite great. The passengers, the petitioners speak about the fact that it's also an issue for First Nations to access remote regions of their traditional territories, and they're asking the Minister of Transport to put the Algoma passenger service back online, and regarding their mandate, which is to serve the public interest through promotion of a safe and secure, efficient and environmentally responsible transportation system in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Portage Lisgar.
To present two petitions signed by more than 300 constituents from my riding of Portage Lisgar. These petitions are regarding Falun Gong. The petitioners point out that Falun Gong practitioners have been arbitrarily detained, including the family members of Canadians. The petitioners request the government bring forward measures to stop organ tourism and other concerning practices. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Brassard-Saint-Lambert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the goal of attracting the attention of the House of Commons on the tragic situation in Syria, I rise today to table a petition to promote actions in favor of peace in that country.
By members of the Diocese de Saint-Jean-Longueuil, with many signatures from my riding and neighbouring ones. Sur ce, Monsieur le Président, je vous remercie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Don Valley North.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to present the following electronic petition signed by more than 500 citizens and residents of Canada, many of whom live in my riding, Don Valley North. The petitioners called upon the Government of Canada to conduct a study on equal access to both official language training services for international students and graduates, and co-op program policies that encourage and allow more qualified international students to gain work experience in the public sector in order to maximum the benefit of a culturally diverse workforce and contribute to a multicultural society. Thank you.
Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise with two petitions today. They both relate to the issue of genetically modified organisms. The first, Mr. Speaker, is from primarily residents of the lower mainland of British Columbia, calling on this government and this parliament to ensure by legislation that products and components and ingredients that are sold commercially to Canadians have labeling to identify that they contain genetically modified organisms, so the consumers will have a choice. The second, Mr. Speaker, comes primarily from residents of Ontario, calling on this Parliament to ensure a moratorium to prevent the release of a newly modified product, genetically modified alfalfa. This concern comes from residents of farming communities, and they're very concerned that there be a moratorium to allow proper review of the impact on farmers in Canada. Thank you.
Pierre Fondalard.
The honourable member for Pierre Fondalard.
Present an electronic petition initiated by Mr.
I see the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, is rising on a point of order.
Point of order, there's just a bit of a background chat that the translation is picking up through the audio, so if you can maybe provide that information back to him.
I appreciate the honourable member raising that. I think he's just provided that information, and I trust that will assist in removing that background to the translation. J'espère qu'on n'aura pas d'autres.
I hope that we will not have any further noise heard.
I hope so. So, again, the Honourable Member for Pierrefonds can restart. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Electronic petition initiated by Mr. Samuel Majoub of Montreal, Quebec. This petition calls upon the House of Commons to recognize that extremist individuals do not represent the religion of Islam. Since its founding more than 1,400 years ago, Muslims have contributed and continue to contribute to the positive development of human civilization. This encompasses all areas of human endeavors, including the arts, culture, science, medicine, literature, and much more. This petition also calls upon the House of Commons to condemn all forms of Islamophobia. Canadians from every province and territory have signed this petition, and in a clear statement of support, this petition has garnered the most signatures in the history of electronic petitions, 69,742.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague,
Where'd you come from?
Actually remind me of a good petition that I would like to also table this morning, or this afternoon, whereas in July 1999, the Chinese Communist Party launched a nationwide persecution campaign to eradicate Falun Gong. Millions of Falun Gong practitioners have been arrested and put into custody, and many sentenced to long-term of up to 20 years in prison, where torture, abuse are routine, and tens of thousands are feared dead as a result. Mr. Speaker, they're calling upon parliamentarians, generally speaking, to do what they can to make to give a better sense of public awareness. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Langley-Aldergrove.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honored to present two petitions. The first highlighting the issue of physician-assisted dying, and they're calling on Parliament to create legislation that would make a criminal offense to force any person against their will to be participating in assisted suicide or euthanasia. The second petition highlights that Families for Justice is a group of Canadians who've had a loved one killed by an impaired driving. They believe that Canada's impaired driving laws are much too lenient. They want the crime called what it truly is, vehicular homicide. It's the #1 cause of criminal death in Canada, with over 1,200 Canadians dying every year. They're calling for mandatory sentencing for vehicular homicide, and they're calling on this Parliament to support two bills, 226 and 247, Cassandra's Law. And Mr. Speaker, if I had a petition to compliment you on your festive Christmas socks, I'm sure I would have an honor of presenting that also.
I'm sure the member's out of order with that, but I thank him for that compliment. The presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions. Questions in the order paper, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that the government's response to questions numbers question 559 to question 567 could be made orders for return. They would be tabled immediately.
It is the pleasure of the House that the aforementioned questions be made orders for return and that they be tabled immediately. Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yeah. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that the remaining questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed. Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day.
Government orders, Government Bills Commons, resuming debate at report stage of Bill C-29, Budget Implementation Act 2016, number 2.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Kootenay, Columbia has 3 minutes remaining in his speech. Or is it questions and comments? I guess we're on questions and comments, excuse me. So there are 3 minutes remaining in questions and comments. Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I did listen to the member's speech, and one of the things that come across my mind is that in the last federal election, the NDP made a solid commitment to having balanced budgets. And I'm wondering if the member would provide comment. Does he believe today that the NDP would have, in fact, maintained a balanced budget, or does he feel that it would have been warranted to actually create any form of a deficit?
Member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank the honourable member for that question, because it gives me an opportunity to be more complete in my answer as to why C-29 is not going to be supported. First of all, the tax break for the middle class does not include the middle class in my riding, which starts around $20,000. There's no national poverty strategy in C-29, which is really needed for Canada. Small business tax promises during the election, the Liberals promised to bring down the tax rate from 11% to 9%. That never happened. There's no cap on credit card fees. Privatization of infrastructure is going to increase the cost to Canadians, and there's no indexing of the Child Canada benefit, so that's why we're not going to support C-29. But thank you for the question.
Questions and comments? My apologies. I just stepped in and a little bit of a disconnect there. The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, I keep hearing the Liberals talk about the middle-class tax cut, and I think what Canadians need to realize is that it's actually a middle-income tax break, and the people who receive the most benefits are those who have incomes between $100,000 and $200,000 a year. Now, that may be the Liberal middle class, but it's certainly not the middle class I represent, not when we have a median income in Canada of $31,000 a year. I just wanted my honourable friend to talk a little bit about, you know, the situation of constituents in his riding and maybe some of the measures that could have been put in this budget to actually help the most disadvantaged members of our society, because I don't really see many measures in the Liberal budget that do actually that.
Honourable member for Kootenay, Columbia.
I'd like to thank my colleague not only for his question but for his hard work on behalf of his constituents. As I said in my speech, when I talk to constituents in my riding and tell them that the middle-class tax break starts at $45,000 and potentially goes to almost $200,000, quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, they just shake their heads because that is not middle class in my riding at all. And of course, we put forward an amendment to bring that down to $20,000 so that the people between $20,000 and $45,000 would be covered, and that was rejected by the government. Also in my riding, poverty is an issue as it is right across Canada. There's nothing in here that sets out a national strategy to deal with poverty. Housing, there's hope, I guess, but we need to see what's actually in the National Housing Strategy. That is the #1 issue for people living in poverty, is to find a home. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the importance of culture and diversity in our country and to highlight some of the investments that our government is making to ensure that we protect, preserve, and promote our country's cultural institutions and our multicultural society. Our culture, our ideas, songs, and stories give meaning to who we are as Canadians. Our culture and cultural products are the instruments that help us communicate with others and share differing views, entertaining and informing us, all while weaving together a shared sense of identity. Culture is at the heart of every community across our country and around the world, and Canada is a testament to the ability to include and respect all cultures in one society. Perhaps we're uniquely poised to be welcoming and accepting due to the way our country was founded, distinct societies coming together to found one country. Peoples from other parts of the world quickly joined, adding their culture and traditions to the fabric of our country, weaving the ever-changing tapestry that is Canada. Our government has a solemn duty to act as a steward of Canada's cultural institutions and an obligation to promote and foster the institutions, activities, and people which help our culture flourish, grow, and adapt to changing times and circumstances. Our cultural mediums help us to exchange ideas and experiences, and the conversations they invoke are the greatest celebrations of the diversity that is at the heart of Canadian culture. Our cultural industries help us exchange diverse ideas and experiences, but they also make a significant contribution to our economy. Over the years, the number of companies and individuals involved in producing cultural products has grown dramatically. One of the companies that has always been at the heart of Canadian content is the CBC. There are some on the opposition benches that would like to see the CBC eliminated. Strikingly, there are some of the same members who seem most out of touch with what true Canadian values are. The CBC not only ensures that all Canadians have access to Canadian content, but that every Canadian can access local content. The reality is that in a country as vast as Canada, there are going to be areas where it does not make financial sense for profit-driven entities to produce local content there. Mr. Speaker, every Canadian deserves to know what is going on in their area of the country and to partake in the shared experience of cultural exchange which builds community. To that end, I am proud to say that our government has invested $675 million in the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation, Radio-Canada, to disseminate and support world-class Canadian content and to provide Canadians with better access to programs and services in the digital era. Since I know that this question is going to be coming from my Conservative colleagues, I will address it now. Yes, I'm aware that CBC/Radio-Canada has asked for an additional $400 million from the government. The opposition has made great fanfare of this request, decrying it as just a cash grab. What they fail to mention, however, is that this request comes because CBC Radio-Canada wants to eliminate all ads. Mr. Speaker, through you, I would like to ask those watching to think about what this means for our national broadcaster. Much like the BBC, our national broadcaster can be a strong, stable, well-funded public broadcaster with the primary goals of serving the interests of domestic audiences and diverse communities and helping to promote Canadian content. Agree or disagree, this is an idea worth seriously considering, and I'm happy that the government is doing just that. Bien que nos industries culturelles soient...
Although our cultural industries are a fundamental aspect of the Canadian economy, our government also recognizes that culture and cultural products are not only products that can be bought and sold. Our stories, our songs, our symbols, and our sacred spaces may sometimes generate a profit, but they are also precious because of their meaning and the feeling of belonging and understanding that they invoke. This understanding of the intrinsic value of our cultural spaces is very important to me. This is why I'm so proud that our government has chosen to invest in the places and institutions that are the guardians of our cultural institutions, including our national museums, our monuments, and our parks. Canada's national museums are important cultural institutions that play an essential role in the preservation of Canadian heritage and the education of Canadians. I'm happy to say that in the 2016 budget, our government is proposing up to $105 million over 5 years for our national museums, and $280 million more over 5 years to meet the infrastructure needs of 3 cultural institutions that are significant to Canada, including the Museum of Science and Technology of Canada, the National Arts Centre, and the Museum of Fine Arts of Canada. Furthermore, we have committed to providing funding of over $168 million over 2 years for some of Canada's cultural spaces. This is as part of our funding for social infrastructure. Thanks to initiatives like this one, the 2016 budget ensures that community spaces that protect, preserve, and promote our culture while entertaining and informing us will be there for us and our children in the future. This is an essential process, not only to ensure the protection of cultural artifacts from our past, but also to ensure that artists and innovators of tomorrow will have the spaces they need to create so that they can find inspiration.
Our country's storytellers. Regardless of the medium they use, our artists capture moments and ideas and weave them into the fabric of our individual and collective identities. The weaving of this fabric of identity is especially important in a quickly changing and globalized world, as we work within the context of our ever-changing and diverse society to create a sense of what it means to be Canadian. Fostering the development of the arts here at home is an important part of ensuring that those who have stories to tell are given the opportunity to weave their own contribution into this national fabric. Encouraging this freedom of expression is fundamental to our understanding of ourselves and to ensuring that all voices have the opportunity to be heard in our democracy. But if art is to flourish, artists need to ensure that they can work in an environment in which their voices can be heard regardless of how popular the sentiment they express is, and regardless of the viewpoint or background they come from. Ensuring equal access to the artistic world is why it is so fundamental that our government works to foster the development of the arts in Canada through grants, services, and awards to professional Canadian artists and arts organizations, as well as through scholarly awards. In Budget 2016, our government has committed to ensuring that avenues to expression are open to all Canadians through its investment of $550 million in the Canada Council for the Arts. Furthermore, our government has made commitments to the industries which support these artists, including a $22 million commitment to Telefilm Canada, a $13.5 million commitment to the National Film Board of Canada, as they work to ensure the cultural, commercial, and industrial success of Canada's audiovisual industry. This funding will work in tandem with our commitment to work with other countries to realize new and creative artistic projects, a commitment demonstrated when the Minister of Heritage signed the Audiovisual Co-Production Treaty with the Republic of Ireland earlier this year. Working through partnerships like this allow us to tell new stories and achieve new levels of creativity as we support each other in telling our country's stories. In 2004, British Cultural Secretary Tessa Jowell commissioned a paper on the arts, which argued that the primary purpose of the arts is, in quotes, to communicate perceptions about the human condition that can't be communicated in any other way, end quote. The arts are unique. They're able to help people interact with the world around them by helping them understand, work, and play in the world around them, to enrich their experience by bringing feeling, beauty, and passion to their lives, and to provide a safe place where they can work to build their confidence, self-worth, and self-esteem. Other efforts can only do some of these things. The arts do all three, and that is why we must continue to support them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, I want to thank my neighbour from Kitchener Centre for his comments and for his work and his writing. Mr. Speaker, I don't think anyone in this House is denigrating the arts, but Mr. Speaker, we all know that whatever project we want to support, there has to be money to be able to support that. And when you're borrowing money on more money and more money to build up a deficit of $30 billion, which is going to add $10 billion per year to interest costs alone over the next 4 years, this is a concern, Mr. Speaker. So I wonder if my colleague could comment on the costs of his proposals. And secondly, Mr. Speaker, there's a question that I asked the Finance Minister this morning, which we did not receive an answer for, and it's found in the order paper today, Mr. Speaker, and it's referring to Bill C-29. And motion number 1, which was proposed by the member for Winnipeg North, actually proposes that one of the clauses of Bill C-29 be deleted. I'm wondering if my colleague could explain why a member of the government would actually move to delete a clause of a government bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Kitchener Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my honourable friend for the work that he does in his writing also. He's been a great mentor and advisor ever since I became elected, so I wanted to thank him personally. One of the things that I didn't get to in my remarks, Mr. Speaker, is the importance of the arts and culture community, not only in my writing, which has a very strong arts and cultural community, but also the importance of the arts and cultural community in Canada. Mr. Speaker, we know that from the Conference Board of Canada and the latest analysis, that the arts and cultural community in Canada provides $84.6 billion worth of economic benefits to Canada. That represents, Mr. Speaker, 1.1 million jobs. Mr. Speaker, arts and culture are a very important part of the Canadian fabric, not only as an economic multiplier, but also as a social multiplier that keeps us all together. And just for a final statistic, Mr. Speaker, that the arts and culture community also had 7.4% to our collective GDP. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-Basque. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I listened to my colleague's speech. I know that his speech had to do mainly with culture. But since we're talking about Bill C-29, I thought it would be important to talk about another aspect, which seems to me more critical and more relevant to the government's plan, which is, and it has to do with infrastructure. Now, there's been talk about the infrastructure bank and also other initiatives that the government is taking. For example, when it comes to the possible privatization of bridges and airports. There was talk with Credit Suisse and also with Morgan Stanley in this regard. So I'd like to get my colleagues' comments on this question of the potential privatization of our ports and airports, because I think he would agree with me that these are key pieces of infrastructure when it comes to the economy. So I'd like to know what he thinks about his government's idea of potentially moving toward the privatization of ports and airports.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member for his very insightful question. The only thing I can say, Mr. Speaker, is if you look at the economic indicators that are right now that are happening around the world, we know that in parts of the world the long-term bond rate is very low. We know that inflation is at 1%. We know the lower bound is close to 0%. Mr. Speaker, this is the right time, historically, in our country's history, where we need to look at what infrastructure projects that are out there, what are important not only for our communities, but what are also important for our nation-building exercises. And Mr. Speaker, I'm sure that the honourable member will agree with me after highlighting those statistics, that this is the best time right now in our history to make sure that we make those important infrastructure investments for the benefit of all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Banff Airdrie.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Rise today to talk about this Liberal government's budget, and I look at it and it seems like to me, Mr. Speaker, we're stuck in this tax and spend cycle with this current Liberal government. And every time you turn around, it seems like they're finding another way to try and increase government spending, and then obviously that's done with no regard, obviously, for Canadian taxpayers, and therefore we see increases in taxation, and of course the prospect for future generations of further increases in their taxation as a result of the large deficits and therefore debt left behind by this government through all this spending. And when this Liberal government released their fall economic update, it confirmed what we all already knew, that they're spending so recklessly that they're going to have to continue to borrow more money, and then they'll have no plan to return to balanced budgets. So I stand here today, Mr. Speaker, because on this side of the House, we believe that fiscal responsibility, a framework for creating a strong economy, and a plan to create jobs and get Canadians back to work are what Canadians need and what they've asked for. So we'll continue to be the ones who will stand up for the hard-working taxpayers of this country and hold this Liberal government accountable for its out-of-control spending. In discussions that I had with constituents through town halls and a survey prior to the introduction of the 2016 budget, including along with a number of other methods that we conduct all through the year, the one common link was that the underlying concern that constituents had was about these ballooning deficits that they were seeing from the Liberal government, and they simply weren't a solution to Canada's economic challenges. In fact, nearly every constituent that was surveyed indicated that a balanced federal budget was important. Almost unanimous, Mr. Speaker. And this obviously comes in very stark contrast to what we see in this Budget Implementation Act. Comes to broken promises, Mr. Speaker. The Liberals ran on a campaign promise to cap deficits at $10 billion a year, and then return to a balanced budget in 2019-20, which frankly wasn't good enough to begin with, Mr. Speaker, but that was their promise. But instead, they're spending nearly 3 times that amount, deficit of nearly 3 times that amount, almost $30 billion in borrowed money, this in their first year here alone. And through the Budget Implementation Act that we have here before us today, Mr. Speaker, the Liberals will continue to run deficits, and with no explanation whatsoever about how they, or when even, they will return to a balance. So the Liberals may try to blame higher deficits on a weak economy or on lower revenues, but it's very clear from the Parliamentary Budget Officer and the Finance Canada Fiscal Monitor that the Liberal spending is the real culprit, Mr. Speaker. And hard-working Canadians across this country run their personal finances with fiscal restraint. And they know that when you run out of money and then you keep spending, you're going to have an issue. So why does it seem like this Liberal government has such an issue with this concept? This budget is a steep deficit trajectory with no intention to return to balance and no clear plan to create jobs. That's pretty evident when they haven't actually created a single net job since they've been elected over a year ago. Nothing to help get the thousands of unemployed Canadians back to work. And when it comes to managing an economy, Mr. Speaker, you don't get a second chance. Clearly, Canadians are worse off today than they were a year ago. And the budget still offers no insights into how the government plans to create jobs. And unfortunately, their forecasting isn't reliable either. When our previous government introduced a stimulus package in response to the global financial crisis, we used outside experts to vet our estimate of 220,000 jobs that would be created or maintained. And this target was actually exceeded by 28,000 jobs, Mr. Speaker. Now, in contrast, the Parliamentary Budget Office reported in October that despite their out-of-control spending and their skyrocketing deficits, the Liberals haven't created one net full-time job since they took office. Not one. Not a single job, Mr. Speaker. Not one. The report also stated that the number of jobs, part-time jobs, I will point out, that were created in the last year is only half the average rate of job creation of the previous 5 years. All of them part-time again, Mr. Speaker. Now further, in comparison, while Canada's employment rate has been falling, rates in the US, G7, and OECD have all risen. So it's very clear that despite a year of reckless spending, the Liberal plan has done nothing to improve our economy. Instead of supporting real job creators, the Liberals are making it more expensive for companies to hire and raising taxes on the small businesses that employ 95% of Canadians. For small businesses, the budget reneges on promises to lower the small business tax rate that were planned in the last Conservative budget from 11% to 9%. Instead, they will hold the rate at 10.5% and have introduced new conditions around eligibility. We'll get to those in a second, Mr. Speaker. Not only that, the budget didn't renew the tax credit for EI premiums paid by small business, and over $1 billion in new EI expenditures points to higher premiums for all employers in the near future. All of this, Mr. Speaker, drives away jobs and drives away investment. And now they're talking about a federal carbon tax, which we all know what that impact will have on every Canadian family, on their budgets. We know what it'll mean for businesses and their costs. So again, further costs being added to families, further costs being added to businesses who are trying to employ Canadians. So not only are they not creating jobs, but they're not even going to try and help the private sector or enable the private sector to be able to do the job they want to do, which is create jobs. And not only that, but what they're also saying to some small businesses, that they are too small to be small businesses. And so they're now going to be increasing their tax bills. In some cases, for some of these small businesses that we're talking about, when they deal with the rules around active and passive income, they're going to see tripling of their tax bills. This will put people out of business. That'll put Canadians, more Canadians, out of work, Mr. Speaker. And I wanted to also touch on, Mr. Speaker, our natural resource industry and the workers that it supports. Because the Liberals have imposed arbitrary, political, and unpredictable regulatory processes at a time when we need urgently to get our resources to new markets and when we should be supporting our natural resource workers. So while unemployment in Alberta continues to climb, the Liberal government's budget fails to address support measures for our natural resource workers. Skilled workers are struggling to provide for their families and are being forced to leave the province to seek better opportunities for employment. The number of unemployed Albertans has nearly doubled since the start of 2015. Went from 112,500 in January of last year to 206,900 in August of 2016, up 84.6%. I see the signal you're giving me there, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, I've got so many points I want to raise about the terrible nature of this budget that I'll have to leave some of them out, but of course, we can thank the Liberal government for that as well, because they've obviously indicated that they're going to limit the debate on this as well. So unfortunately, there's not the opportunity to raise all the points we would like to be able to raise. So I want to just touch on the point of infrastructure as well, because I've already made it clear enough that they're completely oblivious to the needs of Alberta energy workers and getting them back to work, and their budget certainly reflects that. But when we talk about the infrastructure program, they claim they're going to create this legacy of infrastructure. But when you look at it, most of the claims there are really quite false, because it actually is in this phase 2, so-called phase 2 of their plan, that they're going to see most of this infrastructure. So most of these things won't even be realized for at least 6 years. And so, until then, the municipalities are just out of luck, basically. They've taken a huge chunk of this fund and put it into this infrastructure bank, which means small communities across the country, they're out of luck because they don't have access to any of those when you talk about projects having to be massive projects of $100 million or more, Mr. Speaker. And of course, on top of all that, we got higher taxes. Constituents tell me, we keep hearing from this government how families are better off. Well, I actually asked my constituents, are you better off? I went to their doors, knocked on their doors, I asked them in a survey, and over again what I heard is no, actually we're worse off, Mr. Speaker. This government's taken away some of our tax credits for income splitting, for fitness and arts, education, textbooks, our ability to be able to save through tax-free savings accounts, and then they're forcing new mandatory premium increases on us for the Canada Pension Plan, and it goes on and on and on and on. And then, of course, cherry on top, the carbon tax. We're all looking forward to that one, Mr. Speaker. And so they all tell me they're going to be worse off. So not only is this government taxing Canadian families to death, putting them in huge deficit and debt situations so their future for their kids and grandkids will be taxed to death, but they're not doing anything to create jobs, and they're not doing anything to help businesses do the same. So I just want to say, Mr. Speaker, it's a terrible budget. I stand here to speak in opposition to it today.
And comments. L'honorable député de Laurentides-Labelle.
I'm amused to listen to the member's comments about how much we've gotten done in the short period. I wonder if the member could remind this House how many years it took to cause all the damage that they wanted to cause to this country. The Conservatives caused quite a bit of damage, and after 10 years, they still hadn't finished everything they wanted to do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Banff Airdrie.
Well, I'm amazed to even hear that comment. We're talking about a government that took us through one of the most difficult economic times the world has ever seen. We came out of it with a balanced budget. We lowered taxes for Canadians, and somehow that was damage? I guess I can understand why he might think that, because what we're seeing from them is the complete opposite. There are huge new deficits being created in a very short period of time, massive new taxes being put on Canadians. That, to me, sounds like the real damage, but I mean, of course, Liberals always have it all backwards, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata.
The honourable member for Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata-Lévesque.
To my colleague for his speech. Obviously, we have some differences of opinion on many issues, especially on the economics. But there's one thing that we actually agree on, is the fact that for most of the commitments that the Liberals made during the election on infrastructure, we basically find nothing that was actually promised during the campaign. Yes, they talked about the infrastructure bank. They never explained how it would work. And now we're actually find out that about 80% of that bank will actually be funded by the private sector, which obviously will have a large role to play in this. But that was never mentioned during the campaign. Another thing that was never mentioned was the fact that the government, or this government, would actually go towards privatizing or considering to privatize ports and airports. So I'd like to have the comments of my colleague on what should and should not be told during an electoral campaign, because it seems that Liberals are under the misguided assumption that platforms count for nothing. It's only to engage citizens.
For Banff Airdrie.
Well, it's a great question, and I'll tell you the answer is that when a party stands up in an election, they make promises. They should keep those promises. But we've definitely seen very little of that from this Liberal government. And that, as he said, that is the one thing we can certainly agree on, is that they're not keeping any of the promises. I mean, they said, I think it was a terrible promise to make to begin with, that they were going to make a $10 billion deficit, but they certainly didn't keep that. They've blown way past that already. He talks about the infrastructure. Well, yeah, they claim they're going to create all these jobs with all this infrastructure, and that's why they need to run these deficits. Well, not only are they running the deficits and they're taxing Canadians, but they're not even providing the promised infrastructure or the jobs. There's no jobs that have been created, and the infrastructure is all deferred till way into the future. So what we're getting from this government is nothing but new taxes and a huge, massive new debt. That's what we're getting from this government. That's going to be their legacy, is taxes for you, your children, your grandchildren, and a huge, huge hole that they've dug for this entire country. That's their legacy, and it's shameful.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Edmonton Riverbend.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to stand here and comment on the wonderful speech given by my colleague. I know that there's not many who talk to their constituents more than my colleague here. I think he was also voted previously as one of the hardest working members of Parliament for his constituents. Yes. However, so I'm curious as his thoughts. Has he been, as the many times he's been at the door, has he heard that a carbon tax is the answer? Has he heard that infrastructure spending is actually creating jobs? Because I'm not hearing that in my doors. I'm just curious. Maybe he lives in a different part of the province in Alberta, and if he's hearing something different than I'm hearing.
Member for Banff Airdrie.
Well, I appreciate that question, and I can tell him I'm certainly not hearing anything different than what he's hearing. There was recently a huge rally in my riding that was organized by citizens who were opposed to a carbon tax. You know, hundreds, probably thousands of people that had showed up. I noticed that cars that were going by were honking their horns in support. I mean, that people are hugely concerned. I mean, it's like a kick while we're down. You know, we got thousands of workers out of work, and then while we need to have some support, we need to see something that's offered as hope. What the government offers is a carbon tax everything. You know, and when I go and I knock on doors, in addition to hearing the concerns about this carbon tax, I hear about the measures that this government claims somehow they're going to improve all these middle-class Canadian families. Well, I asked my constituents at the doors, and they tell me no. In fact, we're worse off. So then I also did a survey where I asked constituents, and I said, "Are you better or worse off?" Well, 65% of them came back and said we're worse off under this government. 65%.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Scarborough North.
Mr. Speaker, it has been exactly 1 year and a day since the Governor-General of Canada delivered the speech from the throne, opening the 42nd Parliament and setting in motion our government's plan to make real change happen throughout this country. When I look back over the past year, it is apparent that real change is happening across Canada from coast to coast to coast. It is the result of hope and hard work, values that continue to build our great nation, and it began with the faith and trust that Canadians put in our party. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to speak today on Bill C-29, the Budget Implementation Act, because the budget is the centerpiece of our government's plan for change. This budget represents the hopes and dreams of so many Canadians who believe in a better and brighter future, not only for each and every Canadian today, but as well for generations to come, that they will inherit a greener planet and a world of opportunities. In my riding of Scarborough North, which straddles the edge of the City of Toronto and the beginning of the Rouge Urban National Park, hard-working Canadians want to know that their government is hard at work for them. The hard-working father wants to know if public transit will be improved so that commuting to work downtown from Malvern doesn't take up 2 hours of his precious time each day. After working 2 long shifts, he can think of no greater joy than to be in home in time to tuck his 3-year-old into bed. The hardworking single mother wants to know that the federal government is committed to a national strategy on inclusive, sustainable, and affordable housing. After living with her 2 children in unsafe and overcrowded housing for many years, she has finally saved up some money, enough to carry a modest mortgage for a Habitat for Humanity townhouse unit currently under construction at the 140 Pinery Trail site. The hardworking Tamil immigrant family wants to know that their children will receive a good education and a fair chance to succeed. After fleeing the Sri Lankan Civil War, there is nothing more important than to see their next generation live in a peaceful society with the opportunities that the previous generation never had. Mr. Speaker, I feel humbled and privileged to represent the people of Scarborough North and to make sure that their priorities are heard here in Ottawa. I'm proud to stand in support of Bill C-29, which will help implement a budget that is making real change happen for Canadians. It is change that will result in new investments for much-needed infrastructure like public transit and affordable housing, as well as clean water and the expansion of trade and transport. Now is the time to invest. While interest rates are low and Canada's debt-to-GDP ratio is the lowest of any G7 country. Over the next decade, our government plans to invest over $180 billion in infrastructure, helping residents not only in Scarborough North, but all across our country. After raising taxes on the wealthiest 1% so that we could cut them for the middle class, this budget further helps Canadian families with the high cost of raising kids. Through the new Canada Child Benefit, 9 out of 10 families will receive more money each month, lifting hundreds of thousands of children out of poverty. This budget also ensures that post-secondary education is affordable and accessible, especially for students from low and middle-income families. This budget will help seniors. Through increased benefits, our elders will now have greater comfort and dignity in their retirement years. This budget is there to support our veterans. For all that they have done to serve our country, Canada's veterans deserve respect and better access to government services. These are just a few examples of how real change is happening all across Canada. And today, we are continuing this theme with Bill C-29. Our government remains fully committed to grow the economy and strengthen the Canadian middle class. That is why certain provisions in this bill are designed to ensure tax fairness and a strong financial sector. Hard-working Canadians, like the people in my riding of Scarborough North, want a government that will uphold fairness for all taxpayers. The vast majority of Canadians work hard each and every day. They pay a fair share of taxes, hoping that in return the government provides the programs and services that they need. Yet, there are some wealthy individuals who continue to abuse the system. It is precisely why this bill seeks to combat underground economic activity, close tax loopholes, and prevent tax evasion here in Canada and abroad. When the rich elite benefit from unwarranted and unintended tax advantages, it is hard-working everyday Canadians that have to pay the price. When wealthy individuals inappropriately use private corporations to reduce or defer taxes, for example, it is simply wrong that they are not paying their fair share. That is why our government will ensure effective administration and enforcement of Canada's tax laws, making the necessary changes to improve the integrity and fairness of our tax system. Hardworking Canadians also expect that our financial institutions remain strong. Banks are indeed where Canadians typically go to cash their paychecks, to deposit their retirement savings, and to take out their mortgages. We know that Canada's strong banking system is well respected all around the world. The robustness of our large and diversified financial institutions was proven during and after the global financial crisis in 2008. That is why our government is strengthening Canada's financial sector in order to support stable economic growth. By keeping our financial institutions robust through a strong regulatory framework, our government will ensure that the needs of Canadians and Canadian businesses are met. We are also making it clear that it is not the taxpayers, but instead the shareholders and creditors of large banks who will be responsible for any risk taken by their respective institutions. That way, hardworking, everyday Canadians will not be left with the bill when economic turmoil hits. Mr. Speaker, it's evident that this budget implementation bill is there to provide both help and protection for Canadians. That is why I stand today in support of Bill C-29 and all of its provisions. We must continue to build Canada's economy because we all know that a strong economy starts with a strong middle class. There is no other national project more important at this time. When middle-class Canadians have more money in their pockets, it means they can feel confident to spend more, to save more, and to invest more. This grows the Canadian economy. It grows Canada's future. And I cannot think of anything more crucial than creating opportunities for both today and tomorrow. When I think about the hopes and dreams of hard-working Canadians in my riding of Scarborough North, and indeed across Canada, I think about what it is we want to leave behind for our future generations. The choice is ours, to look ahead and ensure that we work towards a future for our country that we can all be proud of. When we invest in the economy and build a stronger middle class, Canada becomes a country that works for everyone. That is why our government is laying the groundwork today for a strong and productive economy that will last for generations to come. Mr. Speaker, I will be voting in favor of Bill C-29, and I encourage all of my colleagues in this House to stand together with me for real change today and in the months, years, and decades ahead. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Langley Aldergrove.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened intently to the member, and what he said actually sounded quite nice, but in reality, taxes are increasing on Canadians. The rich, as he said, are not paying their fair share. Fact is, Canadians are being overtaxed by this government. And my particular concern, Mr. Speaker, is on seniors. We have Canadian seniors that are living in poverty, and we've heard from the government that, number one, they're increasing their guaranteed income supplement, GIS. And we applaud that. Fact is, it should be more than what they're doing. It's minuscule and it should be more. They've also said that they've raised the age for OAS to lowered it back to 65. And again, we're supportive of that. But that's all they're doing. They're not doing anything else for seniors, Mr. Speaker, and seniors are struggling. And now the new carbon tax is a tax on everything: medicine, food, housing, heating. And Mr. Speaker, does he support the grief that the government's policies are creating on Canadian seniors?
The honourable member for Scarborough North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his question and comments. Indeed, we have raised taxes on the wealthiest 1% so that we can cut them for the middle class. And specifically for seniors, we are working hard to make sure that we provide the support that is needed. For low-income single seniors, we are increasing their GIS top-up benefit of up to $947 each year. We've rolled back the eligibility age for GIS and OAS benefits from 67 to 65. And these measures, along with the investments that we are making into infrastructure, will help grow the economy. It will help create jobs. It will create a brighter future, not only for our seniors, but for each and every Canadian across this great country.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I certainly don't doubt the sincerity of my colleague when he talks about families. When I talk with a lot of families in my riding, especially the young ones with young children, the biggest issues they bring to my attention are the fact that there's a lack of affordable childcare spaces. So even if a family member was to go out and get a job, that job actually wouldn't pay for the childcare. So there's no upward mobility for the families. But that being said, there was an attempt made at committee with this bill to bring the indexing of the child benefit to January 1st of 2017. That amendment was rejected. It was ruled out of order. And I don't see any action coming out of the government to fix this problem. So as a result, we're going to have to wait for 2020. That's when families are going to have to wait to see the benefits actually keep pace with inflation. So my question to the member is, why is his government not indexing the benefits starting next year? Why are they forcing low-income families to wait until 2020?
The honourable member for Scarborough North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Indeed, when I speak to families in my riding of Scarborough North, they are happy because the new Canada Child Benefit is a better benefit. It gives more money to families. Indeed, it gives families that need it the most the greatest benefit. Indeed, this program will lift 300,000 children out of poverty, starting with the benefits that began last July. For a family, for example, with a child who is under the age of 6, they will receive up to $6,400 a year. For children older, $5,400 a year. And these families will benefit from that increased benefit, money that they can use to help buy school supplies, to buy winter jackets, and to provide the things that their children need to have a bright future, a good education, and a good start to the day as they continue to grow and become Canadians that will contribute eventually back into our society.
We have time for a very brief question. The honourable member for Fredericton. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and yes, you're correct. My honourable colleague had the chance just now to answer a question about the work we're doing for seniors, the work we're doing for families with young children. Could he talk about how we're helping middle-class families through our investments in infrastructure, whether it's enhanced productivity in communities like the community he represents, and or enhanced quality of life? Could he take a moment to explain how the government is working to improve both economic situation and quality of life for middle-class Canadians?
In 45 seconds or less, the honourable member for Scarborough North.
Thank you to my honourable friend and colleague, and thank you to him for his incredible work on this file and for continuing to advocate on his community. In fact, it is such a wonderful thing when we invest in infrastructure to build public transit, to build affordable housing, to make sure that bridges and roads are repaired, to make sure that Canadians have the infrastructure that they need. It will help create jobs, and those jobs will help grow the economy. It will create a brighter future for all Canadians, and it will create the conditions for success that we need so desperately. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Chatham-Kent-Leamington.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a privilege to rise to speak on the budget bill. And I must say, though, I do it with a heavy heart, because I'm concerned, Mr. Speaker, about the direction that this government is going. And I want to talk about that record first. I want to talk about contrasting the two records that we've seen in this House and in the past few years as well, too. If we speak, for instance, of the Conservative record, we see a balanced budget in 2015. Contrast that today to the Liberal budget, where we see a $30 billion deficit. If we talk in terms of the economy, we saw modest growth in the last number of years, and we'll get to that. We'll do a little history lesson later. Whereas this government, in the past year, we've seen no growth. There's been just stagnation. If we talk about employment, we talk about those years of the recession, the Great Recession, and we see that during that time, the Conservative government was able to head a government that saw the growth of 1.5 million new jobs, most full-times. And you'll notice, Mr. Speaker, I didn't say we created those jobs. Far from it. Far be it that any one of us should say that we create jobs. The only jobs that governments create are the ones that they put in the public sector. We're talking about jobs that were grown in the private sector. Contrast that to today's Liberals, where we see no new jobs, and a lost. We see full-time jobs that are lost, and added is the only added job numbers are part-time jobs. Now, I want to talk about deficits, but first of all, we're going to take a little history lesson. We want to go back to when this government was elected in 2006, and those were pretty good days. We saw something we don't see a whole lot of, that's surpluses in government. And during the years of 2006 and 2007 and partially into 2008, this government saw fit to tackle the deficit. Now, the deficit wasn't a great deficit. Any deficit is not a good thing, but they still had the good sense to fight the deficit, to bring the deficit down. Now, we did that while at the same time we lowered the GST 2 points, and we also lowered other areas of government revenue and paid the deficit down $37 billion. Now let's contrast that to today's budget, 2015. Now, when we delivered the budget to this Liberal government, we delivered it with the lowest tax revenue or the lowest tax rate in 50 years. The typical family was paying $7,000 less in taxes. And it was the best record in the G7. In 2015, we know what happened. The Liberals got elected. They went to their electorals and said, you know, we have a better way. Did Harper say? And they said, that's not true. It almost sounds like a biblical story. And they introduced a new concept. They said, you know, we're going to spend just a little bit more money. Folks, if we spend more money, we can grow the economy. Not a lot. I mean, Canadians were used to lower taxes, and they were used to lower deficits, and so they had been promised a balanced budget. They'd received that, and now to introduce this whole new concept of spending money to improve our lives was something suspect. But the Liberals did say it would only be $10 billion. Now, that modest deficit, we know, of course, ballooned to $30 billion. And it didn't stimulate the economy. It didn't create new jobs. No new jobs, no growth. Well, I want to go back to the deficit. I want to ask the question, the simple question, why would somebody go into a deficit position? Now, I would suspect possibly Gerald Butts, he's the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff. He was also Chief of Staff to Dalton McGuinty. There seems to be a pattern there. The Ontario government did the same thing. They said if we spend more money, we can do a whole lot of great things. We can grow the economy. And it's interesting to note that the Prime Minister's first trip was to Davos, Switzerland. Anybody know where that is? Well, not too many people. It's an obscure little town in Europe, but it is the seat of the world banking system. Interesting. These folks had heard that the Prime Minister was going to spend money, go in a deficit situation. His second trip made great friends with our former, I guess he's still the President of the United States, Mr. Obama. And Mr. Obama was well versed in that kind of ideology too. Matter of fact, he doubled the deficit in the United States, went up from $9 trillion to $18 trillion. I remember the first time we started talking about $1 trillion, and I had to get my mind around that. I still haven't got my mind around that, but I just know that is an awful lot of money. And he went to Mr. Obama, and they began to be great friends. Now, I got to give the Liberals credit. I went over your record in your candidates and your team, and I just wanted to introduce myself to my team. And Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, how much time do I have? My 3 minutes, so I better move this along. I've never seen more doctors, more lawyers, more PhDs, Rhodes Scholars, and you know, I feel a little intimidated in some, because you know, I'm just a farm boy. I think we've got a little more commoners in this side of the room, but I'm going to tell you something. I'm just a farm boy. I've had some modest success in the auto industry, but I had a lesson in 1993 in debt, where the banks came around and they pulled my line of credit, and it brought me to my knees, but it taught me a valuable lesson. I learned that I would never be indebted to a bank again. Now, you ask most business people, would they rather have a huge debt or no debt at all? I don't think there's a person in this house that wouldn't say the latter. And that lesson was something that I needed to learn, because it helped me become a better businessman. And yet this government is telling us that debt's not a bad thing, that you can borrow your way to success. I'm here to tell you it won't happen and it won't work. Now, banks, we talk about central banks, and that's a whole different subject, and maybe I'll have the opportunity to talk about central banks at some point. But they know that there is no better customer than a nation. You know why? Especially a rich nation. Because they will always pay their bills. Because they've got a method of payment that is unequaled on the planet. It's called taxes. They will just tax their citizens. And understand this. There is no other means for a government, for a country, to raise revenue. It's just taxes. You say, well, what about borrowing money? Well, you're just deferring the inevitable. And eventually, you're going to pay the piper. And banks know this. Banks know that they're always going to get their 2 points, whatever that is. If the bank rate is at 3%, they'll get 5. If it's at, and we like to say, bank rate's at 0%, well, it's a whole different discussion. And I know one day we're going to have that discussion because it's a non-reality. But let's just assume that that's the rate. They'll always get their 2%. God help us if we ever go to traditional rates. Can you imagine if we're paying at this point about $35 billion on an interest rate of 2%, if that were to spike to 4, to 6, to 8, some of the younger folks here, it's 8%. Listen, I remember mortgages, and we thought we were getting a real good deal, and we had 12 and 3/4. Speaker's telling me I don't have much time left. I don't think this government has much time left either if they continue this trajectory. If they continue this avenue of free spending and continue to put this country and this people, and especially our children, into a position where they are indebted, where they can't no longer pay that debt. Now, I don't want to paint a picture that it isn't unreal. Far be it that I would do that. But I would say, Mr. Speaker, and I'll close with that the idea of spending money to get richer is foolhardy at best. And it is a mistake for this government to continue on in that direction. And I would ask that they would look again the direction that they're going and reverse this terrible direction. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Beaches, East York.
Thank you, the member, for his speech. I wonder if the member could speak to the different kinds of debt. I think it's an unfortunate thing when we talk about debt to Canadians as just debt. There's capital infrastructure debt. There's operating expense debt that we might incur, and they're very different.
There's a rule in the House that you can be in the House, you can vote in the House without a tie, but unfortunately I'm going to have to cut it off. I just noticed the honourable member doesn't have a tie. I'm going to have to ask him to sit down. I'm sure it was a great question. L'honorable député d'Avignon.
The honourable member for Avignon, la Métis Matapédia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Conservative member gave a very interesting speech. He talked about the contrast between the previous government and the Liberal government, and I can assure you that the contrast is very obvious. Our Liberal government is now there, working for the regions. The member also talked about debt, to come back to what my colleague said earlier. So I'd like to hear what he thinks about the advantages that the Canada Child Benefit has given to 9 families out of 10. About how it's lifted 300,000 children out of poverty, all in a context that is non-taxable. This credit is non-taxable. So I'd like to hear what he thinks about the Canada Child Benefit and how it lifts families out of debt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for the question, too. You know, I got to be honest, I've got kids with I've got a lot of grandkids, too. And I got to be honest. My kids say, boy, Dad, that's kind of neat getting that check. But I remind them, you got to pay it back. And your kids will have to pay this back, too. So, you know, I wonder if had the Liberal government been honest with the Canadian public and said, we're going to really increase this, but it's going to cost you. We're not going to pay for it. We're going to charge it. I wonder if Canadians would have had the same response. I repeat that, you know, when it's Christmas time and Mom and Dad come home with piles and piles of presents, the kids will be delighted. But if after in the same breath they tell the kids, and by the way, kids, I charged it and you got to pay for it, it would really make for a crummy Christmas.
That's a great
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, my heart goes out to the member for Beaches East York. If he does want to borrow a tie, we've got some very stylish ones in the NDP lobby. My question to my Conservative friend is, I just wanted to bring to his attention, on March 2016, there was an advisory council on economic growth that was struck by the Liberal government. And Michael Sabia was one of the members of this council. You know, during that time, it was right around the same time, on March 3rd, he appeared before the Toronto Board of Trade, and he stated that for long-term investors, infrastructure offers something that's not easy to find today: stable, predictable returns in the 7 to 9% range with a low risk of capital loss. Exactly what we need to meet our clients' long-term needs, end quote. So, Mr. Speaker, my question to my friend is, when we hear the private investment industry making those kind of claims about 7 to 9% return on investment, where does he think those returns are going to come from, and how do they compare with what the government could offer, or what the government did promise with low interest rates?
The honourable member for Chatham-Kent, Leamington.
Mr. Speaker, I wish I had more time. I think it was Patrick Henry that said, if I had another life to give, I wish I had another hour to give. We could talk about those things, but the long and the short is this. I'm not an economist. I'll be the first to say, but, you know, I'm a businessman. And I would say that there's a lot of folks here that aren't economists, and yet they've learned to balance their own checkbook. And when you do those things, you know what's coming in is better kind of be equal to what's going out. And you always like to make the one a little bit more than the other. But it's just common sense that we can't spend our way to prosperity. There are times that governments have invested. We use that word so freely, and everything seems to be an investment nowadays. But nevertheless, when we go to the bank and we borrow money, we've made a loan. When we've made a loan, we've got to pay back that loan.
Resuming debate. Yes, the honourable member for Mount Royal.
Mr. Speaker, I just, in 20 seconds or less, I was just wondering if I could clarify your ruling with respect to the member for Beaches East York. My understanding is that the rules say contemporary business attire in the House. I think today... Excuse me? The rules are contemporary business attire. The rules have changed in workplaces since 1987. The last time the Speaker, I believe, ruled on this issue. I am wondering if the Speaker would consider reviewing this rule and sending it to PROC to revise, as many workplaces today no longer require men to wear ties. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I appreciate the suggestion. I will bring it back and suggest it to a meeting, and we'll get back to him if anything changes. Now we'll resume debate. The honourable member for Mississauga East Cooksville.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, today I take this opportunity to speak on Bill C-29, the Budget Implementation Act. In the budget, you know, this budget, Mr. Speaker, will have such a profound, progressive, positive impact on the families in my riding, the kids, the students, the workers. Mr. Speaker, it will make a tremendous difference in their lives. But by their nature, budget bills are largely collections of various budget-related matters, and many of these matters can be very technical in nature and pretty mind-numbing, I say. However, other parts of these bills pertain to matters that are of substantive policy, including the important policy choices made by governments. I'll address you on the parts of this bill that pertain to the important policy decisions made by this government. The first policy decision made by this government I speak on is the Canada Child Benefit. I refer to its indexing to inflation, the maximum benefit amounts, and the phase-out thresholds under the Canada Child Benefit, beginning in the 2020-2021 benefit year. This decision will keep the Canada Child Benefit up to date, effective, and relevant regardless of any future inflation. The Canada Child Benefit is a critical program for Canadians now and into the future. Our Canada Child Benefit is responsible for lifting over 300,000 Canadian children above that poverty threshold. In a stroke, Speaker, it reduced Canada's child poverty rate from 11% to 6%. It cut our child poverty rate nearly in half. That is outstanding, something that many of us have talked about for decades and never done. And to see this happen before our eyes, Speaker, is truly amazing. This is the sort of societal changing action we all entered politics to effect. Moving over 300,000 children out of dire need means nearly 1/3 of a million Canadian children will eat better, will be better clothed, will be better educated, and will benefit from the opportunities many other Canadian children can take for granted. These opportunities may include soccer lessons or music lessons or science camps. Not only is this program, which this legislation underpins into the future, the right and decent thing to do, it is the clever thing to do. Children raised out of poverty have better health outcomes. These better outcomes will save us untold billions of dollars in health costs in the future. Children not burdened by poverty get better educations. These better educated Canadians will result in a more productive Canadian economy in the future. The increased productivity from this poverty reduction program will contribute billions in extra Canadian economic growth and Canadian government revenues. Children not haunted by poverty have better life outcomes. They're less likely to suffer from debilitating social problems, such as crime and addiction. Reducing such social problems will not only prevent untold personal grief and tragedy, but will save all levels of government more billions of dollars, Speaker. Poverty reduction might even have a surprising effect on our democratic system. There is some evidence that increased income increases the likelihood of voting, and this makes intuitive sense. If you feel your society has cared about you and your children, you will tend to care more about your society. Therefore, we're all likely making more engaged and better citizens with this measure. It's no wonder that the Canada Child Benefit has been described as, quote, one of the most ambitious social policies to be implemented in Canada in decades, end quote. Bill C-29 supports this progressive and ambitious societal change. Bill C-29 also makes post-secondary education more affordable for low and middle-income families. Further, it makes it easier to repay any student debt incurred to obtain that post-secondary education. These are yet more progressive and forward-thinking government measures to position Canadians and Canada for the future. Successful world citizens in the future will not be working harder, they will be working smarter. It is our duty to ensure that Canadians are overrepresented in the future cohort of successful, highly educated world citizens. These budget measures are some of the ways we're fulfilling that duty. The measures I've addressed so far relate to our duty to the youngest Canadians and future generations. The measures I now address, Speaker, concern our duty to the most vulnerable of our oldest Canadians, our seniors. Currently, these vulnerable seniors, i.e. those couples receiving the Guaranteed Income Supplement under the Old Age Security Act, are penalized when one or both of them become so ill that it requires the couple to split up for health reasons, Speaker. While they are forced to incur the extra costs of living as two single people, they are not each entitled to the single-person supplement. Currently, they're restricted to the couple supplement only. The couple supplement is less than that of two single-person, Speaker. This amendment corrects that unfairness by allowing each such involuntary single to claim that single-person supplement. This recognizes their increased costs, which are beyond their control. CARP is a 300,000-member national, nonpartisan, nonprofit organization advocating for financial security and improved health care for Canadians as they age. CARP, and quote again, applauds the government for proposed amendments to the Old Age Security Act, contained within Bill C-29, end quote. And our Guaranteed Income Supplement increase, Speaker, while certainly wanting us to do more, CARP further states these amendments have our unconditional support. This measure is a part of our commitment to ensure that Canadian seniors have a dignified, comfortable, and secure retirement. This bill implements This bill implements that part of the election platform for which Canadians voted last year regarding increases also to infrastructure spending, $180 billion over 12 years. Canada, like the rest of the world, has realized that monetary policy, including the low interest rates that we find ourselves with now, is no cure for sluggish growth. It can't fix everything, Speaker. And not necessarily are those investments made that are necessary because of the low interest rates. And that's why, with government intervention, we're able to get some of that infrastructure built that is so needed. We're in such a situation right now, Speaker. We also realize that there's an infrastructure deficit in Canada. Sewer systems, bridges, railroads, social housing, rural high-speed internet. These are just but a few, Speaker, of the areas in which we must invest more. The timing is right for this infrastructure push right now. As the British magazine The Economist said on October 4th, 2014, concrete benefits, public investments in infrastructure do the most good at times like the present. And municipal leaders, Speaker, the FCM, I know we were at their function last week, Federation of Canadian Municipalities, are raving about the leadership that we've taken on infrastructure and the improvements that will come to municipalities coast to coast to coast. Our current prosperity did not come out of thin air, Speaker. We have to realize this. It came out of investments and hard work. Canada's most iconic infrastructure investment was the national dream, i.e. the building of the Transcontinental Railway. That investment helped make Canada. It created untold wealth and knitted us together. It is a classic example of the far-sighted infrastructure investment that we need. We must be equally far-sighted today, Speaker. The myriad of new infrastructure opportunities that exist in public transit, local and regional airports, disaster mitigation, community energy systems, and healthcare facilities, and I can go on and on. Many societies around the world are confronting new tensions and perhaps even questioning of the traditional bonds between citizens and their leaders. This legislation addresses those strains by emphasizing, Speaker, the inclusive nature of our Canadian democracy, Speaker. I'm concerned about the state of our democracy and in the world's democracies to that end, and I allude to the broader positive societal impact of the measures to help Canadian children whose families are struggling. I have also highlighted the long-term national building implications of infrastructure investment. Speaker, we're determined to ensure a strong economy based on a strong middle class. When middle-class Canadians have more money to save, invest, and grow the economy, everyone benefits. These benefits are not only economic, these benefits are democratic, social, and cultural, Speaker. Speaker, I think about Canadian parents. You know, they're struggling to join the middle class. They are working hard. You know, a concrete, monthly, and effective demonstration, Canadian societal concerns for them, Speaker. I support this legislation wholeheartedly, Mr. Speaker, and I encourage everyone in this House to vote in favour of Bill C-29. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for the speech. There are 2 points that I'd like to deal with. We know that the biggest job creators in our economy are small and medium-sized businesses, which generally create about 80% of new jobs. This is particularly the case in Montreal and in my riding of Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. The Liberals had promised that they would help small and medium-sized businesses, help breathe new life into them, but unfortunately in their first budget there was absolutely nothing about cutting taxes for small businesses. So I'd like to hear what my colleague thinks about that. I certainly understand my colleague's concerns about infrastructure. In Montreal, the situation is catastrophic, but I'm very concerned about these allusions to privatization on the part of the government, and also this new investment bank, infrastructure investment bank, that will have corporations investing in it and requiring a dividend of 7% when we can loan at 2%.
Brooksville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable member for the great question. You know, Mr. Speaker, that small businesses are the lifeblood of really our economy. They are the engine. I have so many small businesses in my riding of Mississauga East Cooksville. And Mr. Speaker, what I can tell the member is that they have come to me. The difference that Canada Child Benefit has made to those businesses, that extra spending money that those families now have to be able to buy that winter coat at this time of year, Mr. Speaker, to put their kids in soccer or in a music class, to be able to provide more for those children. This is an investment, and that investment also moves into those small and medium-sized businesses. Same thing happened with our middle-class tax cut, Mr. Speaker. That means more money in the hands of more people in the middle class, and being able to spend that money within the local economy, because these businesses are local, Speaker, and they make such a difference. They are employers of many people in our community. So I say to the member, these are investments that will have a major impact on our small and medium-sized businesses.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for St. Boniface, St. Vidal.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I know in the budget 2016 was very well received in Manitoba, both in the rural areas and in the city areas. In fact, in the riding of Provencher, in the town of Saint-Pierre, le village de Saint-Pierre, they received $3 million for a lagoon expansion. In the city of Winnipeg, we've received $55 million for transit improvements, Mr. Speaker. Something that was direly needed and is direly needed for Winnipeg. I'm wondering if the honourable member could speak to the importance of transit improvements in large urban centres and how so very important that is for the future of moving people, moving goods, and increasing productivity for cities.
Number 4, Mississauga East, Cooksville.
You know, the member is so right, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank him for all he does for his community and understanding the importance of those buses, those trains, those roads that help move people and goods so that they can get to work a little quicker and actually get home a lot quicker, to be able to spend more time with their families. Also, the productivity, impact, Mr. Speaker, in terms of what that means to those businesses. Also, we talk about our carbon footprint. And the reduction in the amount of emissions that we have by having more people on buses, better service. The better service that we have, we also have a bigger uptake in terms of people using public transit, Mr. Speaker. I often hear that if there were more buses, if there were better service, more frequent service, that more people would then use public transit. And that's happening right across the country, especially in the members' riding and in Manitoba. And I know the type of impact that makes, and especially for that middle class, working families, for those working hard to reach the middle class, Mr. Speaker.
Before resuming debate, I'd like to just go on a point of order that was raised earlier on page 602 on the House of Commons procedures and practices regarding attire. It says the speakers have ruled that all members desiring to be recognized at any point during the proceedings in the House must be wearing contemporary business attire. Current practice requires that male members wear jackets, shirts, and ties. Clerical collars have been allowed, although ascots and turtlenecks have been ruled inappropriate for male members participating in debate. So I just wanted to clarify that in case anyone was wondering, and I wouldn't want anyone to miss their opportunity to speak. But even if they come to the House and they don't have a tie, we have staff here that is really willing to help, and we have some ties sitting up front that we can put forward and help you with. You may not like the look of it, but they are ties and they would fit the bill. Resuming debate, the honourable member for the honourable parliamentary secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for clarifying contemporary business dress attire for us today. It is my pleasure to take this opportunity to rise in this place to speak in support of this legislation and to discuss the international assistance provisions outlined in Budget 2016, as well as provide some additional insight into the direction our government is taking with regards to Canada's international assistance overall. In terms of new funding, Budget 2016 allocated an additional $256 million over 2 years, 2016-17 and 2017-18, to the International Assistance Envelope. The International Assistance Envelope is the Government of Canada's primary planning tool for managing official development assistance and for funding our international assistance activities. Though the majority of the resources in the IAE are programmed by Global Affairs Canada, it is truly a whole-of-government mechanism for implementing the government's international assistance agenda. The Budget 2016 infusion of new resources complements the significant steps we have taken to address key global challenges, including climate change, instability, and humanitarian crises in Iraq, Syria, and the surrounding region, as well as ongoing development challenges, particularly those facing women and girls. In the last year, our government has committed $2.65 billion over 5 years to help developing countries tackle climate change, provided over $1.1 billion over 3 years in development and humanitarian assistance to address the needs of people affected by the ongoing crisis in the Middle East, and increased our contribution to the Global Fund to fight AIDS, tuberculosis, and malaria by 20% to $785 million from 2017 to 2019. Les engagements récemment
Recent commitments by the government for international assistance show our willingness to contribute to sustainable development plans under Program 2030. We have encouraged other donors to increase their participation during an event organized in Montreal by the Prime Minister last September. Donors committed to $12 billion in order to restore the fund to deal with malaria, among other things. It was a major commitment in Montreal to put an end to the spread of HIV/AIDS, malaria, and another disease. Through the commitment of our minister, we have provided increased official development assistance to peace and security as well. And that means that we are enhancing our efforts, delivery, and the partnerships that we must establish in order to make our contribution.
View is a commitment to refocus our assistance on the poorest and the most vulnerable, including in fragile states. We will channel our efforts on advancing the empowerment of women and girls as powerful agents of change. By investing in their social, economic, and political empowerment, we can promote dramatic and positive change in the lives of entire communities. As a recent UNDP report highlighted, the future of the world will depend on us doing everything in our power to ignite the potential of a 10-year-old girl today. That commitment to a feminist and human rights-based approach will also be a catalyst for achieving all 17 goals of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. To ensure that we get this right, Mr. Speaker, we consulted broadly and transparently with Canadian and international partners seeking to build on areas of Canada's success, examine evidence and best practice, and strengthen the partnerships, mechanisms, and tools needed for improved delivery on the ground. More than 15,000 Canadian and international stakeholders in over 60 countries took the time to contribute to these consultations, and for that, I thank them for their thoughtful, engaging responses. We know that the global development and security context has changed, and Canada's international assistance needs to adapt to this new reality. In our response to crises in the Middle East, we are ensuring that our security, humanitarian, and development assistance is part of an integrated response in the region. To move forward, the Government of Canada will need to forge new partnerships with Canadians, NGO partners, international organizations, research institutions, and the private sector to ensure that the best ideas and minds are brought together to develop innovative solutions to the most enduring problems. We will need to look beyond official development assistance and make use of different types of financial flows to overcome financing gaps. And most importantly, we will continue to engage with stakeholders and local populations, including the poorest and the most vulnerable, to ensure that their voices are heard and form part of the decisions that affect their lives and livelihoods. In the coming months, we look forward to sharing our new international assistance vision that will support Canada's engagement on the world stage, thus contributing to a more stable and prosperous world for all. I am pleased to be supporting this legislation to achieve those objectives. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Beauport.
The honourable member for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague opposite for her remarks. Everyone here is very much aware of what's going on in other countries. It's good, but what about Canadians who are having trouble making ends meet as we speak? I'd like her to tell me, apart from the good principles of helping other people abroad, why don't we start at home with helping Canadians?
Monsieur le Président.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I'd like to thank the member opposite for her question. I think that it's clear in the budget introduced here that we are starting by helping Canadians first and foremost. We're talking about tax cuts for the middle class, be it the Canada Child Benefit that will help 9 families out of 10. When we talk about lifting 300,000 children out of poverty in Canada, and strategies and programs that we've put in place to increase the guaranteed income supplement for seniors. We are doing a great deal for Canadians. And as government, we understand it's important to start here at home, but that at the same time we also have global responsibilities. We're part of an international system, and as such, we have responsibilities as well to make the world a better place, not just here, but elsewhere.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
For Edmonton Riverbend.
Mr. Speaker. That's great. Thank the honourable member for her speech. Although her last comments there, in terms of we're helping back home here first, I'd tend to disagree, because we have in Alberta we have a massive jobs crisis that's occurring, where we have a carbon tax implemented, we have a CPP increases on top of that. I'd like her to comment. As part of her speech, she indicated that she's helping young families as well. If you can comment on how those initiatives are helping young families, because quite frankly, I don't think they are.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his question, and of course recognize the struggles that Alberta and his fellow Albertans are going through. And I think our government has been very clear in giving concrete assistance in terms of infrastructure dollars that are making an impact right now, in terms of approving the pipeline that will not only get our resources to market, but will also help put many people in Alberta and across this country into good middle-class paying jobs. But in addition, I've spoken to many individuals in my community. The member questioned whether these measures are helping young families. I can tell you that the Canada Child Benefit is having a real, meaningful and tangible impact on the bottom line of families, that's helping them make ends meet, that's helping with the costs of raising children, and that is really making a tangible difference in their lives. And I'm proud of the work that our government is doing to ensure that we are raising kids across this country out of poverty. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
In comments, the honourable member for Saanich, Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable parliamentary secretary appears to be misinformed about the jobs impact of Kinder Morgan. The National Energy Board refused to hear evidence on jobs in the economy, and the UNIFOR, the largest union representing the oil sands workers, wanted to make it clear to the National Energy Board that the expansion would come at the cost of all the jobs currently in the Chevron refinery in Burnaby, as it will likely close if Kinder Morgan is expanded. I'd like the honourable parliamentary secretary to clarify the lack of information on which the government was operating.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for her question and for her engagement on this issue. Our government is committed to creating an environment in which we can have good middle-class paying jobs. We know that infrastructure projects, whether they're social infrastructure such as housing or childcare, whether they're green infrastructure like wastewater treatment plants or other important infrastructure projects, or infrastructure that's going to help us get resources to markets, is going to create jobs, because it's going to have the building of these jobs, the building is going to require new jobs. There are many different areas in which jobs will be created created, and jobs are an important factor for our government in making these decisions for all of Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Essex, Steel Industry, l'Honourable Député.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie, Health.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate.
Député de Beauport.
The Honourable Member for Beauport, Île d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very pleased to have, I always like to speak to bills here in the House, but it's unfortunate that we have to note, and sad in fact, that Canadians are being taken for a ride here and not being given a Christmas present. The government has left out a number of important details. It's not just opposition members here in Ottawa who are questioning Bill C-29, but members of the Quebec National Assembly. People have questions. There was a unanimous motion adopted at the Quebec National Assembly. We know full well that the Quebec National Assembly, when they prepare motions, they have Liberal friends and Conservative friends, and there's one back home who must be thinking that it's not fun to be working against his natural allies. But the National Assembly has reiterated the importance of preserving the consumer protection system in Quebec, which is very advantageous, which comes under the Quebec Consumer Protection Act. And it calls on the government to withdraw the provisions from C-29, Budget Implementation Act number 2, dealing with some provisions tabled in the budget on March 22nd, March 2016, and implementing other measures that would invalidate the Consumer Protection Act measures in Quebec as it relates to banks and their clients. Now, that measure comes from the Quebec National Assembly, so it's not just the official opposition here that's questioning Bill C-29. In addition, at the start of the campaign in 2015, we all remember that the Liberals promised just a tiny, tiny little $10 billion deficit. Now, we're looking at a huge $34 billion deficit, and it's undoubtedly going to explode because the Liberals, well, what they forgot to tell Canadians and Quebecers, Mr. Speaker, was that when we gave them power, we gave them spending power as they see fit without consulting us, and oops. Then they say, oops, I think that's going to be pretty expensive. But they should have thought about that ahead of time, or they should have consulted Canadians ahead of time to see whether it really was the right thing to do. Now, the Liberals, and I find this very unfortunate because the Liberals of 10 years ago are very similar to today's Liberals. So they've accustomed us to certain things, and we just have to look back at what's happening with this cash for access business, this $1,500 cash for access system. I'm not sure if many people in my riding are ready to pay $1,500 just to get some assistance for a company that needs help, for example. Now, they'd promised to cut corporate taxes for small and medium-sized businesses. Another broken promise, as they've done so often in the past. The Liberals always say such lovely things, but the danger lies in what they don't say, what they're not telling Canadians, what they simply omit to tell Canadians on a daily basis. The little dashes and asides, we see them. We see the Liberals acting here in the House, but Canadians who are watching the news or watching the debates, They say, oh, it's so unfortunate. Fewer and fewer full-time jobs available for our young people. Oh, but the Liberals had promised a year ago that they would be creating a host of jobs. We've got a job as members of Parliament. Our young people need full-time jobs. People who are young people leaving university, they don't want to all work at McDonald's, even though that's fine to work at McDonald's, but those young people who are university trained, they have documents, they want to work in their fields of expertise. But there are so many taxes being imposed by the Liberals that they don't have jobs. And so fewer and fewer young people are working full-time. Now, Mr. Speaker, some people have a lot of questions. There are people like the president of Option Consommateur, who questioned Bill C-29 and was wondering if the idea was to enable the banks to sidestep Quebec legislation. There are Quebecers opposite. There are 40 Quebecers opposite who are listening to the people of Quebec, and they should rise in this House and defend Quebecers.
I'm very pleased to see that you're defending them, but stop telling us fairy tales. Now I'm talking to you about fairy tales. What I'm trying to say, though, Mr. Speaker, is that people have to stop dreaming. They have to be honest with Canadian citizens. They're all proud of consulting, but they need to actually listen to citizens. Consultation is not a dialogue, or rather, it's not a monologue, it's a dialogue. As I say, they're proud to consult, but they don't actually listen to anyone. And they're so happy. They think they're so wonderful. But it's going to blow up in their faces, Mr. Speaker. And before we get to that point, I'm thinking of Quebecers and Canadians, you know, the average Joe who live in my riding. And with the Liberals, they are nowhere. Think of the infrastructure bank. Who is that going to be good for? Who is that going to help out? The Liberal cronies. You know, we're talking about $100 million. Well, excuse me, the towns in my riding, Saint-Aubin, Saint-Irénée, you know, that kind of funding, that kind of money, it is not going to benefit them at all. It's going to help Montreal, Vancouver, Ottawa, Quebec City. Sure, it's great to help out those cities. But the Liberals also must not forget the rural ridings. Something the Liberals have forgotten, and unfortunately I have to bring this up, over the past 25 or 30 years, this is something that all political parties have forgotten. And that is that it is rural residents who are the driving force behind the cities. You know, the Liberals are cozying up to their billionaire cronies. Well, I'll tell you, Mr. Speaker, I am very proud to be part of a political party that cares about the regions, that cares about our small municipalities, that cares about the average Canadian. People who don't necessarily have millions of dollars in the bank, they work in their communities, and they're people who are sitting here today. It honors them. And I remember when I was poor, and I remember when I needed money. And with what you're proposing to me today, I must deny and vote against this bill because it's not going to help the poor people. They're talking about the middle class, but they're choking off the middle class, and the middle class are going to become the poor of tomorrow the way the Liberals are going, and that's unacceptable. Just go visit a food bank. Go and volunteer at a Christmas dinner. Poverty has changed over the past 20 years. It's not just people who were poor and living in the streets. Now the poor are people who are working. They have jobs, but they can't pay their rent. They can't pay for their groceries. and they're being surtaxed, they're being excessively taxed, and they're really stuck. Mr. Speaker, I must vote against C-29 because it's not going to fix anything with regard to poverty, and it's not going to help out the rural residents in the riding that I come from. Before going on, I would like to remind members that they must not speak directly to members in this House. They must address their remarks through the chair. Questions and comments of the Honourable Member for the Honourable Minister of Transport. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. But I heard her say many times during her speech, she said things to me that are not true. She is talking about poverty. Has she asked poor people in her riding who now have the Canada Child benefit, a very generous benefit that is not taxed and that is going to lift 300,000 young people out of poverty? Has she asked them? Has she asked the people in her riding, people who are poor, whether that benefit has made a difference? Has she asked the seniors in her riding, the seniors who are receiving the guaranteed income supplement, who are receiving $1,000 more? That is because of our government. So she speaks in an impassioned way about poor people, but she has to face up to reality and recognize that this government has done positive things. The Honourable Member for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague across the way for his question. Obviously, the people in my riding talked to me about what he referred to, and I know that some people have put these benefits aside. They're saving it because they don't know when they're going to have to resort to their savings. You're talking about seniors. My mother is sick. I know what the reality of seniors is, and it doesn't help her. Not only does it not help her, but it costs her even more because she's got Alzheimer's, and you didn't think of that. I know lots of people. Surely the Liberals, like the Conservatives, have done good things. But you must also recognize that you made promises and you broke those promises, and that hurts Canadians. And if you could acknowledge that, that would be good. Because, there's a big difference between $10 billion and $30 billion for the middle class. I'd like to remind the member, I wasn't the one who did all those things. I think she was speaking to the government side. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata-Les-Basques. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague. And I would just like to say that her riding is one of the few that has a longer name than mine. Now, she was talking about the changes made to the Banks Act in Bill C-29. I sit on the Finance Committee, and someone from an advocacy group said that according to the Act as it is now, it is forbidden to put in a clause that allow people to solve disputes by resorting to mediation. Now, the government wants to address the Marcotte ruling, and that comes from collective bargaining. So I'd like my colleague to comment on the fact that, contrary to what the government is saying, it is a loss of power for the consumers, and it helps out banks and completely leaves out the Quebec in terms of protecting consumers. The Honourable Member for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Please use a third person. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Honestly, I find it's really a bad thing that consumers lose out. As I said, it is all of Canadians who should have been able to benefit more from C-29. And when we talk about the Consumers Act in Quebec, we don't want to lose what we have gained in Quebec. The Quebecers across the way who are part of the government, they know very well how Quebec works. And so this bill, really what it does is that it encroaches on Quebec jurisdiction, and I find that very unhealthy. And what I find even worse, it is that consumers who are the ones who are stuck with the bill at the end, because if consumers are not satisfied, they will have no recourse or redress because of C-29. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am very pleased once again to rise to speak to the great success of the Liberals under C-29. This is a budget that plans for the future, that invests where investments are needed, that helps our seniors, that puts science and innovation back where they belong, that lays out the future for our young people, and that looks after the priorities of our regions. My riding of Laurentides-Labelle is 20,000 square kilometers and the 46th largest in Canada. Our largest municipality has 13,000 people, and my hometown of Saint-Lucie-des-Laurentides, where I still live, is the median of our 43 municipalities. Our communities are aging. In 2011, the average age was 49 years. When the census comes out this year, I think it will be higher than 50. So this budget is important, and so are the projects that it lays out for our region. This bill allows couples who are seniors who can no longer live together to benefit from old age security. With the changes we put in place of the 10% increase in the GIS for seniors living alone, and we have with the dropping of the age for retirement from 67 to 65, and with Bill C-26 for the future of the CPP, we are helping seniors in the short term, and we are planning for the future. All that, and we've only been a year in power. The three remaining budgets in this mandate will only get better, I'm sure.
I want to take the opportunity to talk about our innovation agenda. Our budget puts billions of dollars into social, transport, and green infrastructure. Our investments in scientific research are finally back on after years of having a creationist Minister of Science. We understand the importance of research, of science, of being truly progressive. Progressive, Mr. Speaker, comes from progress. Progress, Mr. Speaker, is a forward or onward movement. Moving forward is what we do. While the official opposition objects even the most basic progress, even the notion of switching to digital clocks in this chamber was poo-pooed by the Conservatives when we had our debate on Standing Order 51. The rest of society moves ever forward. Mr. Speaker, 2016 marks the 25th anniversary of Linux, the open-source operating system started by Linus Torvalds and developed into a world powerhouse by tens, if not hundreds of thousands of contributors from all walks of life and all corners of the globe. I've been involved in the Linux and open-source community for most of that time, mainly through the Open Free Technology community, SourceForge and its predecessor organizations, Software in the Public Interest, and the Debian community. And it symbolizes to me what a community can do when it works together. Indeed, DebConf 17 will take place next year in Montreal, and it's an excellent and concrete example of what that looks like. While we in rural Canada are still trying to figure out how to reduce packet loss on our TCP over smoke signal internet connectivity and our UDP over carrier pigeon cell phone service, the rest of the world is not waiting. Amazon, Google, and Facebook built their empires on Linux. Linux now runs 498 of the world's 500 fastest supercomputers, only one of which is in Canada. Even Microsoft recently finally joined the Linux Foundation this fall. I believe that it is very important to understand the lessons of the open source community. In 25 years, Linux went from a university student's hobby to the software backbone of the internet. Many people became very wealthy because of it, with it, and through it. Yet all the while the software, the product, if you will, was free for anyone and everyone to use, to modify, to take apart, and to understand. While some people refuse to use a web browser other than Internet Explorer because its proprietary nature is seen as the only possible avenue to being secure, I see it as the other way around. Open source software, with its peer-reviewed scientific approach to development, tends to be the most secure option available. Getting open source logic into government, Mr. Speaker, can only see innovation improve. With our innovation agenda, Mr. Speaker, the options are there. But to get there, we need communications infrastructure. That we only have one of the world's top 500 supercomputers, and that it is 196 on the list, speaks to this need for infrastructure and investment in innovation. After a decade of the previous government dismissing science as an inconvenience, unhelpful facts in the way of an ideological agenda, the government we have today clearly believes and researching and preparing our way into the future. In rural Canada, as I mentioned, internet is our big file. Of the 43 municipalities I mentioned earlier, all 43 see the lack of proper, competitive, high-speed internet as among the top priorities. Without it, our average age will continue heading north. When our average age reaches retirement age, the social structure of our region will necessarily change. To address this, we need to address the issues that are keeping youth away. Monsieur le Président, quand j'ai demandé...
Mr. Speaker, when I ask high school students how many of them plan to stay in the region after they graduate, hardly any of them say that they will. I ask them why, and they say that there is no post-secondary education, no public transit. We use old school buses to serve our municipalities, and there's no adequate internet or cell phone coverage. And without the latter, nothing else is important. When people move to the region and their cell phones don't work, they're not interested in buying homes, moving, or actually settling here. When the internet is through satellite service and it is slow and unreliable, and when it is used with the telephone line, you remember, Mr. Speaker, what the modem sounds like? For too many of our residents, this is still the case. For the luckiest among them, a cloud is the end of the Skype session with their grandchildren. Our budget begins to address these issues. We're investing $500 million in digital infrastructure to begin addressing this technical gap. The lack of internet leads to a lack of young people, immigration, and a lack of opportunities for those who live there. By investing $500 million in digital infrastructure to begin with, there are opportunities for those who stay. And hopefully young people will stay in the region. In the long term, Mr. Speaker, this is part of the project that we have to improve the lives of our seniors and to balance the average age of our regions. Mr. Speaker, this is a budget that plans for the future, which invests where investment is needed, that helps our seniors, that restores pride of place to science and innovation, that lays out the future for our young people, and that supports the priorities of our regions. I'm very proud to support it. And the Canada Child Benefit is one of the keystones of this budget. Over 300,000 people will have more money in their pocket, and when I visit my riding, I find that people say I have never followed politics, but I really appreciate what this Prime Minister has done for our families. Just the other evening, someone was telling me about the fact that she was telling me that she had just become a single mother, and this benefit really helped her concretely, and I'm very proud of everything we are doing. There is a great deal of support provided in this budget, and I'm very proud to support it. Thank you. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Speaker, I was intrigued by the opening comments of my colleague who listed a number of so-called achievements, and then he said, all of this in only 1 year. Well, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to list a few other things only in 1 year. They promised a $10 billion deficit. Now it's over $30 billion, all in 1 year, resulting in interest cost increases of $10 billion per year. Big spending, no results. Less full-time jobs than a year ago. Cost of living increased. Harder for Canadians to qualify or to afford a mortgage. Now, they also forgot to index the Canadian Child Benefit. Now to index it, Mr. Speaker, we find it would cost $42 billion over 5 years to index this. That delivered all in 1 year. But, Mr. Speaker, my really big disappointment is to see the Prime Minister not allowing us to have full debate on this bill in the House. This budget implementation bill is important for the future of Canada. It should have more complete and full debate. I wonder if my colleague would comment on why he thinks the Prime Minister is not allowing full debate on Bill C-29. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think with 9 days of debate, we're not facing a major debate deficit. But if the Conservatives want to go after us on deficits, they have quite a record. I mean, in over a century, they've passed 3 budgets with a surplus, I think, maybe 4 budgets since 1900 that actually had a surplus coming out of the Conservatives. So I'm not going to take any great lectures from the Conservatives. There's a huge deficit in our infrastructure, in our social economy. There's so much work that needs to be done. So, Mr. Speaker, if the member wants to put the deficit in our infrastructure, in our communities, instead of in our line items, I think it's important that we need to do this correctly, that we need to invest in our country, in our communities, to build out for the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata-Lébasque. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The member for Laurentides-Labelle is a member for Quebec. And with C-29, we're facing a situation where the government really wants to retain power in terms of protecting the consumer with regard to banks. But the problem is that under C-29, it is the powers are very weak. And these powers are much weaker than the Quebec Consumer Act. And consumer protection is under provincial jurisdiction. The Banks Act is federal, but here we're talking about a provincial jurisdiction. So the amendments made to C-29 were thanks to the Marcotte decision that had to do with currency conversion fees, and that was submitted to the Supreme Court because under a class action suit. And this bill, C-29, will no longer allow for class action suits against banks. So there's a kind of paradox here, and all organizations in Quebec recognize that C-29 is going to reduce the level of protection for consumers. So why doesn't this member for Quebec rise in this House to protest against this, and why doesn't he defend consumers against banks in his riding? The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I've heard this question a number of times today. The Marcotte decision had to do with the consumer protection, and that is what we're offering in this bill. We have to follow court rulings, and I do not see that how that was negative. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. We have time for a very short question. The honourable member for Terrebonne. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague from Laurentides-Labelle, and it's been said here today in the House, there is a unanimous resolution from the Quebec National Assembly, and I'm not sure if he's aware, but the Quebec consumer protection legislation is 45 years old. It was passed under the Liberals, and that legislation falls squarely and exclusively under Quebec jurisdiction, under the Constitution of Canada. It comes under civil rights. And I'm just wondering what my colleague thinks about that. Is he comfortable, as the member for Laurentides-Labelle in Quebec, is he comfortable with this type of bulldozer intrusion by the federal government into the exclusive jurisdiction of Quebec? The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle, within 30 seconds, please. It won't take me that long, Mr. Speaker. The question has been asked and answered. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Debate. The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's truly an honour to stand today on behalf of the hardworking residents of Cowichan, Malahat, Langford, and give my turn at debate for Bill C-29 at report stage. And it is very unfortunate that I'm doing so under the yoke of time allocation. I truly feel that today's motion to limit members of Parliament and their ability to give viewpoints on behalf of their constituents was truly a reprehensible motion. The fact that the government brought down a guillotine to cut off our ability to speak on behalf of our constituents. Because, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to budget implementation acts, they are such vast pieces of legislation. They cover so many different areas that it truly, if any bill deserves close scrutiny, it's this type of legislation. We've had some odd occurrences in this debate. On Friday, one of the first motions that was moved by the government was a motion to delete the short title moved by the member for Winnipeg North. So I'm not sure why the committee decided not to do that, but then the government found the wisdom to do that. So there have been some strange occurrences in this bill. But I find that when members of Parliament move to that side of the chamber, Mr. Speaker, they tend to suffer from some short-term memory, because the Liberals used to be the most vocal opponents. They used to scream with moral outrage every time time allocation was invoked. And I think it's very helpful to go back to some actual quotes to help remind them. On February the 8th, 2012, the member for Winnipeg North said, and I quote, "The only way in which the government has been able to deal with the legislative agenda as opposed to working with the opposition is to ram it through the House of Commons in an undemocratic fashion. Why has the government been a total and absolute failure in not recognizing the importance of working in negotiation with the opposition and ensuring that Canada is served better through the normal process of debate? I would love to ask that question to him today. I wonder what answer he would give. The 2012 version versus the 2016 version. Mr. Speaker, report stage is a particularly important time in the legislative process because it gives members of Parliament who were not able to participate at the committee stage the chance to move important amendments, and so it's a very important stage of the bill. And the fact that we've only had Friday and now cutting it off today, I think shows an extreme disrespect. But that being said, I do want to move on to talk about some of the substantive measures of the bill and my views on it. You know, the Liberals ran strongly on extolling the virtues of their middle-class tax cut. And what I have to keep reminding my constituents, and indeed all Canadians, is that this is not a middle-class tax cut. You will not see the full benefits of this unless you're earning, in a six-figure income. And that certainly is not members of the middle class in my riding. And indeed in Canada, when the median income is $31,000 a year, those people are not receiving any benefit. Even, Mr. Speaker, if you had a decent income in the $60,000 to $70,000 range, your benefits would certainly not be as much as someone, say, earning $150,000, or even up to $199,000. So it's important to bring that because the Liberals really like to sell this as a middle-class tax cut when, in fact, it is anything but. So there is that, Mr. Speaker, and I also want to, speak up on behalf of the hardworking small business owners in my riding of Cowichan, Malahat, Langford, because they really are fantastic people. Over the last 7 years, I've had a lot of opportunities to work with small businesses when they've had problems with their taxes, and I was given the very privileged position in my former life as a constituency assistant to really see the details of small business tax returns, and I know how difficult it is for them to survive in today's environment. Often, small business owners are paying themselves very meager salaries, and they're really cutting corners for themselves personally to ensure that their employees have jobs and that the business continues to be a source of employment for the local community, and that's indeed a pattern that we see across Canada. So it's quite disappointing to see that the Liberals didn't move ahead with their promised small business tax cut, but also I think there was a very real opportunity in this Budget Implementation Act to take some meaningful action on credit card fees, because credit card fees can be an enormous expense for businesses. If you don't have the machines that take credit cards, you are not going to get customers. But credit cards charge huge fees for using that service. And I think there was a missed opportunity to take some meaningful action on that measure. And it would have done some great work for businesses across this country. Next thing I want to talk about, Mr. Speaker, is the child benefit, because the child benefit, another very extolled program by the Liberals, and I'll agree, I think with families, anytime we're providing them with money, it's a good thing, because I know very well that families struggle a lot. But we don't want to overextend ourselves in praising this, because if you look at the situation that many families are going through with the lack of childcare spaces, and more importantly, the lack of affordable childcare spaces, we look at the maximum child benefit, and it's around the range of $6,400. That's only going to meet you halfway when you're looking for childcare spaces and how expensive they are. And furthermore, if there are no good full-paying or full-time jobs out there with a standard living wage, you're going to have a situation where a lot of families, a lot of parents, can't even afford to get that second job because the childcare costs completely outweigh what they would make in terms of income. So there's no ability for upward mobility, right? That's the main thing. It's been proven time and time again. If you provide decent, affordable childcare, you allow families to make their way up. And furthermore, if you provide them with that strong, safe minimum wage, that's another added benefit. I am disappointed that with the child benefit, however, that families are going to have to wait until the year 2020 until it gets indexed to inflation. That leaves a big question mark for me, Mr. Speaker. Why is the Liberal government not taking action by implementing this indexation next year? I haven't received an adequate answer on that very simple question yet. And I will be reminding my constituents of that point time and time again. And then, of course, the next part that I want to talk about, Mr. Speaker, goes to the infrastructure bank proposal. You know, we first heard about this in Budget 2016 earlier in the spring when it started talking about asset recycling. Now, I'm always very wary when these new terms, this new technical jargon comes up, because it usually takes you know, something and tries to sort of you know, change the meaning so people get a little bit confused about what's really going on. You know, Andrew Coyne had this to say in one of his columns earlier this year. He stated that asset recycling can finance capital projects like roads and bridges by charging the people who use them. Once these would have been known as fees and road tolls, but in the language of today's technocrats, it's called asset monetization or asset recycling. Now, when we have private investors making these substantial investments in infrastructure projects, we know they're going to want a rate of return. And it has been quoted by Michael Sabia when he appeared before the Toronto Board of Trade on March 3rd, 2016, that he was looking for stable, predictable returns in the 7 to 9% range. Now, that's not something that Canadians were acquainted with during the Liberal campaign promise. And 7 to 9% rates of return, you have to look at the tolls and the user fees that would have to be charged to consumers, to ordinary Canadians and residents. And that goes way above and beyond the kind of you know, interest rates I think Canadians were hoping for when the federal government can use its borrowing power at extremely low interest rates to finance these kind of capital projects. That's a far cry from the 7 to 9% that private investors are going to be looking for. So those are some of the major concerns. I think overall, Mr. Speaker, or Madam Speaker, there were some incredible missed opportunities in this bill. We in the New Democratic Party have been raising this consistently. We've seen some real opportunities that could have been made use of to really help the lower income members of our society, moving forward with a federal minimum wage, showing some leadership, providing those childcare spaces, making sure that we actually use the federal government's borrowing power to make those much needed investments in infrastructure rather than relying on the private sector and the tolls and user fees they are going to extract. We are also hoping to see the child benefit would be indexed to inflation starting next year. But I'll leave it at that, Madam Speaker, because I think I've made my points, and I certainly welcome any questions from honourable members. And again, I appreciate this opportunity to speak on behalf of the amazing constituents of Cowichan, Malahat, Langford. Thank you.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Mont-Royal.
The honourable member for Mont-Royal.
Honourable colleague for his, as usual, very eloquent speech. I wanted to ask him about a question that was asked previously by his colleague related to the consumer protection aspects of C-29. Does the member not agree that having a national framework for consumer protection rules and regulations related to the banking industry is an actual step forward for his constituents in British Columbia?
Honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Well, Madam Speaker, I think like in the course of debate on Bill C-29 and even in its previous predecessor, the previous Budget Implementation Act, there are measures in this budget that we can support. And I think, you know, whenever we're looking out for consumers and making sure that they're being protected against nefarious business practices, absolutely, we can get behind measures like that. But for the reasons I outlined earlier, because it's such a wide ranging bill and there's so many areas that we believe could have been improved, that's the stated reason why, because we have to pass this bill in its present form with all of the measures. That's why we will have to be voting against it.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Edmonton Riverbend.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank the member for his speech. Curious, he neglected to talk about two things that we talk about on this side of the House. Carbon taxes, which I think I count in about 26 days now, we'll see it in Alberta and the impact that that'll have. But also curious on his thoughts on the pipeline approval that was just announced. I know his area in BC is probably has some opinions on that, and curious what he would think, because I know back home in my province the provincial premier seems to be talking that it was her who did a lot of it. So I'm curious as what my honourable member would think.
The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Well, Madam Speaker, I think when we talk about a carbon tax or indeed any kind of a price on pollution, I think if we look at the realities of today and going on in the 21st century, almost everyone I know of agrees that a price on carbon has to be instituted if we're going to change our behavior. And with respect to pipelines in British Columbia, absolutely, I will echo my constituents' extreme disappointment. It's not only just because the pipeline is being built, it's because the Liberal government completely betrayed British Columbians when they made a promise to institute a new environmental review process. We've always sought after value-added products, shipping raw diluted bitumen. We're not getting any value out of that product, and I would love to see some refining capacity expanded in Alberta so that we can sell a value-added product and use that to fund our transition to a renewable energy future. I think that's where the future is. I owe that to my children, and I think we all owe that to the next generation.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm wondering if the member can just reflect on why it is that the NDP have not recognized, they talk a lot about the middle class, but they don't necessarily do it in a positive way. We look at the middle class, and the vast majority of the middle class that are working hard and deserve the tax break, yet the NDP are voting against the tax break, ultimately saying it's not helping the poor. Yet we're helping the poorest of our seniors, the poorest families in terms of children through wonderful enhancements, the Canada Child Benefit and the GIS. And I'm wondering why it is that the NDP don't recognize the other benefits. They just focus on the middle-class tax cuts, the healthcare workers, factory floor worker. Those are the bulk that are getting the advantage of the tax break. They're voting against that. But they're also excluding the benefits for the families with young children and their seniors that are most vulnerable. Why is that?
Bref réponse. A brief answer from the member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think I did actually point out that, the child benefit is going to have some benefits, and as the NDP's critic for seniors issues, I did welcome an increase in the GIS. But I also just wanted to point out to the member for Winnipeg North that I also was very pointed in my criticisms of the Liberal tax cut, because it's only going to benefit people the most who have six-figure incomes. For the median income in Canada, $31,000 a year, they're not going to see any benefits. And again, I'll reiterate, what Canadian families need, especially low-income ones, is they need affordable childcare spaces to be built, because that is the true cost to Canadian families, and the child benefit, unfortunately, does not allay that gigantic cost to Canadian families.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs and Associate Minister of National Defence.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And it's been very interesting to sit and to listen to this debate. And I've heard lots of good ideas. And there's more work to be done. And I can say that even within my own portfolio. But I really have to share the good news that's out there and that we're heading in the right direction. Is it all done yet? No, it's not all done yet. But we have taken some major steps forward. And a lot of them involve the financial stability and the financial security of veterans. And to me, that's something that's really near and dear to my heart. So we can talk about the difference that it's going to make in veterans' lives when we increase the disability award from $310,000 to $360,000. That's part of this budget. When we increase the earning loss benefit for injured veterans, so instead of just having 75% of their pre-release salary, they're now going to have 90% of their pre-release salary, and that will make a big difference in their lives. And the upcoming is also a change in the permanent impairment allowance. We're going to change it, and we're going to call it Career Impact Allowance. The permanent impairment allowance, the criteria for eligibility were so narrow that hardly anyone could get access to this particular benefit. So what we've done in making it a Career Impact Allowance, and this is something that is particularly important for young veterans. So if they're injured when they're very young, because we're changing this to a Career Impact Allowance, it means we will give them the financial security that they would have had if they wouldn't have had to leave the military early due to their injuries. So that is something that will make a big difference in the lives of very young veterans. And I think that is one place where we have seen there have been significant shortfalls and significant gaps. When we're talking, there is a lot of work to do. And the start that we've made forward is to improve the service that Veterans Affairs Canada is actually providing to veterans. Are we there yet? No, we're not. But opening 10 new offices is a huge step in the right direction, because it's much easier to get things done face-to-face than online or over a telephone. And we've heard again and again that a high-touch kind of system where people can go and talk to somebody face-to-face instead of waiting for a long time holding on a telephone somewhere, that makes a big difference. And it's the same when we talked about hiring new caseworkers, hiring new service agents. There was a huge backlog of cases, enormous backlog of cases. And that the service standard for Veterans Affairs, it wasn't even close to being met. And now that we're hiring new people and they're in the middle of being trained, we're going to be able to deal with those disability requests a lot sooner than we had in the past. Now, we started with this backlog. It's coming down, but it takes time because we need to train new people. The shortages in Veterans Affairs Canada over the last few years, there was a loss of 900 employees. And the rest of the employees who were left behind, they really care about these veterans. They want to make sure they're well served. But because there were so few of them, a lot of them actually ended up suffering burnout. These veterans mattered to them, but there were so few of them, and they were carrying so many cases that they could not help these veterans, and it was really doing them themselves. The people who were supposed to be helping others, they were ending up being injured because of all this shortfall of workers in Veterans Affairs Canada. Now, we know that it's never an easy thing to change government departments and how they're structured and how they're moving forward. But we have a wonderful group of people who really are committed to these veterans and providing them with the kind of service they need, the kind of service they deserve. And that's part of this budget implementation, is to get these things moving. There is a lot left to do. There's absolutely no doubt about it. There is more work to do. But we're on the right track, and I can see it's the same thing with the veterans. It's the same thing in looking after Canadians. Have we got it all done yet? No, we don't. But are we heading in the right direction? Yes, we are. And whether you're talking the child benefit, I was out knocking on doors on Sunday. And people were telling me what a difference it's making in their lives already. And especially those who don't have a large income. They're saying, I now have the money I need to have my son play hockey. Or I now have the money I need to, get him involved, where otherwise he'd probably be sitting in the basement or sitting and playing with his iPad or his television, watching television or videos, but now he's out participating in sports. Now he's out involved in getting that social interaction with other people in his neighborhood. They're celebrating because now they're working, and small communities are working together to get their kids involved and get them active. And now they have the money and the opportunity to do that. And it's the same with the middle class tax cuts. There is huge opportunity out there. And I do believe that if the middle class is doing well, everybody will end up doing well because it creates opportunity. It creates job. Did you know that here in Ontario, retail sales are up in Ontario 7%? 7% retail sales are up. Well, that creates jobs. That creates opportunities because people have more money to spend, and you can see the absolute evidence of that here in Ontario. And if you look at our economy as a whole, there's investments that are happening, and they're starting to actually show results. Do the results happen overnight? No, they don't happen overnight. They actually take a bit of time. But now we're seeing that people have more money in their pockets, and the middle class, if you give them more money, it's going to be spent here at home. It's going to be spent here and invested here in hockey equipment, you know, in opportunities for children, on community events, and making their lives just a little bit better. And that's what this first budget bill was about, improving things in the lives of Canadians, and knowing that if we make these targeted strategic investments, that there will be opportunities created by others. And we look at it not in a single, I even prefer we talk about employment, and I talk about veterans, and other people talk about young people, and others talk about seniors. We need to be able to talk about employment across a broad spectrum. Talk about it in terms of innovation. Talk about it in terms of job creation. Talk about it in terms of helping create new jobs and the jobs we need for the future. So I think this is what we're trying to do, is not to look at things just in one particular silo, but to look across and to create those kind of benefits and opportunities for all Canadians. So thank you very much.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I listened closely to my colleague's comments, and a number of times she said something to the effect, we're on the right track, and a number of times she said we're heading in the right direction. Well, Madam Speaker, I'd like to point out a number of areas where this government is absolutely not heading in the right direction. In the budget book, Madam Speaker, on page 234, you will find that the interest costs alone between today and 2020 will increase by $10 billion per year. Well, added to that, Madam Speaker, on the fall fiscal update on page 66, we clearly see there that this fiscal update adds an additional $5 billion of interest costs per year by 2020. So that's $15 billion per year that Canadians will be spending simply on paying interest. And numbers of times we've asked the Finance Minister, when will we return to balanced budget? There's been no answer, Madam Speaker. So how can we say we're heading in the right direction and it's good for our kids and grandkids when they're going to be the ones that are saddled paying this debt down? Madam Speaker, it doesn't add up. I'd like my colleague to answer that question.
Parliamentary Secretary.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for his question. It's a discussion that we need to have. When I know what the fiscal update is, it is a snapshot in time. And I know what the previous government also added, depending upon who you listen to, the previous government added $150 billion in additional debt. Nobody, but the problem is I liken it, when I go to knock on somebody's door and they're concerned about the debt, I get it. And I say to them, it's like we've got a house, we've got a beautiful house, and the roof is leaking, and the basement is leaking. Things aren't working. The infrastructure in that house isn't working. So what do? Do we go into debt, fix the roof, fix the basement so that we don't lose the entire investment? And so, while I understand the concern about debt, I get it, but I think that the things that we are doing now to enhance and promote and preserve our infrastructure is really important.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for her speech. And I would really like her to help me out with something because I'm quite confused. So, with the average income being $31,000 across Canada, who in the Liberal Party, or how did the Liberal Party decide that $45,000 to $190,000 describes the middle class in Canada in terms of this tax break? And the second part, if you truly want to benefit children living in poverty and families living in poverty, why would you not have agreed to annually indexing the Canada Child Benefits so that people can keep up with inflation over the next 5 years?
Before I turn the floor over, I just want to remind the member that he's not to address the questions directly to another member. It has to be done through the House, so I would suggest that people don't use the word you to avoid that situation. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I appreciate the question from the honourable member, and I cannot give you a specific answer to your first question in that, but I think I understand what they're trying to do, and as I said, we're not finished yet. This is just the first step, and to get that money flowing out into the economy, to make sure that the most vulnerable are looked after, and we're going to continue to grow from there. And there is some thought that if you get the middle class going, that it will create opportunities for others. But as I said, I know that there is definitely more to do. And when we're talking about having them assessed with inflation, et cetera, like, just because it's not done now, it doesn't mean it's not part of a plan for later. I don't know the answer of that, but if that ends up being something that needs to be done, I'm sure it will be discussed. But thank you.
And similarly, I'd like to remind the Parliamentary Secretary not to use the word your as you were addressing the question directly to the member. So it has to come through the Speaker. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm pleased that I am not denied, like so many of my colleagues, the opportunity to rise today in the House to speak on Bill C-29, the Budget Implementation Act 2. The provisions in this bill will have a wide range of effects on my constituency and all of Canada. And it is important that the Liberal government understand how their decisions truly impact Canadians. I would like to start off by giving you a bit of a background about the current issues facing my riding, located in southeast Saskatchewan. It is a rural riding, and many people are employed in either the agriculture sector or the energy sector. In fact, my hometown of Estevan is known as the Energy City. Because of this, the downturn in the oil and gas industry has been devastating, particularly in the smaller communities. There are thousands of laid-off workers who are looking for employment. These men and women are wondering how they are going to feed their families, and it is unfortunate that their government seems to be unable or unwilling to provide them with the help that they so sorely need. The trickle-down effect is also evident in my riding. Small businesses, such as retail stores and restaurants, are closing their doors for good because the customers simply aren't there. It is difficult for a family to justify going out for a nice dinner when they haven't received a paycheck in months. My constituents need their government to help them in their time of need, but they're seemingly being ignored. As I said, the biggest issue that is currently facing my riding is lack of jobs. The Conservative Party understands that jobs are created by small and medium-sized businesses. We need to support these businesses in every way we can to ensure that our economy continues to thrive in the future. Madam Speaker, there are hundreds of farms in my riding, and there are thousands of people employed in the agricultural industry. These farms are small businesses. Many are owned and operated by families that have been farming for over 100 years. They are essential to both the cultural and economic fabric of Canada. Farmers feed the world, and Saskatchewan farmers are known for producing some of the best agricultural and agri-food products available worldwide. When the Liberals were campaigning, they promised that they would lower the small business tax to 9% from 11%. Somehow, this didn't seem to make it into the budget. Unfortunately, I am not shocked by this omission. The Liberal government has broken its promises time and time again, and the failure to lower the small business tax is no exception. Farmers in my constituency are extremely disappointed. At a time when jobs are scarce, this government essentially is telling them that they don't need the help that tax cut would provide. It's despicable that the Liberals would mislead Canadians so blatantly, but thus far is what we have come to expect. On the topic of small businesses, this bill also increases contributions to the Canada Pension Plan, or CPP. Not only did the government neglect to fulfill their promise to lower the small business tax rate, but now they are making these businesses pay even more on their employees' pension plans. For a small business who employs 15 people, this is an additional $15,000 per year that an employer has to pay. That is a huge amount for a small business, Madam Speaker. It could be the difference between keeping the business open or closing it down for good. So not only does the government mislead small businesses owners about a reduction in the tax rate, they also add to their financial burden by increasing the amount of CPP contribution. This is astounding. Changes to the CPP are not helping my constituents. One gentleman from my riding has attempted to bring attention to this issue through petitions, but nothing happens. My office wrote to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development on his behalf, sharing his concerns about how increases to the cost of medication meant that his CPP payment doesn't even cover his basic necessities like food and heat. The response from the Minister's office outlined the government's plan for changes, stating fully enhanced benefits will generally become available after about 40 years of making contributions. So not only are they refusing to make a payment increase for those in need, they're touting changes to the CPP that my constituent won't even see in his lifetime. Madam Speaker, the Liberal government likes to talk a lot about helping the middle class. They say that they want to help those who are struggling to join it. This bill does not do that. The government has taken away measures that were making Canadians' lives easier, such as the Children's Fitness Tax Credit. I am the official opposition critic for sport, a role I am very proud of. I have seen firsthand the importance of getting children involved in sport at an early age, and have witnessed the benefits that come from participation in sport. Sport improves social skills, leadership skills, confidence, and it promotes health and fitness. This can get expensive, however, and the Children's Fitness Tax Credit was a way they eased that financial burden on parents who just want what is best for their children. Now, they won't get that extra help. The Liberal plan has failed Canadians with tax hikes and red tape. This is not helping families, and it is not helping the middle class. Speaking of benefits, I must touch on the government's Canada Child Benefit, or CCB, which is essentially just an expensive reinvention of the wheel. Under the previous Conservative government, there were 3 measures put in place to help Canadian families with children. These were the Universal Child Care Benefit, the Canada Child Tax Benefit, and the National Child Benefit Supplement. Those 3 programs worked. They kept more money in the pockets of hardworking families, which should be the goal of any government. When they announced the Canada Child Benefit, the Liberals forgot one important issue: indexation. Bill C-29, the second budget implementation bill, now confirms that the government will index the Canadian Child Benefit to inflation beginning in 2020. According to the Parliamentary Budget Officer, the estimated cost of indexing and enriching the CCB will cost $42.5 billion over the next 5 years. Madam Speaker, this is an expense that the government did not budget for. Canadian families simply cannot afford another tax hike. That is exactly what will happen in order to pay for this government's lack of oversight. My constituents do not need to pay more taxes, and Canadians in general do not need that either. I've spoken about jobs many times in this speech. I feel as though I need to, so that the Liberals can start to understand just how dire the situation is. Due to the lack of available work in the oil and gas sector, many of my constituents have had to use employment insurance. Under the previous Conservative government, reforms were made to the EI system that actually help Canadians get back to work. The changes made EI more efficient. They focused on job creation, eliminated disincentives to work, and helped to support unemployed Canadians by helping match workers and jobs. These changes are now being repealed. Madam Speaker, on this side of the House, we know that the best cure to unemployment is job creation. Employment insurance is meant to be a temporary support that helps unemployed Canadians through a difficult situation. It is not a permanent situation, which is why the changes introduced by the Conservatives were so beneficial. These people want to work. My constituents want to work. They do not want to sit at home. They want to earn their paychecks. And there is anything that the government can do to assist in finding jobs for these people, they should be doing it. Instead, these Liberals are repealing measures that were truly helpful. Again, it shows how much out of touch they are with the current needs of Canadians. One way this government can create jobs is through investments in infrastructure. The Liberals say their infrastructure will be the biggest and best that Canada has ever seen. They're spending billions of dollars, all of which is needed to be paid back by the taxpayer, and most likely our children, our grandchildren, and our great-grandchildren. Yet in my riding, there is virtually nothing to show for it. Well, there are millions of dollars available to enhance public transit in urban areas, small rural communities, and their applications for infrastructure funding are being ignored. This is unacceptable at a time when job creation should be one of the main focuses of the government. Simply put, infrastructure projects create jobs. They need these jobs, but it appears the Liberals are forgetting about rural Canada once again. The record in Saskatchewan is plain to see. The Library of Parliament provided me with the figures on federal infrastructure spending in Saskatchewan over the past 20 years. From 1994 to 2005, the total spending was $222.2 million under the Liberal government. From 2006 to 2015, under the previous Conservative government, the total infrastructure spending in Saskatchewan was $1.256 billion. That is a huge increase in spending, and it came at a time when the province needed help. Why is it that now, when the people of Saskatchewan need their government's assistance in creating jobs, they're being left out in the cold? The budget will not balance itself, Madam Speaker. The spending of this government will affect Canadians for generations to come. The Liberals' only solution to problems facing Canadians seems to be to borrow and spend even more money than the budget initially set out. Money that will have to be paid back by Canadian workers, families, and job creators. This bill does not help the middle class, and it certainly does not help my constituents. We need jobs. We need support. We need the Liberals to show confidence in the agriculture industry and in the oil industry, to show confidence in innovation and recognize the values of carbon capture to the coal and power industry. And we need it to come now. Because of these reasons, Madam Speaker, I cannot support this budget.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I believe the member couldn't be any further in terms of being just outright being wrong. This bill, through the implementation of the budget, will in fact be of great benefit to Canada's middle class. This bill will, in fact, as I've pointed out on numerous occasions, bring literally thousands of children out of poverty, thousands of seniors out of poverty. This bill will put more money in the pockets of Canadians, which will allow for a larger disposable income, thereby providing more business for small business. If we have a healthy middle class, we will have a healthier economy. My question to the member is, the Conservatives talk about supporting tax cuts, yet they are going to be voting against 9 million Canadians plus that are going to be receiving a substantial tax cut. The question is, why?
The honourable member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his question. I've had a chance to walk around my riding and talk to all these people that are getting these CCB expenses or payments, and many of them are saying, and they turn to me, and their answer to it is, "Who's going to pay for this? All this money is fine, but who's going to pay for it?" And they're sitting at saying, how do I turn it back? Because bottom line is, it's not helping us. It's going to not help my children. It's not going to help my grandchildren. And they were asking that question, how is this government going to pay for it? It's not going to balance itself. The budgets don't do that.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata-Basque. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Speech. I keep hearing from the Liberal side how their budget is actually great for the middle class. I have a very simple question because I never heard a single Liberal member of Parliament define it. What is the middle class? Why do we have a tax cut that only starts at $45,000, that is fully accessible once you reach $90,000, and that's considered by the Liberals to be the middle class, when the median income in Canada is at $31,000?
Honourable member for Souris Moose Mountain.
I thank the member for his question, and I appreciate that. And that's a question that I have is, what is the middle class? Because my understanding, and I think Canadians' understanding of what the middle class is totally different from what this government's idea of what the middle class should be. And that middle class needs to have that opportunity to work. That's what they want. They want jobs. They want that opportunity to step up and have those jobs and get out there and do something. And this government is not creating jobs. It has not created one single full-time job since they become in power.
Comments, questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Mont-Royal.
Honourable member for Mount Royal.
Speaker, I was a little astounded when I heard the member's comments about the Canada Child Benefit, and the people in his riding who are receiving it are coming to him telling him that they can't understand why they're getting this money, that it won't help them, and how are we going to pay for it. Madam Speaker, as we know, in the previous incarnation of the family allowance, all people of all income levels received it. And now the Canada Child Benefit is essentially going to the people who need it the most. I haven't had one person in my riding who's now getting it, telling me, oh my goodness, I really shouldn't be getting this. I'm wondering how the member reconciles the idea that the richest used to get this, now it's mostly going to the people who need it the most, and somehow they're coming and telling him that they don't really need it. Don't understand.
The honourable member for Souris Moose Mountain.
I thank the member for his question. And a lot of times what you have is Liberals inventing words. And the reality is you're taking one thing and giving another. And the reality is, here's a word for you. It's called dyspocketnesia. Oh, sorry, I apologize.
The member to address it to the chair and not the individual members, please.
Madam Speaker, here's a word that I think needs to be put into the dictionary. It's called dyspocketnesia. Very simple word. It means from this pocket to that pocket. And that's what this Liberal government is doing. It's taking it from one hand and putting it to another.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, l'honorable député de...
Honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is with great pleasure that I am participating in this debate concerning C-29, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 22, 2016, and other measures. Madam Speaker, when I got into politics a few years ago, I had one goal in mind, and that was to help my community and my riding, which is Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. When our first budget was tabled in March 2016, the government acted directly to help the middle class in Canada and those who need it the most. The Canada of today has the lowest debt to GDP ratio of all G7 countries, and our interest rates have reached record lows. So it is time for Canada to invest in its future. I am the mother of 2 boys and 2 girls, and I want to hand down these same opportunities to them, and that is why we are investing now in viable long-term economic growth. Strengthening the middle class will allow for us to ensure a good quality of life for Canadians who work hard and better perspectives for our children. It is therefore in a favorable economic context that we are going to build a country where everyone has the chance to succeed. I was thus very proud of our commitment to support the middle class as put forward during the last election campaign. Among our first measures as a government, we put in place a tax cut for the middle class, and we increased the tax rate for the richest Canadians by 1%. This puts more money in the pockets of middle-class Canadians by making taxes fairer for all. The Canada Child Benefit is in this same vein because it helps 9 out of 10 Canadians who will receive higher benefits, which will help lift thousands of children out of poverty by 2020. In my riding of Rivière-des-Mille-Îles, we're talking about over 10,000 families who will be receiving more money and some 10,000 children as well. That is a great many people who will be very happy, unlike what my colleague said earlier. My constituents are very happy to be receiving the Canada Child Benefit. Madam Speaker, when I meet with my fellow citizens in my riding, they feel supported by our government's measures. However, I am aware that our work has just begun. In Canada and elsewhere in the world, it is increasingly agreed that governments must invest not only to stimulate short-term economic growth, but also pave the way for long-term economic growth. That is why, in our economic statement of November 1st, further investments were announced, and they were commended from coast to coast to coast. There will be new investments of $81.2 billion in green infrastructure, social infrastructure, and public transit, as well as in transportation infrastructure, which supports trade and rural communities and those in the north. In short, over $100 billion will be invested in the infrastructure of our communities across the country. The idea is to invest today to build the infrastructure of the 21st century, because our government understands that infrastructure plays a key role in helping middle-class Canadians to find good jobs and to ensure that they can live in welcoming communities that gives them access to good quality drinking water and to ensure that they breathe clean air. The investments that we are making will help reduce travel time between people's homes and their work for all middle-class Canadians. This is one of the most important issues in my riding of Rivière-des-Mille-Îles, which is in the northern suburb of Montreal. Madam Speaker, I would like to reiterate my support for Bill C-29 because its progressive measures will help Canadians. And thanks to these measures, no Canadian will be left behind, and we are ensuring better prospects for our children and our grandchildren. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Mirabel. Is that right? Thank you, Madam Speaker. I understand that my colleague is very happy to read her party's talking points. But she says that she wants to build a better future for our children and to invest in infrastructure. But they're doing so with our taxes. And the government wants to save their cronies in the bank. They want to save money. And my colleague voted against M42, which is not consistent with what she is saying here. Why is she not walking the talk? The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to commend my colleague, whose riding is just north of mine. But the middle class and young families are exploding in our ridings, and he should be very happy to be receiving that they are receiving the Canada Child Benefit, and he should be supporting Bill C-29. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for her comments. And again, numbers of times today we've tried to find an answer to the question of when will this Liberal government actually tell us when they intend to return to balanced budgets, to discontinue their deficit upon deficit upon deficit spending. And, Madam Speaker, I pointed out that in the budget book itself, it clearly indicates that another $10 billion per year in interest alone will be added over the next 4 years. And in the fall economic update added another $5 billion per year in interest. So $15 billion per year in interest is going out the window just for interest, let alone paying down the debt. So, Madam Speaker, I'd like my colleague to answer the question as to when she sees the Liberal government returning to balanced budgets. Thank you, Madam.
Honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. As I said earlier in my speech, interest rates are at record lows. It's time to invest in infrastructure to pave the way for a strong 21st century. Green infrastructure, social infrastructure, and public transit are what is going to ensure economic growth, and that will help the middle class as well. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
And comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank that member for the speech that she gave there. I do have a question about the Infrastructure Bank. The budget includes $15 billion to initially fund that bank. From there's another $20 billion that's going to be generated by leveraging up assets that Canada owns. And then on top of that, we're going to invite foreign investment into our country to fund public infrastructure to the tune of $180 billion and give them a rate of return of 7 to 8%. Why would we not offer that to Canadians, maybe by the way of Enhanced Canada Savings Bond Program or something else where the money here can stay here in Canada? I don't think anybody disputes the necessity of funding infrastructure projects, but let's leave the money here in Canada instead of sending it across the water.
The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Mille-Îles. Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. As I said earlier to my colleague, it is time to invest. Interest rates have never been so low, and so it is high time to invest and to do what was not done for several years. We need to invest in green infrastructure if we want to develop our economy, so it's time to invest. Social economy, social infrastructure, that is all essential. Road infrastructure. So I'd like to thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Bow River. A very brief question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the small business tax is one that's critical in my riding. We have a tremendous number of small businesses that are suffering. If that small business tax would have decreased, those are the businesses that really help support our community. To the honourable member, what is your opinion about not having reduced that small business tax?
And you're doing that through me. The honourable député.
The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague on the other side of the House. I come from a small and medium-sized business background, and I'm happy to hear your question. If we want SMEs to do well, then we need the government to invest in the social economy. So when people receive the Canada Child Benefit, that is good for the economy, and we will ensure that things will go well for the SMEs.
Debate. I know that there's been a couple of kind of questionnaire look about how I'm picking members, so I just want to remind the members that the Deputy Speaker on November 3rd did indicate at the time that we recognize that the time for questions and comments is often the most valuable time for an exchange between members. Time, and it goes on to say, time is generally afforded to the members of the parties who are not associated with the member who has just spoke, but not to the exclusion of that party, but it's just to really give an opportunity for people from the opposition or from people from the government, whoever is to be able to ask the questions to those who are asking or delivering the speech. Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Thank you very much. It's a great honour to speak on behalf of the government with this bill that's in front of us, and in particular focused in on the accomplishments that are contained within our budget bills and the budget implementation bills that we're debating and will be voting on soon. In large, and I think the proudest moment remains looking up at the Assembly of First Nations Chief as he heard the budget, the commitments to truth and reconciliation, and renewing and creating a new partnership with our First Nations people and Métis and Inuit. We have work to be done on that, and the pressure that the opposition delivers to us to do more and do it faster is welcome pressure. Anything we can do to forward this, I think, is critical. I remember in the summertime as well another very, very proud moment. I was stopped on the street by a single mom who just almost broke into tears and said thank you. The support through the child tax, the child tax benefit had delivered her not only substantial resources with which to contend with some of the challenges in her life, but she said it gave her the first opportunity to think she could actually save for her kids' post-secondary school. The idea that this tax benefit not only provided immediate relief, but long-term and future relief and a vision for a better tomorrow, I think is reason enough for this budget to be passed immediately. But those benefits have already started to flow to people, and I'm proud of that. The other one is single seniors. We know that women quite often are left alone without full pension, and we have moved on pension reform, but the move for guaranteed income supplement to be boosted by 10% is lifting largely older women in this country into a better position financially so they can take care of themselves. When their partners pass on and they're left alone, quite often their bills stay the same. But their income changes, and this is a step that we think is tremendously important, as is the CPP reforms negotiated with the provinces, as is the EI reform, which is also underway and also delivered especially to workers in Atlantic Canada and Alberta who are suffering as the commodity prices turn in the wrong direction. At the end of the day, though, this budget is about one thing and one thing only. It's about jobs. It's about delivering economic opportunity to every corner of this country to get people back into the workforce. That phrase that you hear the Prime Minister use, supporting the middle class and those aspiring to join it, is what this budget's all about. And nowhere is this delivered more in a more pronounced way than on the issue of infrastructure, a program that I have a great deal of pride in, and look at this budget and see extraordinary accomplishments. I left municipal government and came to Ottawa to get exactly this kind of a budget put in place, exactly this kind of support for Canada's municipalities, large, small, northern, southern, rural, urban, the whole mix. And the agreements that we have with every province now mean that money is flowing to places like Alberta. Alberta had next to no infrastructure investment because there was no agreement between the province and the federal government for the last 2 years. Imagine if 2 years of spending commitments announced but not delivered to municipalities was underway in Alberta. Imagine the unemployed tradespeople will be working on infrastructure as the oil patch recovers. You'd have sustained that economy in a totally different way, but instead what we got from the previous government were lots of announcements. In the case of Prince Edward Island, the billboard was more expensive than the actual infrastructure project in Charlottetown. We got lots of announcements. They cut lots of ribbons. They just didn't cut any checks. And that was problematic for municipalities right across the country. The most important investment from my perspective is in social infrastructure, which is primarily housing. The $2.3 billion delivered for new housing in this country over the last 6 to 8 months has been transformational in so many communities and is supporting the most vulnerable Canadians, but it's also, again, putting people back to work, building, repairing, and sustaining our public housing stock. On transit, the biggest investments that have come to major cities is around transit, and that's going to change the way people move in our cities. It's going to allow goods and services to get to market faster, people to get to work, to play, to school, and back home again that much more effectively, and it's going to change the way in which we generate greenhouse gases by reducing them, by creating modal shifts as transit becomes more plentiful. Green infrastructure, flood-proofing our cities. A few $100 million in Calgary 5 or 6 years ago would have prevented $600 million in flood remediation. The investments we have to make around storms of the century are fundamental, and we need those agreements put in place and delivered to cities right across this country as quickly as possible. We've also stepped up on rural Canada, recognizing the needs and the capacity limitations that smaller towns have, accessing government funds. We've increased the federal contribution. We've made it an easier process to get at money, and we're supporting the rural projects in the smaller communities that need special attention in order to become healthier and stronger places. As I said to our rural caucus chair in the Liberal Party, my job is to make your small towns bigger towns, and this infrastructure money is exactly aimed at doing just that. Broadband access, investment on not just the last mile, but on the core needs of so many communities, to knit them into the modern economies, to make sure that their economic development opportunities and their kids' ability, quite frankly, to connect to learning and to research and to a wider world. All of these things are critical. This government has stepped up and put the dollars down, $2 billion in rural and $500 million in broadband, with more to come. Wait for next year's budget. And universities. It wasn't in our platform. Nobody criticized us for doing it, but universities are one of the most important economic drivers in many communities across this country. The investment in construction projects, in science and in research have bolstered those institutions' capacities. And again, that's part of this budget. One more reason why it should be supported. The infrastructure spend is about building Canada, by building strong communities and stronger families and contributing to the GDP, to the employment numbers, and to the economic growth we need to succeed as a nation. Finally, I want to talk about the infrastructure bank. The infrastructure bank is a revolutionary idea for this country in terms of what possibilities exist if it's done properly. And I understand. I've heard the concerns raised about public-private partnerships or joint ventures if it makes it more palatable for my friends on the left. I've understood the risks. There are, of course, risks. There's risk in any expenditure government does. There are risks in 100% publicly financed projects right across this country. Check your local province or city's Auditor General's report, and you'll see that even publicly funded projects with no private partners go off the rails sometimes. If we're going to avoid risk, we're going to avoid infrastructure, and that's too big a risk to avoid. We have to find new ways to do it. But all the hue and cry doesn't really tell the whole story. Only 8% of the $180 billion we put down for the next decade is tied to this idea. 92% of the money, 92% of the $180 billion is going to be funded, is going to flow to traditional infrastructure programs. Not just traditional ones, there's a modification that's also critically important. For smaller communities, the federal input is 50%, leaving it to the province for 30 or 20 or 25-25 splits, which means it's cheaper to access federal money for smaller communities. That's part of our infrastructure program. But on the infrastructure bank, smaller communities can bundle projects together and move together with expertise housed in Ottawa, financed in joint ventures with public and private partnerships. And there's nothing bad or irregular about that. It happens all over the country. But we can also look at big Canadian projects that require financing. And instead of using municipal funds to fund big Canadian projects like the Great Lakes Seaway, which needs to be repaired, it's built with the same concrete as the Gardiner Expressway, and it's falling apart in the same timetables. We need major Canadian investments made. The Infrastructure Bank is just the vehicle to do that, to protect the traditional infrastructure money for municipalities and smaller communities and large cities across the country. We also will in-house the expertise, and in in-housing the expertise, smaller communities that might have a hockey rink to build, which has a rate-supported funding system built in as everyone pays for ice time in this country, those sorts of projects are ideal for public-private partnerships, ideal for the kind of community development we want to do, great job creators right across this country, and what will happen is that smaller communities that have those aspirations won't have to generate their own bureaucracy in order to manage joint ventures. They can lean into the Infrastructure Bank to both access the capital and structure the deals. This is part of what the Infrastructure Bank will accomplish on behalf of municipalities and communities right across the country. Now, I got criticized for calling opponents to this idea. Well, I got criticized because they said opposition is stupid. But it doesn't mean the people expressing that opposition are stupid. They just haven't heard good ideas express them about the benefits. And so the criticism wasn't of the people, it was of the opposition idea that an idea in of itself is good or bad. The reason this is such an important idea and the reason criticism is so short-sighted is that when I talked about flood protection is absolutely vital if we're going to preserve major metropolises and small towns. You cannot wait to have the money accrue or wait to borrow or wait to do that. You've got to do it quickly. To not do it is irresponsible. To not do it is stupid. And so utilizing this methodology in order to put flood protection in place is smart. And if you want to do it faster, and sometimes you have to do it faster to protect cities, sometimes the borrowing costs are different. But we can figure that out with an infrastructure bank in a way that smaller cities might not be able to do on their own. And I'll leave you with one last good idea. A guy called Mike Layton, you might recognize the last name, or another guy called Joe Cressy, someone I ran against. Both New Democrats in Toronto are supporting public-private partnerships and toll roads in order to build infrastructure in Toronto. It's called the Don Valley Expressway and the Gardiner Expressway, and the NDP is pushing this idea. I hope their party can get along and follow the lead of some guy called Layton, because...
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Belleuil-Chambly.
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think the parliamentary secretary is talking about PPPs in very general terms, but what we're talking about specifically is this government's plan for the infrastructure bank. There are, for example, when it comes to privatizing airports and attracting foreign investment, these are all situations that worry taxpayers. Of course, private investment is needed for some projects, but the problem is that this government is doing nothing. If my colleague will allow me to finish, the problem is that the government's proposal will create a situation whereby there will be Chinese companies, for example, the people who attended the Liberal Party cocktail fundraisers, they're going to be buying up that infrastructure. And I want my colleague to understand that distinction. And when it comes to the Champlain Bridge, is there going to be a toll if it's private funded? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I've been asked if the minister is responsible, and there was no confirmation to the member's question a few days ago that we're selling off anything. Ideas have been circulated, but we're thinking about things. But we're not thinking about doing them. We're just understanding what the proposition is as they come in from different sources. And as for the source of foreign capital, I'm not sure why the Chinese keep getting singled out in this conversation. I find it a little disturbing, quite frankly. But I'll tell you an idea that I think that will benefit from this sort of a project. Near the Toronto Island ferry docks on Bay Street, a street my friends opposite like to reference quite a bit, there is a ferry terminal that serves millions of Torontonians that's being currently rebuilt. The funding for that is coming from a public-private partnership. It involves selling a parking lot to a private, to a pension fund from Quebec, actually, building a new park, building new office towers, and a new bus and go terminal in the heart of downtown Toronto, but profits from that are being invested in the new ferry terminal to deliver a new ferry terminal to Toronto. It's a joint venture, public-private partnership, call it what you want, but I'll tell you what the name of that ferry terminal is. It's the Jack Layton Ferry Terminal. And if you want to cancel P3s, cancel that ferry terminal first and put that nomination to rest.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I think the reality of the situation is far dire than what the member opposite portrays. You know, he talks about job creation. Well, the reality is, as we heard from Statistics Canada the other day, is we've lost 31,000 jobs over the last year. And this is in spite of the promises with hand over their hearts that they were going to create jobs. The reality is that there's more part-time precarious employment that's been created as a result of government policy. But I think what's scary to all of us the most is the fact that they spoke about debt and deficit situations. They were going to have little teeny-weeny deficits. And now we know, and I know that the member from Louis Saint Laurent has been quite vocal about this. He's asked the finance minister at least 12 times in this House, when are we going to get out of a deficit situation? And the reality is that there's been no answer. So I ask the member, in his idyllic view of the way things all Liberal are going to be, when are we going to get out of our deficit situation?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
You know, listening to Conservatives lecture anybody about debt is a little bit like listening to those Southern ministers talk about, you know, sins of the skin and then get found in a brothel the next day. It's, when do we pay off your $150 billion in debt? When does that, we have to pay the $150 billion from the Harper government first before we even start talking about whatever debt we may incur. And if you add to that the debt that Mulroney dumped on us, it's magnificent. The only government that's left a surplus of any note in the last decade, let alone the last 25 years, is a Liberal government. And I can assure you that's the direction this government is heading. That's the direction we're going to be going, because we're going to get there by investing and building a strong country. They talk about balanced books. They didn't do it. They did not do it. And so as soon as I get finished paying off their $150 billion in debt, I'll give them an answer on how we're going to play with our money.
So I would just say to the member from Barrie Innisfil that he had the attention of the House when he was speaking, asking the question, and I would anticipate that he would have been as much as respectful to the parliamentary secretary while he was answering. And I expect that from everybody in this House. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, l'honorable député de Louis Hébert.
Merci. The honourable member for Louis Hébert. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I think I'll continue along the same lines as my colleague, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, because repeatedly here in the House we've been criticised by the party opposite, the Conservative Party.
Remind the Parliamentary Secretary and the other members on the other side that it is the member from Louis Saint-Hébert that has the floor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, the member for Louis Saint-Hébert. That's a bit of a combination of two ridings, I guess the best of both worlds, Madam Speaker. So often the member for Louis Saint-Laurent criticizes us and other Conservatives too for deficits, but the IMF has recommended that we invest and run deficits when interest rates are low, which is the case, and we are investing from coast to coast. But it's a bit surreal to hear the Conservatives criticizing us for creating deficits when they themselves, for 8 years in a row, didn't have a single budget in the black. They were all in the red year after year. And as you know, there was the financial crisis in 2008, and they invested because it was important to do so. There were people clamored for investment, but one of the main reasons, Madam Speaker, was because the previous Liberal government, the governments of Paul Martin and Jean Chrétien, had refused to regulate our financial industry when the Conservatives had been calling for that. Mr. Harper was tearing up his shirt. He wanted the financial industry deregulated, rather, and that left us in a much worse situation. We didn't listen to them back then, and today, luckily, thank God, Madam Speaker, we're very careful about listening to their economic advice. So they left us $150 billion in deficit. We had the lowest job growth in 69 years, the worst economic growth since the Second World War under the Conservatives. So before listening to any lectures from the members opposite on public finance and stuff, I think we'll just hang back and think twice. One of the most important parts of the budget and C-29, which implements it, is the reduction of inequality. The Conservatives say you have to think about future generations, but were they thinking of future generations when they increased the TFSA contribution limit from 5 to 10 grand? The minister at the time said, we'll leave that problem to Stephen Harper's granddaughters to solve.
We're dealing with the issues that we are faced today, and doing so in a manner that's conscious of future generations. And so when they hired the TFSA limit to $10,000, it's worth noting that the inventor of the TFSA, Mr. Kesselman, was against raising that limit to such a high extent. Even the Americans don't go that far, because it would be the equivalent of putting this country in a fiscal straitjacket for generations to come, because of all the revenues that we'd be deprived of. Donc moi, une des bonnes choses dans...
So one of the good things about this budget is that we brought the TFSA contribution limit back down, because it was only benefiting the 10%, the wealthiest 10% of Canadians. So this helps reduce inequality. We're constantly trying to reduce inequality, and that's why this step was a good one. The increased contribution limit was immoral, it was unjustifiable. But it's not just that. That's not all we did. There's a number of other tax policies that the previous government had put forward that benefited the wealthiest 10%. For example, income splitting. Income splitting in my riding, like most ridings, that would have benefited only the top 5-10%, the wealthiest, instead of Canadians in general. So instead of going ahead with policies that aggravate inequality, ours reduce inequality. For example, when I was a child, I was raised by my mother in a small apartment with my brother. We calculated that this summer we would have got over $1,000 more a month. That would have made a huge difference if we'd had that to our daily lives, and it will for thousands of families in Canada today. And when I'm not so tempted to come to work, I think of the Canada Child Benefit, and that motivates me to come here to work, because that is going to benefit so many children in Canada. And I would encourage my colleagues, I would have encouraged them if they'd come up with something so progressive when they were in office. But no, they voted against the CCB. They voted against all the benefits that we have provided for the middle class and middle class families. They voted against the increase to the GIS, which will help thousands of seniors across the country. It'll give them about $1,000 more per year. And in my riding, there are people who live in subsidized housing, and their income isn't keeping up with increases to the cost of living. So this increase to the GIS, which hadn't been substantially increased in decades, And we know it certainly didn't happen under the previous government because we know what they were focused on. They were focused on the wealthiest 10% of Canadians. That's what they did for 10 years with policies like the one I mentioned, like increasing the TFSA contribution limit and by bringing in income splitting. Now, when it comes to investing in infrastructure, Madam Speaker, the World Bank has called on countries all around the world, having seen that austerity during periods of low growth is not a good policy, and that you have to invest to stimulate growth and innovation. And that's what our government is doing with $180 billion in investment over the next 12 years. That's unprecedented. And that type of deficit is going to help fund infrastructure investment, social housing, public transit. We have a lot of catching up to do, Madam Speaker, when it comes to infrastructure investment. And it's best to do this when interest rates are low and the economy is slow. And previous Prime Minister Paul Martin, when he was finance minister, he saw the need to invest in infrastructure because when growth comes back, then it's easier to balance the books. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to kickstart the economy, get some growth happening, and then we'll be able to pay down the debt and balance the books. That's what we hope. That's what everyone hopes. That's a goal that is realizable once growth comes back to the economy. But you have to invest to create growth. And that is what we're doing. We're investing in infrastructure. When I think of the investments we're making in science and innovation, if you look over the past 10 years, Canada was left behind on the platform when the train left the station, so to speak. And researchers and scientists have been saying to me since we took office that finally we're out of the great darkness, that period of darkness when the Conservatives were in office. So for scientists, I can tell you that they really feel great relief because remember the appointment made by Stephen Harper. He appointed a creationist, but that was just the tip of the iceberg. There was all kinds of bad things done and cuts to funding for science and research. At the same time, in Europe, they were boosting their investment in science and research. So under this government, with Budget 2016, we're finally trying to play catch-up when it comes to investment in science and innovation. So on that note, Madam Speaker, I'll wrap up my speech today, and I'm looking forward to hearing the questions from my honourable colleagues opposite. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Beauport-Limoilou.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. I thank my honourable colleague for his speech. I only heard the ending. I hope my question reflects something worthwhile. My colleague is a lawyer in a major firm in Montreal. I didn't know he was so partisan and coloured the Conservative era in such a negative way. We had the biggest tax cuts in 50 years, with 63 tax cuts, one after another, 1.2 million jobs created. So I'd like to ask my colleague, as a lawyer, he should stick to the facts. Doesn't he find it aberrant that his government talks about a middle-class tax cut, whereas in reality, and good research has been conducted by a Conservative senator about this, this tax relief only applies to people who earn over $140,000 a year. So it's not at all a tax cut for those who need it most. The honourable member for Louis-Hébert. Well, being accused of being partisan by a Conservative member, that's something. Especially after the campaign I experienced in my region, I can tell you that I have no lesson to be learned about partisanship from across the floor. Now, having said that, when he talks about tax cuts, yes, it does affect 9 million Canadians. Thank you for the opportunity to mention that. You have to look at the budget overall. The child benefit will lift 300,000 children out of poverty. When he speaks, I'll put the same question to him. How many people were helped by the increase in the TFSA limit or income splitting. So I'm putting it through you, Madam Speaker. How many people can he identify? Well, the Parliamentary Budget Officer did do that exercise, and he answered. It was always the 10% of the richest, and that's who the Conservatives were working for. On this side, we work for all Canadians. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I thank my colleague for his speech. I have a question about an issue that affects his region. A lot of questions were asked in the last Parliament about the Quebec City Bridge. The Conservatives weren't that interested. Now all of a sudden they're interested because they have a lot of seats in that region. We know what happens when you're in government. You know, you tend to help people when you're in power. But my question for my colleague is, given that this has been going on and on and on, even though it was discussed a lot during the campaign, doesn't he think that with the infrastructure bank, privatization will be one of the solutions proposed, and that will have a negative impact for the people of the Quebec City region? The Honourable Member for Louisville. Thank you. I thank my colleague for Belleuil-Chambly. That allows me to highlight the positions of various parties during the campaign. For 10 years, the Conservatives hid behind the courts about the Quebec City Bridge. Mr. Harper used to say, does this still exist? The NPDP had another solution, a special legislation, and paint the bridge. CN has been winning before the court, saying they have no obligation about the aesthetics of the bridge. So here we are before the courts again. On this side, we're prepared to put $75 million on the table. We're in talks with various players in the region, the municipality, Laval University, Chamber of Commerce, CN. Never has this file been pushed forward as fast as it has under a Liberal government. When you have 5 or 7 Conservatives who issue good press releases and render their garment about this every week, but bring nothing conservative, nothing constructive to the table.
Pursuant to order made earlier today, it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forthwith every question necessary to dispose of the report stage of the bill now before the House. La Chambre est-elle prête à se prononcer?
Is the House ready for the question? The question is as follows. Mr. Lamoureux, seconded by Mr. Graham, moves that Bill C-29 be amended by deleting Clause 1.
All those in favor of the motion, please say yea. Yay. All those opposed, please say nay. Nay. In my opinion, the nays have it. Call in the members. No, sorry. Le vote par appel nominal.
The recorded division is deferred.
The question is on motion 2. Mr. Deltel, seconded by Mr. Albus, moved that Bill C-29 be amended by deleting Clause 29. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed.
All those in favor will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay.
In
my opinion, the nays have it.
The recorded division of this on the motion stands deferred. The recorded division will also apply to motion number 3. Monsieur, motion, number 5, Monsieur Sainte-Marie, appuyé par
Mr. Sainte-Marie, seconded by Mr. Beaulieu, moves that Bill C-29 be amended by deleting Clause 117.
Pleasure of the House to adopt the motion. Yes. All those in favor, please say yea.
All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the nays have it.
Le vote par appel nominal.
The recorded division is thus deferred.
The recorded division will also apply to motions number 6 to 23. Okay. The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded divisions at the report stage of the bill. Convoquez les députés.
Call in the members.
La mise aux voix porte sur la motion.
The question is on motion number 1. Mr. Lamoureux, seconded by Mr. Grant, moves that Bill C-29 it be amended by substitution for Section 1. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Lebel.
Ms. Watts.
Ms. Watts.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Pulius.
Mr. Pulius.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Gledoux.
Ms. Gledoux.
Monsieur Reyes.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lozon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lozon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Jenis.
Mr. Jenis.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Marcel.
Monsieur Marcel.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Tous ceux qui s'opposent à la motion.
All opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Trudeau.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Sargent.
Mr. Sargent.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Monsieur Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Scroll.
Ms. Scroll.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Monsieur Lausanne Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lausanne Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Picard.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Cousineau.
Mr. Cousineau.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Lametti.
Mr. Lametti.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Champagne.
Champagne.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Aleslav.
Ms. Aleslav.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Pesky-Salido.
Pesky-Salido.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Hernandez Sangre.
Mr. Hernandez Sangre.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Ms. DeBrusen.
Ms. DeBrusen.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. DeMont.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Drouin.
Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Sassy.
Mr. Sassy.
Mr. Petitpas-Taylor.
Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Yeltsin.
Mr. Yeltsin.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Van Fonseca. Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Yakino.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Kong.
Mr. Kong.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. McKinnon gets no.
Mr. McKinnon gets no.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Massey Avignon, la métis Matane Matapédia.
Massey Avignon, la métis Matane Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Miller Ville-Marie le Sud-Ouest Île des Sœurs.
Mr. Miller Ville-Marie le Sud-Ouest Île des Sœurs.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Sahota.
Mr. Sahota.
Mr. Sani.
Mr. Sani.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidu Mission Mascui Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Cedar, Mission Matsku Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Seacand.
Mr. Seacand.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Tassie.
Mr. Vandal. Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Mulcair.
Mr. Mulcair.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Madame Boutin Suite.
Madame Boutin Suite.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Blaney North Island Powell River.
Ms. Blaney North Island Powell River.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
Ms. May Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May Sandwich Gulf Islands. Yeas pour 83, 83, nays contre 205, 205.
I declare motion number 1 defeated.
The question is on motion number 2. A vote on this motion also applies to motion number 3. Mr. Deltel, seconded by Mr. Albus, moved that Bill C-29 be amended by deleting clause 29. All those in favor of the Honourable Chief Government Whip is rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I believe if you seek it, you would find unanimous consent to apply the results of the previous vote to this one, with Liberal members voting against.
Is it agreed the Honourable Whip of the Conservative Party?
Speaker, Conservatives agree to apply it and will be voting yes.
Good deal.
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. The NDP agrees to apply and will vote no. The Honourable Member from Mokan. We agree to apply the vote, but will vote no. The Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree to apply the vote, and I will be voting against.
Is everybody who goes to the public library fill this?
Agree to apply it. I will be voting with Ms. May on this one. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Nunavut to repeat that, please. His microphone was not on. The honourable member for Nunavut.
Oh, sorry. But I apologize, Mr. Speaker. I will be voting with the government on this bill. Thank you, on this motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeas pour 77, 77. Nays contre 211, 211.
I therefore declare motion number 3 defeated. Question is on motion number 5. Le vote sur cette motion s'applique.
The vote on this motion also applies to motions number 6 and 23. Mr. St. Marie, seconded by Mr. Beaulieu, moves that Bill C-29 be amended by deleting clause 117. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Monsieur Lebel.
Mr. Lebel.
Ms. Watts.
Ms. Watts.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Polius.
Mr. Polius.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lozon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lozon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Law.
Mr. Law.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Udega.
Mr. Udega.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Bertod.
Mr. Bertod.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Janis.
Mr. Janis.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Mulcair.
Mr. Mulcair.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Marcel.
Monsieur Marcel.
Madame Posey.
Madame Posey.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Ms. May, Saanich, Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich, Gulf Islands.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Sargent.
Mr. Sargent.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Scroll.
Ms. Scroll.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Monsieur Lausanne Argenteuil La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lausanne Argenteuil La Petite Nation.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Monsieur Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Lametti.
Mr. Lametti.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratansi.
Ms. Ratansi.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Scarpelagia.
Mr. Scarpelagia.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Mrs. Dillon.
Mrs. Dillon.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Goldsmith Jones.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Allislet.
Ms. Allislet.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Schiefke.
Mr. Schiefke.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Ms. Hutchins.
Ms. Hutchins.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Pesky-Salido.
Pesky-Salido.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Hernandez Sangre.
Mr. Hernandez Sangre.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Moss.
Mr. Moss.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Mr. Zerowitz.
Mr. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Betty Pot Taylor.
Betty Pot Taylor.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine
Mr.
Smith.
Erskine Smith.
Mr. Elfson.
Mr. Elfson.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Gerwal.
Mr. Grewal.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Yakuno.
Mr. Yakuno.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Kang.
Mr. Kang.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. McKinnon Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon Gatineau.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé Avignon La Métis Matane Matapédia.
Mr. Massé Avignon La Métis Matane Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Miller Ville-Marie Le Sud-Ouest et des Sœurs.
Mr. Miller Ville-Marie Le Sud-Ouest Île des Sœurs.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Ouellette.
Mr. Ouellette.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Sahota.
Mr. Sahota.
Mr. Sani.
Mr. Sani.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Senga.
Mr. Senga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Cedar Mission Mascou Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Cedar Mission Matsque Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Seacand.
Mr. Seacand.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tassi.
Mr. Tassi.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu. Yeas pour 116, 116. Nays contre 172, 172.
Je déclare la motion numéro 5.
I declare motion number 7 rejected, and 6 to 23 also rejected accordingly.
Mr. Morneau, seconded by Ms. Joly, moves that Bill C-29, a second act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 22, 2016, and other measures as amended be concurred sworn in at report stage. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor of the motion will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. All those in favor of the motion will please rise. Oh, the Honourable Chief Government Whip is rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I believe if you seek it, you would find unanimous consent to apply the results of the previous vote to this one, with Liberal members voting in favour.
Is it agreed? The Honourable Chief Opposition Whip.
Mr. Speaker, Conservatives agree to apply and will be voting no.
Lega.
The NDP agrees to apply and will be voting no. Honourable member for Montcalm. The Bloc Québécois agrees to apply and votes against. It couldn't be heard. Could the member please repeat what he just said? His mic wasn't on. The Bloc Québécois agrees to apply the vote, Mr. Speaker, and will be voting against the motion. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
To remain somewhat split, but on balance, we'll vote no.
I hope they can work it out. The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll try and leave out the humor this time. I agree to apply and I'll be voting in favour. Thank you.
Pour 172, 172, nays, contre 116, 116.
I declare the motion carried. When shall the bill be read a third time? At the next sitting of the House.
Yes. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. All right, I encourage members to take their discussions into the hallway, and it may be time for everybody to say shh. Thank you. Order. The Honourable Member for Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Is it the late show now, Mr. Speaker? Thank you. I previously rose in this House to bring attention to a serious issue in our country, the unfair dumping of Chinese steel and the need for Canada to have a strong, effective response. Dumping drives down the price of steel and is having a significant impact on Canada's steel industry and the thousands of workers it employs. My riding of Essex is home to a world-class steel plant, Atlas Tube, which produces top-quality Canadian products while providing good, family-sustaining jobs in our Harrow community. In fact, the steel industry employs 22,000 working-class Canadians in steel production and an additional 100,000 Canadians indirectly. Steel accounts for $2.6 billion a year in GDP. The NDP echoes the call of industry and labour groups for a modernized trade remedy system that effectively addresses issues like steel dumping. The Canadian Chamber of Commerce and local chambers like mine in Windsor-Essex have urged the federal government to act by passing resolutions in support of ending unfair steel dumping. The United Steelworkers have also been actively urging the government to act. In October, the Standing Committee on International Trade adopted my motion to study this important issue, and I'm very much looking forward to the study resuming in the new year. Action is urgently needed. Canada has fallen behind in our sanctions, making us an easy target for dumping. On the other hand, countries like Australia have strengthened their trade remedies. By not having our sanctions in line with other similar economies, Canada risks inviting even more dumping in the future. We need improved data collection, better transparency, more robust and frequent analysis of foreign subsidies, stiffer penalties, and improved legislation. Canadian steel has been the backbone of Canadian infrastructure projects for decades. Our plants have an excellent reputation for producing high-quality steel products while upholding strong labour and environmental standards. The government's planned investments in infrastructure should represent a big opportunity for Canada's steel industry, but they may not be able to capitalize if Canada continues to allow cheap imports from China to undercut our producers. Barry Zeckelman, CEO of Atlas Tube, has said, "Think of the consequences of our infrastructure, our factories, and our defence, all relying on foreign-made steel if our industry shuts its doors. Every day that Canada doesn't act, our steel industry is losing money and jobs." There is another serious issue that we have yet to address in this House. We know that the Liberal government is talking to China about a potential FTA. However, there is a foundational issue with this relationship that needs to be addressed in a timely manner. Canada currently treats China as a non-market economy, but we know China is pushing to be granted market economy status. Canada is going to have to make a decision. I can tell you that Canada's steel industry is very concerned about the implications of granting China this new status. It will make it more difficult to address trade issues like dumping. The Canadian Steel Processors Association has estimated that granting China market economy status would result in the loss of 60,000 highly skilled middle-class jobs, a permanent reduction in GDP of over $9 billion in the short term and $7.6 billion long term, and significant reductions in federal and provincial government revenues. So I'd like to ask the Parliamentary Secretary, what concrete measures will this government take to tackle the very worrisome issue of unfair steel dumping by China? And are the Liberals considering granting China market economy status?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. The Canadian and world steel industries are feeling the effects of the economic slowdown in China, the price of inputs, and world problems of overproduction and overcapacity. As you know, I was born in Port Colborne, Ontario, and at the time there was Algoma and Atlas Steel in Welland, and they no longer exist in that form. Steel production is an important economic activity in Canada. In 2015, this industry had 17,000 jobs and generated revenues of $11 billion and injected $2.6 billion into the Canadian GDP. The Canadian steel industry has contributed significantly to local economies and to the supply chain in North America. The government is determined to support this industry and make it viable through a range of tools. For example, establishing a trade recourse system to deal with issues of dumping. That's an essential tool. This system enables the Canadian industry to compete on an equal footing and to attract investment in the North American context. Canada has put in place trade measures targeting 12 steel products in order to protect our own producers. The government has responded in multiple ways to the requests coming from the steel industry in order to strengthen our commercial recourse, the availability of commercial recourses. We have also consulted. Those consultations ended June 29, 2016. We are currently analyzing requests made in connection with those consultations. Also, the Standing Committee on International Trade has committed to undertaking a study of the steel industry. Internationally, Madam Speaker, the question of overcapacity was raised at the G20 summit in Hangzhou on September 4th and 5th. In connection with that event, the Prime Minister and other world leaders recognized the problem of overcapacity in the steel industry. The meeting was an important step because China, the main steel producer in the world, agreed to work toward increasing its efforts to share information and to cooperate in light of the G20 summit and the OECD. Efforts are being made to deal with the problem of overcapacity in the world. The Minister of International Trade is following that closely because she's well aware of the need to respond quickly to this problem. Preparations for the first meeting are well underway, and Canada will be there at the table. This government is actively taking steps to solve the trade issues that Canadian steel producers are confronted by. We want to create an environment where the steel industry continue to make a significant contribution to the Canadian economy.
Essex. Madam Speaker, I'm hearing very little concrete answers in the government's response. To be aware of the issue and not act is cold comfort to the steel producers in Canada and those who work in this important sector. We will lose jobs if we do not act. It's good to hear that the government understands the issue, but without action, we're not going to be able to ensure that these jobs are going to stay safe inside of Canada. You know, supporting this industry must include the important consideration that I mentioned, and that's whether or not Canada will grant China market economy status. This decision is coming up on December 11th, Madam Speaker. It's very pressing, and it's urgent for the steel producers to understand what they will be facing if this government makes that decision to give that granting to China. So again, can the Parliamentary Secretary outline when his government will implement changes to Canada's trade remedy system, and how will this government deal with China's request to be granted market economy status?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade. Madam Speaker, I should add that the government and industry are attending meetings of the North American Steel Committee, and Mexico, the U.S., and Canada discuss mutual issues of interest to the steel industry and coordinate their response at those meetings. For example, the border officials have recently increased their coordination in applying anti-dumping measures. I'd like to reassert that this government is using all available tools to protect Canadian producers against undervalued products coming, and we're also trying to make sure that places like Sault Ste. Marie and Sarnia and so on can continue to be pillars of their community. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member, l'Honorable Député.
The Honourable Member for Laurier Ste. Marie. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, a recent process to fund community organizations for organizations that fight, that combat HIV and AIDS and protect and support people with HIV and AIDS, and also do prevention work. The new process has really frustrated these NGOs all across the country, and rightly so. I don't know how many people have approached me in my riding, which I proudly represent, Laurier Ste. Marie, or national organizations. This new process is affecting a number of known, well-known, recognized organizations who work with a particularly vulnerable population. They've had their funding cut, and they're either going to have to scrap whole areas of activity and in some cases even close up shop. There are multiple problems with the process in question. We're told the fund is not being touched. In theory, that's true, but by combining HIV networks with hepatitis C, and other sexually transmitted illnesses, by lumping them all together, the funding for each has been cut. They say the funding levels have not been touched, but for too many years, they've been frozen. The funding has been frozen, but salaries and rents have gone up. So in reality, people are having to do more and more with less and less resources. We're not talking, we're talking about community-based organizations here. We're not talking about jet-setter organizations. These aren't people who are taking limos all around. These are people, really grassroots people in my riding of Laurier St. Marie. They're working very hard with very limited resources. So there's also a problem when it comes to the process. Before, the criteria were public. The funding criteria were known, but not this year. There were consultations. The groups tell me that those consultations sort of headed off in all directions. The government likes to call it a conversation, but there was no concrete result. And then everybody's left up in the air, and all of a sudden, they get the bad news. So when you talk about consultation, there were consultations to discuss the goals and priorities of the Canada Public Health Agency, and the decisions that were made are not consistent with those priorities. I was saying there are some clearly established and recognized, respected organizations whose funding has been drastically cut. These are organizations that have been working in this field for 30-some years. They've been out there in the field working hard for 30-some years, and suddenly they're being dismantled without any warning. They're having to take apart their network. And when a network is dismantled, that's sad for the organization, but it's especially sad for the client population. They're the ones most affected. I'm sorry, your time is up. It went really quickly. So the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Madam Speaker, our government is committed to addressing HIV and hepatitis C in Canada and recognizes that community-based organizations are central to the Canadian response to these infections. Achieving our goal requires a comprehensive approach that includes a strong focus on vulnerable populations with interventions that have the greatest potential to make an impact. Canada has made great progress in addressing HIV and hepatitis C over more than 3 decades of responding to these epidemics. However, there is still work to do. As you may know, Madam Speaker, Canada has committed to meeting the global UNAIDS 90-90-90 HIV targets by 2020. That 90% of HIV-positive people know their status, and that 90% of people who know their status receive treatment, and that 90% of those on treatment have suppressed viral loads. The Government of Canada continues to work closely with the provinces and territories, community organizations, and scientific and medical communities to reach the 90-90-90 targets, and those for viral hepatitis by engaging with communities to strengthen prevention and access to testing and treatment services, enhancing surveillance to monitor progress, and providing screening and testing guidance to health professionals. As part of these broader efforts to address HIV and hepatitis C, Public Health Agency of Canada recently announced its decisions related to funding of community-based organization projects under its new HIV and Hep C Community Action Fund. The development and implementation of the fund has been a significant but necessary undertaking in order to refocus our efforts to prevent and control HIV and Hep C. These funding decisions followed an open and competitive solicitation based on priorities set in collaboration with provinces and territories, community-based organizations, people living with HIV or Hep C, and other stakeholders and partners. Madam Speaker, I would like to reiterate that the funding our government provides to community-based organizations has not diminished. It remains steady at $26.4 million annually and continues to support time-limited projects across Canada. While 124 organizations were successful in the application process for the Community Action Fund, including 41 new organizations, others were not. This included some organizations that had been funded previously under the program. For some of these organizations, the loss of project funding for the next year was disappointing. For others, this represents the loss of an important source of funding which could impact the sustainability of the organizations and their work. Our government has heard the concerns of these organizations, and in an effort to help those organizations through the transition, PHAC has been directed to provide up to 1 year of transitional project funding on a case-by-case basis, which would end on March 31st, 2018. PHAC will work closely with each organization to determine the funding amount that will be provided and with the work that can be achieved over 1 year. Furthermore, PHAC is working with organizations that were approved at lower amounts than previously in comparison to the current funding to help them transition as well. The fund is designed to ensure funding support areas where there is greatest burden based on current rates of HIV and Hep C. We still have a lot more to do, Madam Speaker, but if we're going to have to stop the spread of these serious but preventable diseases. That's why it's important that we continue to work in hand with provinces and territories, as well as stakeholder partners and people living with HIV and Hep C in order to have the greatest impact possible. Thank you.
The honourable member for Laurier St. Marie. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I listened to the parliamentary secretary say how happy she is that more and more people know their HIV/AIDS status, but it might be because of those organizations that have been working for so long that have now been cut. So I don't see why they would be cut. We're also talking about target populations, but when the groups that have been affected, there are Indigenous people, there are people who are injection drug users, and in Quebec, the only organization that remains to work with those people is in Quebec City, but the problem is more acute in Montreal. We're talking about groups that support African women, immigrant women from Africa. We're talking about huge segments of the population that are being left out, including Francophones, because in the new groups being funded, there are many so-called national groups that don't provide service in French. Thank you. Now, Parliamentary Secretary to the Health Minister.
Madam Speaker, the changes to community-based funding were intended to identify initiatives that address populations and areas of Canada with the greatest need, and to allow us to prevent HIV, Hep C, and other sexually transmitted and blood-borne infections in Canada. PHAC does not question the contribution of currently funded organizations and did not base its decision on their current work. The organizations were invited to submit full proposals were those that clearly demonstrated through evidence that their project had potential to reduce rates of HIV, Hep C, and other sexually transmitted and blood-borne infections in Canada, and to reduce barriers to diagnosis and treatment. Madam Speaker, we understand we have a lot more to do. That's why it's important that we continue to work hand in hand with provinces and territories, as well as stakeholders, partners, people living with HIV, Hep C, in order to have the greatest impact possible. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.
Thank you.